Good morning, everyone. And how are you today?
Blessed and highly favored.
Amen. So when I say good morning over the next 2 days, the answer is yes, it is. So good morning, everyone.
Yes,
Yes, it is.
How are you today? I am
Awesome.
blessed. Right?
Blessed.
I am blessed.
Blessed and highly favored.
Left.
Yes, blessed and highly favored. I like that. So again, we're all blessed to be here today. So thank you so much for coming, for signing up. I just have a great 2 days planned for you, and it's just going to be amazing. So we are going to jump right in. Again, thank you for coming. I don't need to share my particular story because you've all taken classes with me. So, but the one thing that I want to commend you on is for your own continued speaker improvement, because that's what it takes. Like any industry, we can't just take one class in public speaking and expect to have it carry us out forever. We need to continually learning, continually to keep in the conversation. And so that's what you're all doing today. So I have to commend you for that. So everybody raise your right hand, turn around, pat yourself on the back and say, good job. Good job. For being here. All right, so all of you have 3 things in front of you. You should have your manuals, which we're going to go through step by step in the next 2 days. And then you've got my system. This is my famous $1 million speaker system that nobody else has, that I've developed over the years. This is it in a glance for those of you that like to know the whole direction of where you're going. And then this is our step-by-step that we're going to use to develop your speech over the next 2 days. All right, so have this handy. You may even want to print a couple of these.
Email?
Yes, they were right along the same email, had all 3.
Okay.
Harvey, I don't have the binder,
Well, you print it out and get your own binder.
well, no, I know that, but the first thing you held up, you held up something out the court. Yeah, I don't have that.
Well, the cover I sent you.
Oh, I gotcha.
You got to print and put it in your own binder, but I did all of the information. Do you have that with you? Do you have that?
I do.
Okay, good.
And I have it in a binder. I just didn't have.
Yeah,
Harvey, the one you said that's step by step. Okay. I'm just looking. I thought I printed out everything. That says script delivery?
no, they're separate. They were separate attachments. So you had 3 attachments. One was the manual. Now, do you guys all have these, or am I losing my mind?
I have mine.
I have.
I have mine.
Okay, good. So why don't you go back, Kay, to that email and see what else is in there, and we'll wait. It'll only take a second. The one that's critical is this one. That's the one you must have.
One I look like I'm missing.
Yeah, there are 3 separate attachments. We'll wait. Just go back to that original.
Okay, so I have, the 2018 $1 million something.
Okay, that's this.
That's which one?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one?
Print yourself a couple of those.
Okay. Oh yeah, I missed that one. I see. Okay, sorry.
Okay, and then the other one is this one.
Yes, I have that one. Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, good. So we're all on the same page.
Waiting.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So we're going to start. We're going to go through the manual as we go through this. So there's just some lessons, and then mostly it's just you creating. All right. So there's just some lessons. So a lot of this we're going to use as a reference guide for you to pull off the shelf and refer to it as you need it. But I'll just go through the beginning of it so you know what's in here, and then we're going to create our title. So the first thing, and I don't think this applies to any of you ladies because I know you, but the first thing we're going to do is we're going to introduce yourselves to the group, and then we're going to go, and I'll show you what page we're going to be on. Okay. Get that out of there. I get all these robocalls. All right. So why don't we start with Renee? She was the first one here. So now this is the part where you're just going to introduce yourself and share a little bit about not only your name, your company, but also why you're here. Why are you here, and what do you want to get out of this weekend?
Good morning, everyone. And how are you all today? Good
Oh,
morning.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm so glad I'm here with all of you and getting to meet you and be here on a more intimate basis. I see you every week on Tuesdays with RB's calls, and now I get to talk to all of you. So for a quick second, my name is Dr. Renee Michelle Gordon. I'm a love and relationship coach. I help single people find everlasting love, and I help married couples reignite the relationship that they once had when they first got married. This is my book, Finding Your Love at Last, 5 Simple Steps to Attract Your Soulmate Within 90 Days or Less. This is my flagship book, the first book I started. I have another book for couples, another one called Swipe Right for Mr. Right in a virtual world. So it's how to find Mr. Right online or any place else. And that is what I do. I'm a love and relationship coach. I live by the acronym CANI, Constant and Never Ending Improvement. And that is why I'm on the calls with RV every week. I've been doing this for many, many years. She's been my coach, and that is why I'm here today. And what I'm looking to get out of it, I'm coming here with fresh ears and everything fresh, like I don't know anything. So it's like an Etch-a-Sketch that I erased, and I'm starting brand new. And that's why I'm here. I'm excited to be here and share and be of service and be of a giving heart to all of you, however I can help. Thank you so much, RB.
Beautiful. Well said. And Renee, again, is already a speaker. She's been speaking on cruise ships. She has her own cruise that she does. And again, she's here just to get more, just to get the latest and greatest, and just keep never ending improving. Never, how is that? Continuous, never ending
C-A-N-I, C-A-N-I, which means Kanai, constant and never ending improvement.
Nice.
So I learned the acronym from you, RV, just to do everything in acronyms so I don't forget. And I started that from a long time ago. And that's why I always use that in just whatever my life is. So in my life.
Beautiful. All right. We're going to learn more about acronyms this weekend. All right, Florence, you're next.
Oh, good morning, everybody. I think most of you know that I'm the lead vocalist for the Fifth Dimension. But unfortunately, with this pandemic, we're not able to perform live, which is what I enjoy doing the most. So I've always wanted to do more speaking, and I've been performing with the group for over 50 years. And I know that eventually I'm going to have to slow down, although I will continue singing if I can't think of his name. Tony Bennett can continue at 90. So I don't plan on stop singing, but just slowing down. The choreography will be a little slower, let's say. But I would like to do more speaking, especially on the internet. And I want to really mainly help, especially seniors. People, as they get older, they sit home and they figure, oh, well, I can't move, so I'm no good. I'm no good to anybody. I want them to know that they've lived long, they've got wisdom they can share, and if they take care of their health, they can still be as active as their bodies will allow them. As a matter of fact, I've written a book called Grace in Your Second Act, Growing Old Gracefully, Mentally, Physically, and Spiritually. I first titled it Let Your Light Shine, PMS, but the editor thought PMS was too negative. PMS stood for physically, mentally, and spiritually. What I want to get out of this session is how to tell my story. I'm a very good storyteller when it's a short time, like 5 or 10 minutes. I've been told that I'm great, but I want to learn how to speak for a length of time and share this information with others.
Okay, so you want your whole speech to be a story?
Yes.
Story. Okay, good. We'll work on that. Excellent. All right. I believe Kay was next.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I am Safari K, and I have a small safari company in Tanzania.
I don't know how to turn this phone off. I'm going to try to.
Just mute yourself. Here, let me mute you. Let me see if I can mute you.
Okay.
I can't get my curtain. Hold on. Okay, there we go.
Okay, Safari K, and I own a small safari company in Tanzania. So we're very eco-friendly, and we're dedicated to helping support both the wildlife conservation and the community, as well as the locals that live in Tanzania. So that's our focus, and we what we strive to do is change the focus and change the opinions of what people think of Africa by really creating a more personalized experience for them. So what I want to get from this course is, honestly, I don't want to be a speaker, but I do speak at various organizations, and I'm always speaking, of course, about my business. So I'm just learning, I want to learn how to improve what I say and how I say it, as well as I think this will help me in writing the book that I'm writing. So I think it will be beneficial for me in that sense as well. So I'm looking forward to getting the information and using it for some, and I want to hold a webinar during this time of COVID as well. So I've kind of worked on that, and I'm going to be sending RV my outline once I get it together. And so I think all of this will help me improve that.
Absolutely. Excellent. So Kay and I'm going to go on Kay's safari in 2022. So if any of you want to go, let Kay know, because we're putting some people together right now. So it'll be, if we can get a bunch of speakers, then that'd really be cool. We could hold our mini event, and you can become international speakers, right?
What is the date, RB, of Kay's safari?
We didn't pick the date yet. What
I
is
don't have a specific date, but it will be in May of 2022.
Thank you.
May of 2022? Isn't that great? And it would be 2021, but I'm already going to Bali, so one out of country trip a year is enough for me. Yeah, so Renee, it would be awesome if you could join us. So that's the plan. And Virginia and Fran, you too.
I would love to go.
Florence, if you could get away. All right, so let's go to Virginia was next.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Virginia Earle. I live in Marietta, California, and I have two businesses, Seven Mystic Rings, which is a spiritual business, and Translations Unlimited South America, which is a translation service. We translate documents and digital content from English to Asian, European, South American, and Middle Eastern languages. And that business I've had for over 25 years. My goal with this workshop is to be more confident when I speak in public. I do really well with one-on-ones, but I need a little more coaching regarding my public speaking. I've been doing a lot of research for myself as far as why it is that I have this fear about public speaking, and it goes back to past life. I've been taking other seminars in regards to that, to release it and let it go. And there's several stories behind my fears. So my story, my goal is to create a story that explains what got me to this journey, this spiritual journey, and hopefully help others as well. And one of the things that I know that I have to get released and let go is this weird fear that I have. I'm getting better as I go along, but one of the things that I have a hard time with is when you have all these people just looking at you. Looking at you. So what do you do? And it's kind of hard for me to focus on. They're looking at me, and I have to talk to them at the same time. So it just the two kind of conflict. So where do I find a happy medium? Where do I look? If they look at me, I start to think, okay, they're looking at me. So now I'm focusing on them looking at me versus what I have to say. Mm-hmm. And that's when the fear kicks in, and it just, yeah. So,
okay, well, we're going to address that right away. We're going to address that first and get that out of the way, and then we'll go on.
And the other thing is I speak multiple languages, so sometimes I've noticed that I get a little stuck in when I'm talking. I I'm thinking in a different language, so my words come out kind of weird sometimes. And I'm like, okay, well, I didn't really need to say that that way, but it comes out like that, and other people have pointed it out. But yeah.
Well, a lot of that is going to be resolved from practicing. So, I teach my students they need to practice at least 1 hour for every 2 minutes of speech. So if you practice more, you will become the script, and that won't happen. The other idea is the way to deal with it is when it does come out, because I've talked really fast and all of a sudden, right, I get step all over my tongue, is just to own it and say, man, sorry about that. I was thinking in German and speaking in
Right.
Spanish or something. So make a joke out of it, and a complimentary joke, not a self-deprecating joke, but complimentary.
Right.
Because then you could turn around and say, folks, I speak 10 different languages, and sometimes, and just, reward yourself for it. Just compliment yourself, because I didn't know you spoke so many languages. That's really
I do
an accomplishment.
And thank you. And it kind of like, I stumble sometimes with my words, and I've been speaking English since I was 5 years old. I grew up in a bilingual household. But the other thing I wanted to share with everyone is that during this pandemic, I started to pivot a little bit. So
Good.
now I'm offering book editing services as well. I'm an editor by trade. I have a journalism degree. So the other reason for me taking this workshop is because I started writing a couple of books. So I want to also be able to speak on stage and be able to share my book with the audience.
Good.
And you said part of your business is a spiritual something. What is that?
It's Seven Mystic Rings. Seven Mystic Rings specializes in the Akashic Records. So basically what it is I use an ancient technique of the Akashic Records to help my clients identify the why behind their roadblocks and to help them live a life of purpose and clarity. So basically I go into their past lives and I find out what blockages they've come into this lifetime with, where they are now, and what they need to do to help them move forward.
Okay. Yeah, I'm aware of the Akashic Rings too. I mean, the Akashic Records, Virginia.
Oh,
so I'm very familiar. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's my specialty. I've been doing it for several years. And aside from being certified to do the Akashic Records, I also have my spiritual gifts, which is clairvoyant, mediumship, and clairsentience. So I combine the two, both my spiritual gifts and the ancient tool of the Akashic Records to service my clients. And I think that's it.
Okay, I'm just queuing up something here. All right, so Fran, your turn. Oh, before we move from Virginia, I just want to say Virginia also has a speaking engagement August.
Right.
Very first speaking engagement. So we weren't even going to do this class until the end of July. So she's the one that asked to move it up a little sooner.
Yeah, and I found out that I think that they changed the date for the author.
Did they? When is the date?
I don't know. I have to double check. She sent it to me, but I forgot to take note of it. So yeah, that's the other reason why I'm in a panic too. And the other thing I noticed is that when you're speaking on stage, it's very important to, and correct me if I'm wrong, Arby, you need to breathe.
Oh yeah.
And I have a tendency not to breathe. I get when you ask me about the Akashic Records, Dr. Renee, I get very excited and I just want to talk about it, and I forget that I need to breathe and slow down and relax, pause, and breathe.
Okay, well, okay, I'm queuing up a video, ladies, and all of a sudden, there we go. I was stuck in the video. Okay, let me do that. Okay, let's go to Fran now.
My name is Fran Gullahan, and I live in Northern Kentucky. My business is I'm a coach, and my focus at this point has been women entrepreneurs, women of distinction and maturity. So most women over 40, maybe over 50, and are women who want to be entrepreneurs, who are already entrepreneurs or want to be. Although I am thinking that I may be changing it because of the world we live in. I just think there is so much, there's so much hurt and so much disrest and distrust. And I'm kind of thinking about my focus being more on the brain, how the brain works, on that you can't legislate kindness and caring, that has to come from the heart.
Right.
And I don't know what God has in store for me. I really don't know what direction it's going to take. Right now, I am going to focus on the women entrepreneurs, but there's many aspects of my coaching that I just love. One is the brain and awareness. Some people call it mindfulness, but I think that's a term that's been overused, and it's more awareness right now, awareness of what your words, the effect they have on other people,
Right.
what the effect they have on you,
Right.
and just kind of raise all the ships, so to speak, because we cannot live in this country continuing in the direction we're continuing it. We will destroy it. It will all cave in, and I think part of that comes from this frustration of being isolated and being COVID and that all the different feelings about it. So I just think there needs to be a peace that comes, and I'm not sure how my coaching can bring that about, but I do know that coaching can increase a person's peacefulness that always will then spill out onto those in the world and other people. Even as simple, and I don't have grandiose ideas. I think it's as simple as being polite to the cashier that's waiting on you at the grocery store,
Right.
or the frustration in a big box store when somebody can't help you immediately. Just being kind about it. So that's my goal, and what I want to get out of speaking. It, unlike Virginia, I love speaking in front of groups. I shine in front of groups. I hate speaking on video. I hate doing webinars. I hate the idea of doing Facebook. It's like, I feel like I'm not, you do all those crap self-criticism things. My hair's not good enough. I'm too old. I have a lisp. There's like all kinds of things. So if I could ever get around to doing something on video, I mean, here it's nice because I see people and we're connecting, but just to do a video or a webinar, we'll see. That's what I hope to get from this course with RV. And I've been with RV off and on over the years. And if there's any place I can learn that skill, it's certainly with RV. So that's my story.
All right, thank you. And one thing about Fran also is she's been a nurse for many, many years. So that's where that whole nurturing comes from. Well, not comes from, she's already a nurturing person, and that's why she went into nursing and now taking it a step further for women. So thank you for all your service. And I know she's just recently got out of nursing, right?
Yeah, I'm a retired court reporter, and I'm now a retired registered nurse. So I'm ready for the third step.
Yeah, she was out there, in the COVID stuff. So it's what a way to, end it. So, all right. So good job, ladies. What?
I didn't end it because of COVID.
No, but you were in the, you were still a nurse during COVID is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not like you got out of it, a year or two ago. It's
No.
like you were in the trenches. So,
Yep, it was.
Yeah. All right, ladies. So good job, everyone. Good job. So turn to the person next to you. Give them a high five.
High five.
High five. High five. Good job. All right. So we are going to start. So let's start by opening your manual up. We are going to give that fear a kick in the pants, Virginia, and just, even though a lot of people aren't fearful, there comes a time sometimes when you are fearful. I mean, there's been times when I've been fearful out there. One time I was at a Jay Abraham event. People know Jay Abraham. He's kind of one of the old school people, and there was probably 300 people. I paid $3,000 for the weekend, and that was like 17 years ago. $3,000 is like paying 10,000
Right.
now. I mean, it was like literally 16, 17 years ago. And I went with my mentor, and there was 3 or 4 of us, and I've never, my mentor never heard me introduce myself before. We were amongst billionaires and millionaires, and I'm just starting my little entrepreneur speaking company. So I really felt like out of place. And so we had to introduce ourselves with a microphone. And they interviewed several, you did a few people every day because there was too many people to do. And so on his PowerPoint, he was talking about assets and just knowing what your assets are, right? Now we talk about knowing what your talents are and knowing what your gifts are, but back then he called it assets. And so I stood up, and it was round tables, and there was no stage, right? So I stood up, and again, I'm nervous. My knees are knocking and I said, well, first of all, I want to apologize to the people behind me for showing them my biggest asset. Right? So everybody laughed, and that relaxed me. So I learned a key. When you're nervous, if you can say a joke about yourself, then that can kind of relieve all that tension. And then I went on to deliver my powerful, self-introduction. So there's lots of ways that you're going to learn right now how you can deal with that fear. There's many different ways. So you won't use them all, but you'll use the one that's appropriate for the event, whatever it is.
Can I share what happens to me when to my body when I'm on the stage?
Sure.
Okay. Maybe that will make me feel better. Maybe somebody else will have experienced the same things.
Sure.
My voice starts to shake, and my muscles right around here, around my neck, they get very tense, and I stumble through my words, and I start to sweat. It's just almost like a paralysis. It's gotten better. And I've been told by some people to find someone in the audience that you feel comfortable with, that to look at, and then instead of focusing so much on people's eyes, to look above their eyes. I don't know if that's the right thing or not, but then if I'm not connecting with them by looking at their eyes, then that's when you make a connection, I think. So I don't know that so much looking above their eyes or looking at a distance is going to help.
No. Okay, I had to unplug my Yeti because I want to use a new little toy with you. But Virginia, that is an old wives' tale to look above the crowd. That only works if you're in a very large crowd of hundreds and hundreds of people.
Okay.
And they can't see you, and you can't connect eyeball to eyeball anyway. So we look in quadrants. You break up the room in 4 quadrants, and then just spend some time looking around in that area, and people will think you're looking at them. Have you ever been in a crowd and the instructor's like pointing at you, and you're going, "What is it? Me?"
Right. Yes.
Right? It's because they're that's what happens when they look in a group. You don't know who that person is looking at. So it works. It's like they're connecting without connecting. So that's about the only time you can kind of look above somebody's head. But otherwise, you need to look directly. And we're going to do that tomorrow, where you're going to practice looking 4 seconds in each person's eye. Right?
Okay.
Contact, connect, continue. Contact, connect, communicate, continue is what we do. Contact, connect, communicate, and continue. So for 4 seconds. So we're going to practice that. That's why speaking has to be continuous speaking improvement, because we've all learned some of those old techniques from years ago, from the 70s, right? Like, tell them what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you told them. That's old as dirt. We don't do that anymore. We're not idiots, right?
Right.
So we don't do that. We communicate a lot differently. We don't have to repeat it and do all that stuff, right? We don't
Well,
lecture.
yeah, especially for the kind of work that I do. I mean, it's important for me to have a connection with people, and
Absolutely.
the
Absolutely.
answers are in the eyes, and that's how you make a connection. One of the
Absolutely. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, let's move on to some of these techniques. So hold on just a moment.
You
All
said
right, I'm
contact, connect, communicate, and continue, right?
correct, and we're going to learn that more deeply tomorrow. Okay, so what
Okay.
I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn on my new little toy. Again, now I realized I can't use the microphone and the toy, which is a bummer. I wanted to be able to use both, but I'll go back to the microphone. This is, okay, so
Well, while you're doing that, RV, can I ask a quick question?
absolutely.
Okay, because one of the things when doing, this video stuff, like I'm looking at you, or I can look over here to everybody that's in the column, or I can look up here to my camera. And I'm never sure what to do, because when I'm looking at my camera, I feel like an idiot. Whereas,
The
Okay,
green dot.
that's a very good question. Very good. All right, so here's the trick. When we're in a meeting like this, it's typical for us to look at each other. That's common.
Yeah.
When you are giving a webinar or you're talking on a video, a Facebook Live or YouTube, you look directly at the camera and you picture one person that you're talking to, not a crowd. One person, like Fran, I am talking to you. You have a message to share that only you can share to people that can only hear it from you. Now it's time for you to get that message out there, right? So that's when you look at the camera. But if you're just in a meeting or even training in a meeting, no, you're going to look at the individuals.
perfect, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Now, if I do a webinar where I can't see everybody and we're not in one room, then I will just look at the camera. Good question. Anytime you all have a question, just let me know. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you a nice little toy that you can use for training. Can everybody see it? You see this?
Yes, I love that.
Isn't it fun?
Yeah.
All right. So it's just
What
a
is
new little
that?
toy. And I know, Renee, you'll want one of these too. It's just a little projector. Can you see it? In the video, on the video? And it projects what you're writing. So it's another way to teach without always having to have PowerPoint. All right. So,
RV, can I ask you a question?
yes.
The other day you had mentioned on the Tuesday call, I'm testing something to see if my board in the back that I'm going to write with on your Millionaire Weekend is going to work. You
Right.
look at this, am I too far? Am I echoing? So can you use this instead in September? Because I like this and your voice sounds great. And then you don't have to walk behind you. Can you just use this instead of the
board.
chart or the whatever that is, flip chart with the ink pen?
Yes. I'm
Organic?
hoping to. Yes.
Okay, because this is really nice. You don't have to step away. You can sit down or stand up at your beautiful desk, and you don't have to worry about your voice.
Right.
You had access that?
Yes, that's what I'm practicing on. So what Renee's talking about is I was going to have like a whiteboard behind me so I could do some whiteboard work and just kind of break it up from the PowerPoint on the 3-day $1 million Speaker Summit, which all of you have a free general pass to by being in this class. If you want to upgrade to VIP, it's only another $100. So let me know. But anyway, okay, so this is the toy. So let's talk about what makes you fearful. What makes you fearful? All right, so Virginia, what are some things that make you fearful? Because I want to try how this works. Do I have to go? Okay, so what makes you
The thought of I have so much to say, and my mind can get a little jumbled up sometimes.
Okay, so let me reword that.
Okay, so no, I know what makes me fearful. What makes me fearful, one of the things that makes me fearful is when I go on stage and what people are thinking about what I'm saying, and them not fully understanding what my abilities are, why it is that I do what I do to help people.
Okay. So it's what other people are thinking. Got it?
Yes.
Okay,
And,
who else?
and what other people are thinking, their beliefs, and their religious beliefs. Yeah, that's a block. And I have to overcome that and realize that not everybody is, and understand and accept that not everybody is going to come to me for my services. So that is a block.
Okay. All right. So we will address that more in the next couple of days, but let's just write down what makes us afraid. What are those things? We're afraid of what people are thinking. We're afraid of what? Who can
Of
tell me?
not saying, using the right words, of stumbling through words, of what happens to your body when you are on stage.
Okay, stumbling. Okay. All right. So let's hear from some other people too. So what are some things that might make you fearful?
Losing track of your thoughts.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Losing your thoughts, forgetting what you're going to say. So what do you think of this little method
I like it.
instead of the board? It also has the ability to do texting too. I could text it if I wanted to. Oh, okay, so I could text. So what about, oops. I don't know. Let me see. Is it working? No, not quite working. Okay, I'll figure that out. I like the drawing anyway. All right, so what else? What else makes us fear? What else makes us fearful?
Maybe be when you're not really prepared, because sometimes when you're not prepared, you have some insecurity.
Right.
Right, not being prepared. That's good. What about judgment? Does anybody feel like they're going to be judged when they step out on stage?
Yes.
Right?
That's a huge
People
one.
aren't going to like you.
Right.
Not being
And
liked.
also, if you're secure in what your religious beliefs are, it doesn't matter as much what other people's are, because it becomes more a thing of sharing rather than judgmental.
Right, or rather rather than preaching.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so any other fears, any other things that come up? Like why you might be fearful sometimes?
Sometimes going
Renee?
off on a tangent.
Right, right. Tangent. Denise, tangent. Yes, Renee.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I'm really hungry and I'm worried about if my lavalier, if it can hear the inside of my tummy gurgle, which can be loud. So I know I drink a lot of water and I'll have something to eat a little bit, but sometimes I'm so focused on my speech that it has happened where it gurgled, and I said, well, I'm doing a detox. Well, that's what happens. And so let's move forward. And so people were giggling and laughing, but they were laughing with me because it was a group of women who were single women who were over 45 or 50. And it just so happened that 5 of them were doing detoxing at the same time. So they all kind of
Yeah.
And the opposite can happen too. If you eat too much, it can make you
gassy.
sleepy or lazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think RB says, what are we supposed to do? We're not supposed to eat a banana, or we are supposed to eat a banana?
I haven't talked about bananas, but you want to stay away from dairy. You want to stay away from caffeine. Caffeine dries out your vocal cords, and dairy causes phlegm. So
what's with the bananas?
I don't know. I didn't say anything. It wasn't me that said anything about a banana.
You know what, for your throat? No, you didn't say that? When you right before? Okay. What is it that causes phlegm? What causes phlegm?
Dairy.
Okay.
Yeah, dairy.
Doesn't it make you gassy also when you're on stage? That's not good.
I have no idea. I've never, you know what, as far as I'm concerned, except for maybe the hungry, your body, when you start to speak, your body will behave itself. So I've never had to worry about having to pee or gas, never. All right. And somehow the body, for me anyway, this part just behaves itself and this part does its thing. And I've never had to worry about any of that stuff. I think the key is don't worry about it. Just know, okay, body, we're going to go into speaker mode now. Behave. And like I've always taught people, when you go to speak and you don't eat with the lunch with people or the breakfast or the dinner, you're really missing out on that connection. Don't be a kind of a prissy speaker that goes, oh, I can't eat before I speak. You know, if that's really you and you can't eat for whatever reason, like you're going to throw up, push around your food and pretend you're eating, because otherwise it sends the wrong message. And that table that you're going to connect with, that could be your next client. The person the closer the people are to you, the more apt they are to be your client.
Right.
I never eat before performing, but I always I will sit with them and maybe have some tea or something like that, because I like to be a little hungry when I speak and perform.
Well, that's fine. And singing might be a little bit different, probably a lot different than the actual speaking. But all I'm saying is, have tea with them, push your food around, talk with them, tell them, look, I can't eat right now because, or whatever. But I'm saying, don't be one of those aloof. Aloof is probably a better word. Aloof kind of speakers that can't, that wants to walk around and be in a green room and not be with the people that you're with, because they're really excited to be with you, the speaker. You're a celebrity every time you speak, even if you just go and speak for a chamber of commerce. You are the celebrity. All right?
Well, Dr. Renee has a question.
Yes.
Real quickly, Arby, yeah, I do. You told me this about several years ago, push around the food. I'll push around the food and mess it up so it looks like I ate something. And then I'll ask them questions, and then while they're talking, I'm pushing around the food so it's not attracting, so I'm not getting the attention. It's the attention on the people around me, or the event planner, or the CEO, whoever I'm talking with. So they're talking about their life or whatever it is, their family, and then I push around and mess up the food so it looks like I ate.
Good.
So I learned that from you. So that was,
Yeah, you just want to be with them and talk to them is the main thing. Most people that don't eat with them or don't eat, they're sitting there and they're not engaged. They're just kind of like this. I'm saying that the bad move, because those people really want to connect with you. All right, so let's do this. We're going to finish this conversation about fear. I want to give Virginia some really tangible things that she can use. But because we're here, I want to do something fun. So you got to put these back on. Okay, I'm going to share my screen for a minute. How did you like that little machine? Kind of cool, huh?
So what was that?
It's called an InSwan, and it's just a little projector. You could get it on Amazon. It's $100. And it just, is another way, another tool that you can use for your training without having to, it's a whiteboard without having the whiteboard. The whiteboard inside Zoom, it's almost, you have to use text. It's almost impossible to kind of write.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so let's move forward. We got a lot to cover. All right, so I just wanted to show you this video. Can you all hear it?
A lot of that sound. Oh, not anymore.
I turned it off. Can you hear it though?
Yeah.
Okay.
All the boys are calling crazy girl. I hope she sings this tonight. I know. Hey, Dad, pull over. We need gum.
I'm on it.
Is it taking over your whole
Oh, honey?
screen?
Your
Here's some money.
What do we got here?
No, I'm just seeing your face, whatever that is here.
Is that a video or what?
Is everybody seeing the video?
No, we see
No.
with all these videos on it, but we're not seeing the actual video.
Oh,
that's
okay.
the video.
Might help if I share my screen. Okay.
Yeah, I think you just have to close that page and
Okay.
once the video's
So
running.
click on the one you want.
I did click on the one I wanted. I was watching it. Okay, let me stop
Oh,
that.
okay.
Okay, so we won't worry about it then. I'll get it queued up for later, but it's just a video about judgment, you know, and what happens when we judge and just some funny things that happen. So I'll queue it up after break so you can see it. It works better if I put it on a PowerPoint. All right, so let's continue. Let's go to page 4. And these are some techniques that you can learn to eliminate the nervousness, eliminate the physicalness. When we are nervous, it really is a physical thing for us, which is that natural reaction of fight or flight.
Mhm.
So, you know, when we're fearful, you know, it's like either we have to run or we've got to set up to fight. So I want you to change. We can't change the physical, Virginia, but what we can change is how we react. So we're going to fight. We are
Okay.
going to fight. We're going to fight with everything we have.
Your voice has gone back to where it was at the very beginning. It's lower now.
You said page 4?
Page 4.
That says step 8.
Page 4.
Page 4, what does it say on the page? Because step 8 says,
Page 4. Eliminate the fear of speaking.
No, not mine.
not mine either.
This is the second part of the email. It was another part of the package.
The manual.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so RV, and what they're seeing is this part here is also page 4, but then there's another part that's also page 4.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
the second part. It says
Page
it's the
4
limit.
in the manual.
Okay.
It's a manual part.
The forms are separate. These forms we have to fill out later are separate.
Yes,
Correct.
we're not going to look at this yet. Well, I'll tell you when to look at that. Okay,
Yeah.
which is next, but not now. Let's just address the nervousness. All right, so here's
Oh, I see. Eliminate the fear of speaking. Okay.
yeah. The other one shouldn't go in the manual. There, it's separate because you're going to be using that to write. All right, and I'm is my microphone back? Is it okay or is it bad?
Yeah.
Now it's good.
Okay, good. All right. So when you start, think of it like this with the 3 Ps. Now, again, these are techniques that are going to eliminate that fear and just control the nervousness a little bit. It'll take time to get over it. The best way to get over fear of speaking is to speak more and just get those fears managed. But in the meantime, this will eliminate at least 75% of the fear. And that is plan your presentation. Number 1, you need to plan it. How do you plan it? Outline it. So many people get up and wing their presentation. And of course they're nervous. They don't really know what they're going to say. They just wing it. They've not practiced it. They didn't outline it. They're just going to open their mouth and talk. Well, that is very nerve-wracking for anybody. I could never do that, right? All right, so outline it first. Number 1, plan. So we're going to take some time and really plan it. You want to plan this presentation like you plan a vacation. You know, you go in so much detail with that vacation and everything you're going to do. You want to do the same thing here. That's how you set yourself up for success, speaking success. Plan and outline that presentation. Know exactly what you're going to say, where you're going to go with it, where the ending is going to be, what the close is going to be. And again, you're going to do that now by following the system. Following the system so you don't have to go, well, I don't even know how to plan it. I don't know what that noise was. I don't even know how to plan it. You'll know how to plan it now. This is the outline. This is what you're going to do, okay? All right, the next one, practice the presentation. And it tells you in here, you need to practice for 1 hour for 2 minutes of presentation. So if you had a 30-minute presentation, Kay, how long would you be practicing?
Okay.
How many hours?
If you have a 30-minute, 15 minutes,
15 hours.
15 hours.
15 hours. Do you know most people don't even practice 1 hour? And that's why they're nervous, or that's why they're not that great, or that's why they're not getting the clients or the business or changing the lives or moving people, because they didn't put in the time. Now, when you create your signature talk today, you want to at least put in 15 hours of practice? Yes, but that doesn't mean you have to every single time you give it. The more you give it, then the less time, but you at least want to brush up on it at least an hour or two before you give it again. And that's, again, signature talks you give over and over. It's the same talk. But once you develop a new talk, because I've developed a new talk with all this COVID thing, how to speak virtually, then you need hours in again. Got it?
Got it.
Good. When I say got it, you say got it, I say good. All right, so that's the number one reason people are fearful. Not enough planning, not enough practice, not enough rehearsal. Now, when we do rehearse, you rehearse out loud. This is not a rehearsal where you're thinking it in your mind. Because what happens when we speak it and we hear it, then we can recall it. It's like that song. We're in the car listening to the radio, and that song comes on. You know, the player, whatever that is, it goes over and over again. And before we know it, we're singing it. We never set out to memorize that song. We just heard it. There's a difference between memorizing and just hearing it and knowing it and becoming the script. When we memorize, we have to hunker down and we want to memorize every single word. But when we hear it, then it leaves room for other words, right? We don't have to say it the exact same way. So that's why we never write out our speech. We only outline it, and then we practice what we want to say verbally. We listen to ourselves, and then we become the script. And when we become the script, that's where the power comes in. That's where, Virginia, if you're in a group and you get that spirit coming down to say, share this story, you'll be free to share it without it throwing you off.
Okay.
That's the beauty. And I've had that happen to me many times. All of a sudden, I just felt inspired to share a story that I've never planned on sharing, but it's because someone in the audience needed to hear it.
Right.
And
Okay.
that's how you really serve. So be free of your script by becoming that script.
Okay.
And nothing will jog you off. And if something does, if you're in the middle of something and you totally, you know, the spirit left the body kind of thing, experience, just ask your audience, where was I? Great. I just wanted to make sure you were paying attention. My famous line, people, you've all probably heard me do that. I sometimes get so wrapped up in a story or a nested story, which is a story within a story, that sometimes I've lost my place. And I just ask the audience. It gives me enough time to collect my thoughts back again. But I never let them see me sweat, ever, ever. Just ask and then say, thank you. I just want to make sure you're listening. I don't go, oh my God, I totally blew it. I totally forgot.
Right.
No, you're the speaker. You're the professional. You're the celebrity. All right. So prepare yourself. That's the third P. What does that mean? That means that you know ahead of time what you're going to wear so that you're not frazzled on the day of your speech. You have your jewelry, your everything, makeup, whatever you're going to do, you have that ready. You know exactly where you're going to go. You have the MapQuest. You have the person's name. You've got their phone number. It's so critical. What I do is I create a speaker folder. Let me get you one. I'll show you really quickly.
Isn't this fun? I just love this.
Lots to remember.
No, it's fun. I've heard this, but it's always great to hear it with fresh ears. I just love RV and the way she teaches.
Yeah, she's amazing. Yeah, lots of fun.
I can hear you, you know.
Oh, I was just back talking about you, RV. Side note.
A speaker folder, and I can send you this, but all it has is it's a checklist for everything that I need to have ready for that speaking engagement. And like I said, I'll send it to you during the break, but it says create the purple folder. Purple for me means speaking engagement. It has 2 days before, call, contact, and confirm the number of people attending. So I can have handouts if I want. Print and self-introduction, right? Speaker introduction, print handouts, print directions, add mileage to mileage log so I can make sure I'm keeping track of it for my income tax. It's easier to do it then than wait till the end of the year. The day before the speaking gig, have my speaker bag ready. Pick a giveaway, because you're all going to learn how to give away. Bag for collecting business cards. These are live events. Now my checklist is a little different because now I'll do something different like texting, join my text list, but same kind of thing. Then after the engagement, what I do there, which I enter them in Infusionsoft. And inside, I have contact information. I've got my flyer, whatever my handle was, the title of the talk, and then any business cards that I've gathered. So that if I want to go back later and see, now they're in Infusionsoft, but you know how we all love to see, face recognition. So then anytime I could go, now, what was that girl? I know I met her at that last event I spoke at. Who was, and I'll go through the cards. So that's what's in this folder. And then any offer form, if I'm selling something. And so it's all in there. I know on this day, I spoke at a group in Whittier, and I spoke about boost your business today by what you say in the first 10 seconds. Boom. So if I go back to that organization, I can do something else. Or I could say, well, last time I was here, I did X. Do you want me to do it again or something else? Right? Speaking engagements are like clients. You want to go back to the same ones.
Right.
The more they know you, the more they love you, the more they'll buy from you. So you don't just blow off one speech at the chamber and never go back because you went there once. You keep going back once a year. Yeah, that's how you gather more speaking engagements as you go on. All right.
So you'll send us those sheets? You'll send us those sheets?
Yeah,
Email?
Yeah, I'll email it to you at the break.
Thank you.
I do that for my safaris as well. Before the safari, what to prepare for, what to have, what to take, during the safari and after the safari.
Perfect. We need that. Yeah, good.
Good organizational skills.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. So we're now on page 5. So, and this will help all of you. Just visualize your success. Yes, it sounds so easy, but are you doing it? Ahead of time? I mean, I do. I visualize people coming up and buying from me. I visualize them coming up to me and saying, good things, or saying, hey, your story really inspired me, right? Imagine a bunch of people. The more, the better. So visualize your success. And number 3, and again, this will help you, Virginia, it's not about you.
Right.
It's about you. I know you know that intellectually,
Yeah.
but you got to tell your body, look, body, it's not about you right now. It's not about you. It's about the people out there that I have. It's about the people that have to hear that message, right? So just do whatever you can. But again, if you practice like I recommend, prepare like I recommend, you will not have to worry about fear ever again. Just a little tiny bit. And one thing I do is I always, before I step on stage, I always say a mantra to myself. And my mantra to me is, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best, right? Now, Florence, do you have a mantra or something that you say before you step on your stages to sing?
I don't, but with the group, we always get together and we pray. We thank God for the opportunity and ask Him to bless the people that we sing to and help them to forget their problems for a while and to bring joy to them.
Nice. I like that. That's something that you could do too. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
and I always go to the bathroom before every show.
amen.
Whether I have to or not, that's my thing.
That's right. Me too. Good idea. All right. And then again, under it's not about you. Focus really on what it is you're giving. And the more you keep your audience involved, the more you're not involved. You know what I mean? If you just transfer that energy and get your audience involved and have them do high fives and all this great stuff, and you'll learn more about that later. The more you do that, the more they're engaged, and the less they're thinking about you, and the less you're thinking about you. and then you're just thinking about them. One of the fastest ways in the beginning to transfer that business to them is when we do our attention grabber, which we're going to do it in right after the break. When you do that attention grabber and you put it out there, like for instance, if I say, how many of you want more clients? How many of you not only want more clients, you want a lot of clients, right? And I'm pushing it out there, and then you respond and say, yeah, then that nervousness just transferred to them, which turned into energy, which just came back and fueled you. How cool is that? So even if you're a little nervous in the beginning, you just start it, bam, and it goes, it comes back energy, and now you're energized. And we're gonna try that live here today. Okay, so we're gonna jump right into the title. I always start every speech with a title. Think about it, every speech with an idea. And that title, and then we're gonna take a break at 10:30. We'll take a break every 90 minutes. So don't worry, if you need to run off for something, go ahead. But otherwise, just know you'll have every 90 minutes break. So we're gonna start with that title. And in the title is the promise. It's the promise of what you're gonna deliver. It's the promise of what they're gonna get. So think of it like that. So bad titles are questions. So don't use questions like, why are we in quarantine? Why do we have fear today? No, it's a question that doesn't have a promise to it, right? It's just a question. So titles need to be promises. They need to be benefit driven. They need to be, this is what you're going to get. Now, sure, we can work off of the pain. You've seen titles that have the pain in it, like how to, like I might have 5 traps that speakers fall into and how to avoid them. So that's dealing with the pain, but it still has a promise, because here's the pain, the traps, but here's the solution on how to avoid them. People love numbers, keep that in mind. They love secrets. So what
I'm not sure, I apologize, I'm not sure I'm grasping the concept of pain and the promise.
Well, don't worry about so much about that, but you've probably heard like number 6 here is like, has a number, 7 deadly mistakes people make when buying a house and how to avoid them. That's dealing with the pain. Yeah. Okay, you don't have to.
The pain?
Yeah, you can just stick with the promises. So like,
okay.
7 secrets to creating a persuasive presentation that sells. That's the promise. 5 easy ways to eliminate stage fright forever. How to negotiate like a pro and create win-win deals. So people like how-tos, they like secrets, they like numbers, and it always needs to be benefit driven. So we're on page 6 and 7. You're going to see a lot of examples. A lot of these examples came from Jay Abraham's training years ago. He was a master at this. So just plug and play or come up with your own. You're going to come up with 3 of them. We're going to vote on them. All right? You're going to come up with 3 titles for your signature talk, and we are going to say what we would like or not. Now, why is this important? Because the title is the only thing that people see to decide whether or not they want to come and hear you talk, sing, or otherwise, right? So the title matters. So we're just going to take about 5 minutes. Go ahead and write your titles.
Can we just take one of these titles if we like it?
Absolutely, and plug in your topic.
So you said they like how-to, secrets, numbers, and what else?
How-tos, numbers, secrets.
And anything else?
Well, and then the other thing I said is make it a benefit driven, have the promise in it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so you go do that. I'm going to go get some more. Hey, Bernice, how are you? Good, good, good. All right, just finish it up. We're doing 3 titles. We're on the bottom of page 7. Write those in your book. Once we vote on them, we will put them on this handy dandy little handout. So so how many of you need a little bit more time? Okay, Virginia, Florence, okay. So we'll take another 5 minutes. Again, create the title that you think someone is going to want to come to. It has to be exciting. It has to be benefit driven. Don't get too technical. Nobody wants therapy. They might need it, but they're not going to come and listen to it.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, so let's take a couple more minutes and wrap it up. Then we're going to vote on them.
Was that 3, RV? You needed 3 titles?
Yes, 3. And then we're going to vote on them and you'll know what one is the best one for you to use.
Okay.
Okay, so once everyone's ready, just go ahead and give me a reaction. Let me know. Give me a thumbs up in the corner. Let me know you're ready. Okay, great. All right, Kay, are you ready? Okay. All right, well, let's go with what you have. Let's go with what you have. All right, so we will start. All right, so I think we're going to start with Fran because she was ready. So here's how it's going to go. She's going to read all 3. We're going to listen, and then she's going to read all 3 again, and we're going to vote. You only get 1 vote. So you can't vote on all 3. So 1 vote, and that's going to tell her, the majority of the room, that that's the best one, that you would come and listen to that speech. So as you're listening, see what would get me to come to that, right? All right, so Fran, go ahead and read your 3.
What every woman needs to gain, what every woman needs to gain economic freedom, how to give a persuasive presentation and attract high-paying clients, top 10 tips for establishing your brand and eliminating the competition.
Okay, so those are all good, but Fran, I'm not so sure that they're customized for you and what you do. I don't have a sense of what you do. Okay, this is your title of your signature talk. So if your signature talk is teaching women how to be aware, right, and to have a joyful life, then maybe that should be part of the title.
Well, that's really not what I was going to focus on because
Okay.
my training's really in branding and entrepreneurs.
Okay, so you're going to go into branding, like
Yeah.
branding with logos and graphics and color.
No, it's women who want to be entrepreneurs who are then taught how to take their ideas or their talents or their skills and put them in a package and brand them just like you brand with your color or you know, any number of things. And branding is only part of it. It would be how to organize, how to put things into systems.
Right. So we need to kind of capsulize all that. We have to be careful about using that brand word though, because to me that means you do branding, which means you've got a team of graphic artists and they're going to put your logo together, and because that's usually how it's used. So
Okay.
you can use it verbally to people, but we probably don't want to put it in the title because it's misleading. So
Okay.
how could you, so it's like you take women that are these women in transition? Are they older women that want their second career? They want to live their passion. They want to do what God told them to do. What kind of women are these women?
Yeah, it would be women in their second career or older women. I mean, women over 40 or 50, if you want to call that older, and
Okay.
that live their passion,
That want to live their passion.
that want to live their passion, and they don't know how to have, kind of like where I'm at. How do you get your voice heard? How do you put it all, everything you know, how do you put that together into a package to present to people, either as a coach or selling your t-shirts or whatever you're doing?
I love that. I absolutely love that. So let's go maybe a little bit higher then, since that's what it is. So maybe it's something like, and how to is fine, but how do you create a new life from, your existing knowledge, something like that. It's
Well, like that.
how do you create the life? And I don't like to say life of your dreams, but just take the idea, but how to create the second half of your life better than the first, or how to create a business from all your knowledge, from your years of knowledge. So we really want that promise. So if these are women that really want to know how to put it all together, right?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
create a profitable business, that's what we want to say. But we just say it in a title form.
I
How
get
to
it.
take all of your knowledge and talents and make money doing it, or make a ton of dough, right? Because that's really what you're saying. Because that's what you've done for yourself. That's what you're doing, and that's what you've done for yourself. How do you
And
take all of this knowledge and package it, to make some money and serve?
I like that.
All right, so you work on those ideas.
Okay.
Okay. I think, Florence, you were next. You had your hand up. You were ready? You're muted. I probably did it. I probably muted you earlier.
Okay. 1, grace in your second act. 2, your best dimension is around the corner. And 3, let your light shine physically, mentally, and spiritually.
Okay. So, Fran, you should listen to those titles, because that's the same feeling.
Mm-hmm.
They're not to take her titles, but that's the feeling that you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hers is done in a more spiritual sense, but yours should be in a more business sense. So do those 3 again, and let's all vote on them. You get 1 vote.
Okay. 1 is grace in your second act.
I like that one.
2 is your best dimension is around the corner.
I like that because you're part of the 5th dimension.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to put dimension in there. So.
I love that.
Yeah.
And 3 is let your light shine, PMS, physically, mentally, and spiritually.
Okay, so let's vote again. Let's all say them one more time. We'll vote.
Okay. 1, grace in your second act. 2, your best dimension is around the corner. 3,
Yeah.
let your light shine, PMS, physically, mentally, and spiritually.
Okay, so what? All right, so we're all saying you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 for number 2. Virginia, what do you think?
Maybe a combination of the 2 and the 1 a little bit together, the grace and dimension in the same tagline, maybe.
In the second act, yeah, I would love that.
I love that. The dimension for sure, but that second act.
The best dimension in the second act.
Yeah, that's it. The best dimension in the second act.
Your best dimension in your second act?
Yeah, your second act.
Second
That's what I think, because your always sounds really powerful. I think so, RB, don't you think the your?
Yeah, yeah.
Your best dimension is in your second act?
Yes.
Yes.
Best dimension is, I would say maybe not in. Your best dimension is the second act. And I wouldn't put your there. Your best dimension is the second act.
Your best dimension.
I think
like
that sounds good.
Yeah.
Your best dimension is the second act.
Is the second act, yeah.
Mhm.
And then that gets your dimension and the acting, you know,
Uh-huh.
you can act. I love that. And it builds curiosity. See, we don't need a title that says exactly what they're going to get, because then people go, oh, I already know that. No, that one builds curiosity. They're like, well, I think I know, but it sounds interesting, but I don't have a clue. I better go and see it. So beautiful. Now, when we've decided, go ahead, you're going to do two things. You're going to put it in the chat box, and you're also going to write it on the top of this form. We're starting to build this form. I know you want to put it on your notepad, but believe me, when we do our speech, we're going to do it from this form. And you don't want to be looking and hassling with your notes. You want to have it all nice and ready to go, outlined on this form. So we're starting with the title. So Florence, go ahead and write that in the chat box. And the reason why we do that is because we're going to refer to it. So we don't have to continue to ask you if we want to all look at it. Very good. All right. Okay, Renee, would you like to go next?
Oh, okay. Okay, here we go. The top 3 secrets of virtual dating that you never thought of.
Okay.
Number 2 is 7 dating tips to an exciting and romantic evening.
Okay.
Number 3 is 5 secret tips to getting the love you want for women over 50.
Okay. I like where you're going, a little rough on that one. So say that again, 5, maybe secrets.
I like the word secrets.
Secrets.
Okay, so how about this? The 5 secrets to getting the love you want for women over 50.
I like that. Very clear.
That's the third one. The
Okay.
first one is the top 3 secrets of virtual dating that you never thought of.
Oh, I like that, virtual dating.
Yes, because that's my next book, is finding Mr. Swipe Right for Mr. Right. And then the tagline underneath that is secrets to virtual dating. Swipe right for Mr. Right. You know how they do the swiping? I haven't been online in 20 years. But
Yeah.
what my clients tell me is you got to swipe this way to
Oh,
go on these things like silver slippers or silver strands or silver something.
That's probably if you're on the phone.
Sneakers.
Silver, what was that?
Sneakers.
Sneakers. Okay, not slippers. Sorry.
Sneakers. Yeah, I don't know, but I like that as a title. I like it, that as a title. I mean, all 3 of those are separate speeches. They're all separate, 3 different speeches. Yeah, one about virtual dating, one about tips for, you know, live dating.
An exciting and romantic evening. I could write a book just on date night in, and that could be for married couples, which is a huge people get really excited about that. And then people who've been dating for a while, you know, where there's more companions. There's a lot of people over 50 or 60, they don't want to get married, but they're companions and they love being with each other.
Right.
So, and then it's kind of like stale. So this is like to excite them.
Right.
So it's nothing erotic. It's more exciting and loving. And it's very R-rated. I mean, G-rated, not R, G-rated.
Right, right. Right. Well, it really comes down to what speech do you want to create this weekend? Do you want to create that, you know, a new speech about virtual dating? Or do you want to create, you know, how to find your love at last, your old favorite? You know, how to find the love of your life? You know, I mean, what speech do you want to do? So the title that we're coming to, it's like, what speech do you want to do? And then it's kind of 3 different options for that speech. Because sometimes, like my speech, let's say I have one that says how to generate leads and referrals, how to speak up and get clients, how to triple your income and double your time off. People are going to want one of those. They're going to resonate with one over the other, but it's the same talk. It's still my Leads Talk, my LEADE, because that's my signature talk that gets me the business,
Right.
right? If
Uh-huh.
I'm talking to a different kind of group, like a women's group that's not a business group, I will use Your Message Matters, right? Things that have to do with more of the emotional message and not the making money business message.
Yeah.
So, and now I'm talking about how to do virtual presentations, and there's several that I have in there, but it's the same talk, but with 3 different titles. So pick the talk that you want to talk about this weekend, because you have so many that you could do. And then let's do 3 different versions of that title. Okay.
Okay. Uh-huh. And I
Yeah.
use the acronym LOVE a lot, but I use that, the inner game, outer game, and then the action. I put that under the acronym of LOVE, LOVE. So L is for leverage, or L is for look, or L is for whatever it is, and then O is for observe, or whatever it is. But I use that acronym because it's 4 letters, and then I can pop it up in my head depending what situation, audience, or what I'm hired to talk about. But I can mix and match.
Good.
But I learned that acronym from you, and not the acronym, but how to do the acronyms. So it keeps me without notes. I can split off whatever it is, but with a topic. That makes sense, RV?
Yes, that's good if you can have one acronym and use it in multiple places.
But I'm multiple places, yes.
Yeah.
But it's always about love or God.
Yes,
or it's
of
all
course.
together.
Of course.
All right,
All right,
thanks for your
so
suggestion.
we'll come back to you. So pick which of those 3 topics you would like to talk about this weekend. Then we'll pick that title. Okay.
Thank you.
So Kay, you're up.
Okay. Boy, this is not easy. 5 things you must know before going on safari. 4 animals I can promise you'll see on safari. And hear the wildlife secrets and stories of the bush.
Ooh, they're all very good. I think it'd be interesting if it was something about the animals that we would never see, never know about, the strangest animals, the secret animals, or the ones, that might be a little interesting if we could add that to that one. Okay, so say them again and then we'll vote, but see how Kay's got one topic, but just some, little directions she could go a little bit.
So 5 things you must know before going on safari. 4 animals I can promise you'll see on safari, or I could say 4 animals that you've never heard of on safari. And then learn the wildlife secrets and stories of the bush.
I like the bush, but I'm not sure I know what that means, in terms of that it's a safari. I'm wondering if you could come up with a title, because if the first one really makes logical sense, but what if I go, you know what, I don't want to go on safari, but it's like reasons we should go on safari. Like
How
5
about
reasons.
Fun and interesting?
I'm sorry?
Fun and interesting, or unusual, up close and personal with the unusual or rare animals on safari, something like that.
Maybe
It's
rare,
bush.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like the word bush. I know what it is.
I don't
those
like it
people-
either.
I don't like the word
Well,
bush.
yeah, but everybody calls it the jungle, but it's not the jungle, it's the bush. So
Just say the word safari and just use safari
I
instead of,
mean, you can say bush. I mean, you can say safari instead of bush.
yeah, I think
Yeah,
safari
it
sounds
probably
cool
would
next
sound
year.
better.
Okay, so you mean for the wildlife secrets, or for the animal, or
Well,
okay.
the animal one you can use rare. I like that idea, but I think Renee's talking about the third one. Just
Yep.
substitute safari for bush.
Okay, learn the wildlife secrets and stories on safari.
And safari. Yeah, take out bush. I don't even like the word bush in regular sentences. You know what I mean? As women, it's like,
Yeah, but
Well, yeah. Yeah.
doesn't
so
sound
you
good.
go to Africa, then that's all you say is the bush.
Yeah, no, but as a tagline, safari is sexier. I think,
Okay.
RB, what do you think?
Agreed. Totally agreed.
Wildlife secrets and stories.
What if we just said secrets and not stories?
Okay, you can. Okay,
On
learn.
safari.
Okay,
Say that over again.
Okay, so learn the wildlife secrets of a safari.
See, I like the word bush, and I also like the word, the one you just took out. I can't remember now.
Stories?
Stories, yeah, because I picture stories around a campfire,
Yeah.
and I like that idea. And bush, I think, is exactly what it is. It's the bush, you know.
I don't like bush either, though. It just safari is just more romantic.
It's
Classy.
glamorous. It's classy. It's glamorous. And then
Classy.
maybe with the word learn, maybe you could put ing because it's more compelling, I think, than learn. I just think it's a little, I don't know. I always go to sexier.
Well, in titles,
More of an action word.
yeah, in
How
title,
about enjoy? Enjoy the secrets of your African safari.
well, I like something like, 5 reasons you should go on a safari before you die, that kind of thing. You're trying to get business. I mean, not exactly, but the feeling of it, you're trying to get business. It's not like, okay, let's just go and, sit and look and whatever. It's like, here's like why it should be on your bucket list. Why the, 5 reasons why an African safari needs to be on your bucket list.
Okay, so I've done a lot of those. So I mean, obviously I can say that 5 reasons you must, why you must go on safari before you die, or why you must see Africa before it disappears, or.
There you go.
I like that.
Disappears. I like disappears.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That because that raises awareness and what? Curiosity. What do you mean disappear?
Right. I like that.
Yeah, it disappears.
Yeah.
Because things are disappearing.
And animals are disappearing.
Animals are disappearing.
Yeah.
They reappeared during the pandemic because nobody was around.
They're disappearing during the pandemic too because nobody's around.
To take care of them or something like that.
Not take care of them, just to watch for poachers and watch and see
That's
what's
what I
going
mean.
on out there.
Yeah, the poachers.
Okay. All right. Let me work on that.
Okay, we'll come back. All right, Virginia. You're muted. Let me unmute you. Virginia, you're muted and I can't unmute you because you muted yourself.
Okay.
And you know what, Florence, hang on one second.
Okay.
Florence, I think you do need the in there after looking at it. Your best dimension is the second act. I think you need to say in. Your best dimension is in the second act. So that's why I like to see things printed and hear things. So put the IN back in there. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Virginia. Go ahead.
Okay, so going back to what you just said, I've been stuck in looking at the title, Your Best Dimension is in the second act. And I've been looking at it for the last 2 minutes, and I'm not seeing the connection between the dimension and the second act. I don't.
Okay, well, that's not what we're here to do right now, Virginia.
Yeah,
Right
well,
now, it's your turn.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, okay.
So,
We
sorry.
could be here all day with that discussion, but let's
Right.
move forward, yeah.
Okay, so here's what I came up. I actually came up with 4. The 3 secrets to letting go and finding clarity. 3 secrets to unveiling your purpose. The benefits of releasing the past and moving forward. How and why it's important to let go of your fears.
Okay, what if you did a combination of 3 and 4? I really like 3. Let's
I do
see that
too.
again, and then put the ending that you have, maybe 4, but put the ending of 3. So do that, say those again.
Of 3.
Say those 2 again, the last 2.
The benefits of releasing the past, of releasing your past and moving forward.
I like that one.
How and why it's important to let go of your fears.
No, and so instead of let go of fears, how would you say how and why it's important to
Let go of your fears.
let go of your fears and move forward? That might be one, but I don't really like the word fears either, because people are going to say, I don't have any fear. I don't have fears.
Blockages.
No, blockages is awful. Ugh. Nobody wants that.
God.
Sounds like a bowel problem.
Yeah, exactly.
we can say your emotional blockages. That's one of the things that people call me about all the time is their blockages, their emotional blockages, which can be fears.
And that's good, but in a title where people don't know you, and it's a, you know, kind of a generic
Yeah.
new audience, we want to be mindful.
Okay.
Okay, so I love all those titles. So say them again and we'll rearrange, but say it again. I love them
You
all.
want to hear all 4 of them?
Yes, please.
Okay. 3 secrets to letting go and finding clarity.
Okay, I like that one.
3 secrets to unveiling your purpose.
I like that one. I love that word unveil. Isn't that good?
I like that the best, yeah.
Yeah, it's a visual.
Your past and moving forward. How and why it's important to let go and move forward. I don't like move forward.
Okay, all right. So let's vote. I think we've all heard him and we know, yeah. Okay, so we like 2. Okay, and Florence, you said you like that one also. So that's
Yeah.
unanimous.
Which one was that?
Number
The
2.
3 secrets to unveiling your purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, everybody said 2.
Oh, everybody said 2.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's it. No other comments.
That's it. We're not here to coach. I'm the coach here. So we're not all here to coach each other on the title, or we could be here all weekend. But we want something to start with. And again, this is a work in progress. So as you go on this journey, you may tweak and stuff, all that, pivot and adapt a little bit as you go through it. And that's okay. We just need a starting point. Think of it like an address. And we're getting ready to put that address in our phone to go there. But we didn't even get in the car yet. We're going to get in the car in a minute.
Can I ask you a question about mine? You
Yes.
said your best dimension is in the 2nd act. What about in your 2nd act?
Yeah, you could do that. Your 2nd act. Yeah. With the IN in there, yeah, the your is better. So Virginia, go ahead and put yours in there, because a lot of times if we see it, we might there might be something that comes up for you. Okay, so Renee has the 3 top secrets for women over 50 to put attract. Don't put INGs in your title. It weakens them. So to attract perfect love in a virtual world. That's a little long. I would recommend shortening a little bit. The top 3 secrets for women over 50 to attract their perfect love in a virtual world. How does that sound? It's still long, but a little different. Okay.
Can you say it one more time? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, the top.
Okay, so I'm so sorry. The top, yes.
3 secrets for
Yep.
women over 50 to attract
Yes.
their perfect love in a virtual world.
They're perfect.
Instead of in a virtual world, because we're here. Now, if it's over 50.
Well, that was the last part. I'm so sorry, RB.
Don't worry.
Their perfect love in
In
A, yeah.
instead of
Yeah.
a virtual world.
Okay.
And that's a good title, Renee, even if you want to mix it up with different women, because you could say the top secrets for women to attract their perfect love in a virtual world. So even if you wanted to change the target from women over 50 and just make it generic, you still got the title and the speech, you just take out the age.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank
so that's
you.
a good one. All right, let's go back to Fran and go ahead and okay, Virginia put hers in. 3 secrets to unveiling. I love that word, unveiling your purpose. Now you might even want to classy it up by saying kind of like what kind of purpose, like your
Life purpose.
your life purpose, but that's been kind of overused. There might be another one, your ultimate purpose, your inner purpose, your spiritual purpose, your higher purpose.
Your soul purpose.
You know, something, just think purpose is just, it's good. And then it just kind of goes poop. So what kind of purpose, you know,
Right.
your lifelong purpose, your most desired purpose, you know, for me, I'd say God-given purpose, but you know, I know for you, you're keeping it more generic. Okay. So add a little something to that. Let's go to Fran and then we'll take a little break. I promised you 90 minutes, and I'm a tiny bit over, but I don't want to stop the momentum.
7 secrets to package your knowledge and experiences for fun, freedom, and profit.
Ooh, I like that. That says it all.
Yeah.
Love it.
Women over 50, 3 secrets to create a business that feeds your body, soul, and spirit.
Okay, I would try it without the women over 50. Leave that out. I think you got something there.
Okay. 3 secrets to create a business that feeds your body, soul, and spirit.
I like that one.
Yeah, and that's really what I do, all 3 of them. Okay, and 5 reasons women over 50 must create their own business for fun, freedom, and profit.
Okay, a little bit long on that one.
Yeah.
Okay. What,
Read 'em
take
again.
out the women over 50, and then what have you got?
5 reasons you must create your own business for fun, freedom, and profit.
Yes, that's better.
I mean,
Yeah, now Kay, you put vanishes instead of disappears, and we
I-
all like disappears.
Here, okay.
And you shouldn't you say an African, not an Africa, an African safari?
Yeah, I have it written down African, but I just wrote Africa, yes.
Oh,
Thank you.
Your live list instead of bucket list. I like that. Okay, we'll come back to you, Kay, and just
Live list, live
so,
list,
so,
live list, yeah.
so back to Fran. Say those again. I really like the second one, but say those again.
7 secrets to package your knowledge and experiences for fun, freedom, and profit. 3 secrets to create a business that feeds your body, soul, and spirit.
I like that one.
5 reasons you must create your own business for fun, freedom, and profit.
Okay, I don't like that one as much. Okay, so I'm going to vote number 2. Hi, Jason in the room. Okay, number 2.
Mhm.
Okay, look around. What do you think, Virginia?
Can you repeat them again?
7 secrets to package your knowledge and experiences for fun, freedom, and profit. 3 secrets to create a business that feeds your body, soul, and spirit. 5 reasons you must create your own business for fun, freedom, and profit.
The first 2, I think they're too long. Maybe take bits and parts of. I would go with the last one.
Okay,
I
so
think they're too long. They're too wordy.
yeah, that's what I had said earlier a little bit.
Mhm.
All right, so let's just vote because we need to move forward. So everybody
everybody
says
said
2,
2.
the majority
Says
says
2.
2. So go
Yeah.
ahead and put it on there and we'll as we go, spoof it up. All right, so let's go back. Jason just joined us, so I'll work with him while so hi, Jason.
Hey,
So
how you doing?
I'll work with him while you ladies are on a break, but let's finish this up. So let's go back to Kay. Okay, so Kay, did you want to put the one with disappears instead? 5 reasons to
I
take
wrote it down on my list. So 5 reasons to take an African safari before it disappears. Or
Okay.
5 reasons an African safari should be on your live list.
Okay.
Oh, I like that.
y-
Oh, I
yeah,
like that, RV, the live list versus your bucket.
Right.
Yeah.
I love that. I've
I'll
never
put
liked
bucket
bucket.
Yeah, and put it on your live list.
I like,
Okay, so pick either one that you want because we both love them. All right, so pick one of those. All right, so Francis has 3 secrets to create a business that feeds your body. Put your in there. That's perfect. That's a good one. All right, so Virginia has, okay, so we have some choices here. So 3 secrets to unveil. I like unveil instead of unveiling because again, ing makes it weak. So 3 secrets to unveil your lifetime purpose, your heart's purpose, or your soul's purpose. All right, so which one do you like, Virginia? I like heart because that's not used very often.
I like the second one too.
Yeah, so look at the chat box, everyone, and just tell Virginia, do you like lifetime purpose? They're all good. Heart's purpose or soul purpose?
I like soul.
Okay, who said Saul Florence?
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I don't see them.
If
I
you
like hearts because you can do something with graphics with a heart, and it's a visual, and a lot of people who are spiritual are very highly visual. So
very good. Yeah, I like heart's purpose
I
because
like the
it's
heart.
not used. You know, lifetime purpose has been used a lot, soul purpose, spiritual purpose, this purpose, that purpose. So I think you're on a good one there, Virginia. Something new. And I agree with Renee. You can do a lot of graphics with it, and you can use the acronym HEART if you wanted to, and you got some good letters there.
Mhm.
Yeah, very good.
I want to go back to, I think it's K's, 5 reasons an African safari should be on your live list. Some people will say live list. You know what I'm saying?
I always say rhymes with give, but you know, you can't say that in a speech, but I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I really like the first one, before it disappears. That gives me a sense of urgency.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
like that
I
better
like
too.
disappears and liveless.
No,
sorry.
one or the other. But see, remember what you're going to do. We're picking one for today, but all of them should be the same speech. So what you're going to do is you're going to lead with the number 1. You're going to say, my most popular talk is 5 reasons to take a safari before it disappears. And someone goes, oh, well, I don't want that. Then say, okay, well, the other 2 talks are, right? 5 reasons an African safari should be on your live list, and 5 reasons, 5 animals that you'll never see again, or something. So remember, ladies, we have the top 3. We're just picking one to lead with today, but you're going to keep all 3 of these. And if someone doesn't like the first one, you're going to give them a couple options. But no, it's the same bloody talk, right? Yeah. This is marketing. We're doing marketing. Okay. All right. Sound good? All right.
Sounds good.
So very good. So go ahead and make sure you write your finals in there. We've got Virginia, we've got Kay's, now we've got Fran's. Renee, we've got yours. Yours is in there? Yep. Okay. And now you can all take a break. I'm going to work with Jason.
How long do you want our break for, RV?
How long do you need?
30 minutes?
No, that's way too long. We'll never get through this. Okay. So how about 10 minutes?
Okay.
You're not supposed to be multitasking, Renee. You're just going to
I'm
go
here.
potty. What?
I'm here.
Okay.
So,
okay, and I'll work with Jason.
What time do you want us back?
10 minutes. So I'm going to set the alarm. Let me see. It is. What time is it? It's
10:53.
So come back. Can you come back at 5 after 11?
Yeah.
5 after. Okay. All right. So you can go ahead and mute yourself and just shut your screen down if you want, and you don't have to leave physically. And then I'll be with Jason for a few minutes. Okay. Catch him up. All right. Hey, Jason, how you doing?
Harvey, it's great to see you. Good morning. Happy Friday.
Good morning. Happy Friday. How did your meeting go this morning?
It went extremely well. It was great to seeing, one of my clients after 8 weeks of absence, and he couldn't be more excited to, get back in his body in motion again. So he was a little soft, but we took him through some things real slow to get the body, reacclimated, and the session went well. So we got Sunday to look forward to.
Oh, good. Good.
Thank you.
Hey.
All right.
So did you have a chance to print out the manual?
Yes, I wound up doing that this morning. So I got
good.
that 57-page manual. I did that out.
Yes. Well, it's similar to your other one, but it's been updated a great deal. All right. So that's why I wanted you to start fresh too. So we're on page 6 because you don't need to know anything about the fears. So you can skip right to page 6. And what we're doing is picking the title of your talk. Okay, so I guess you've probably figured that out.
I got you. Exactly. I did. All right. So, yeah. Okay, benefit-driven title. Okay. Right. Okay.
So there's some samples. So just go ahead and pick them, and then I'll listen to them, and then we'll bring them to the group when we come back.
All right. And that's just, let's see. It's just page 6, or was it 5 and 6?
It's 6 and 7.
6 and 7. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Those are some samples. Remember that?
Samples.
And
Right.
you probably already have your title. But what is it that you want to, topic that you want to do? Is it for your financial business? Is it for the college kids? Is it for the fitness? Which
Yeah,
one?
see, I was, because I have, okay, let's see. Yeah, I was reading off of the card. I didn't put the title of my speech on, okay, so I'm not going to work from the past on this because I have a signature talk that I was attempting to recreate it, because knowing that I'm entering the virtual world, I'm thinking about creating a different speech, basically, just kind of working off of that.
I think you should. We have to all pivot.
Yeah. So I still, you know what, I want to try let me just stay consistent with the financial end. I do have something I wish to do, which I'm working with CJ on, about the personal training side. But this campaign right now is something I'm really just drawn to. So let me work off of that, because I've got, there's 3 major bullet points regarding the 3 rules of money that I really want to address. And I think that that's really going to be the focal point that I just want to spend like a under 25-minute, 20-minute signature talk on. Does that make sense?
Well, in the virtual world, it's getting really shorter.
It's getting even shorter. Yeah.
So I like that.
Okay.
So three, what did you say? 3
rules to money.
3 rules to money. How can we classy that up a little bit and clarify it a little bit more? 3 rules to having more money than you ever dreamed of, something like that. The bigger promise. Because 3 rules of money, now it sounds like I'm going to be learning some math, and
I know.
So,
yeah.
So 3 rules with 3 rules of money that will, like I said, get you more money than you ever dreamed of. 3 rules of money that will keep you in the black. 3 rules of money that will make you rich. 3 rules of money, so I like where you're going, but we need the promise, not just the fact.
Okay, I understand that. I get that.
So how do you classy it up a little bit? In your own words.
Let's see. Three rules to money. How to say?
Or even a direction, 3 rules of money that no one will tell you, or that no one knows about, or something like that, that creates that kind of excitement. 3 rules of money that your accountant won't tell you, or that your, financial planner won't tell you, or doesn't know about, or, something really like, I've got to find that.
I'm trying, there's really, okay, I'm just trying to break out of a real wordy nature that I have. I'm really trying to keep it short.
Yeah, keep it simple.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to be eloquent here.
Right, yeah, let's see.
Give me a few. Tell me what you're thinking. Run a few by me.
First thing that comes off the top is something towards like to eliminate financial uncertainty. But they're just big words though. I'm trying to I'm thinking about what am I creating if they learn these 3 rules?
Abundance. Abundance in challenging times. There you go.
Okay.
3 rules to abundance, and it doesn't have to be abundance. If you want to say profits or whatever your word is, but
Right.
that's prosperity. But that's the thing. We want abundance. There's people out there right now that don't know these things. They're either spending money, losing money. They're holding tight to their money, you know, and they're not making more money. They're living in fear. You know, they're not pivoting. They're not taking advantage of what's going on. They think they're standing still because they think the world is going to snap back to the way it was, and it's never going to do that. So how do you take advantage of this time? Everybody's going to things that are talking about this challenging time. So I would take advantage of it.
Okay, so there's 3 rules to money, something at challenging times to create abundance in challenging times.
Yes. And maybe in these challenging times.
Okay.
So come up with a couple more. I'm going to
Okay.
take a quick little break. So you.
Okay. All right, sounds great.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Fran.
Thank you. I will be leaving in about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to leave at 12:30 my time. It's
Well,
only 11 o'clock.
it only gives me, well, I have to be there. I don't want to cut myself short on only giving myself 30 minutes to get there.
Okay.
You know, because if I miss this test, then I don't have my surgery.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I can't take the chance of, so I can leave it at probably about 20 after the hour.
Okay.
It's 2 o'clock here. It's about 5 minutes after 2 here. Okay, and that's the only reason
No worries. Get it
Yeah.
done.
yeah, I've had tests like every day this week.
Mm.
Yeah, so yeah, gotta get that baby done.
Okay, great. Well, Florence, come on back. Virginia, come on back. Kay, come on back. Look at what a beautiful picture of Kay. Isn't this just gorgeous?
Yes, I love that
Just
picture.
gorgeous, man. The more I'm hanging out with her, the sooner I want to go to Africa.
I would love to do that. I think that's going to be very possible. And
Yeah. Did you
Yeah.
hear me, Kay?
I hear you.
Really? The more I hang out, it's like, man, I don't want to wait until 2022. I want to go now. Yeah. I want to go now. Okay. Church girl is here. Yeah. You're unmuted now.
I'm making chicken soup.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. Good. Okay. So we're going to hear Jason's now.
Okay, so I have the 3 that I have so far, and I'm really trying to create 2 others perhaps later on in our as we progress later today. But the 3 I have is 3 rules to money to create abundance in these challenging times, 3 rules to money to building a strong financial foundation, 3 rules to money to create financial security.
Okay, so financial security, I think, has been overused.
Got it.
So to financial success, financial abundance, just some other word that might mean the same thing that we don't hear all the time. Also, remember, take out the INGs because INGs make it weaker. So
All right, that's build. That's right.
you want to
to
put build instead of building.
Right.
I
Right.
like that. No.
Okay, so say them all three again now.
3 rules to money to create abundance in these challenging times. 3 rules to money to build a strong financial foundation. And 3 rules to money to create financial. Now, was there such thing as financial happiness?
Why not?
Okay.
If you say you can deliver that, then that's good. At least it's different than financial security. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. Even though we want that, we don't want to listen to it. It sounds like it's going to be a boring financial planner
Is there-
conversation.
RV,
Yes.
is there another word besides rules? Is there like guidelines or maybe secrets or something? Because I don't really like rules.
Well, there probably is, but what Jason's talking about is there is a thing in the financial world called
Yeah.
rules of money, like the Rule 72.
72, yeah. Which is so, I've heard that and it goes over my head. I hear it and I see people in the audience because I've done a lot of world financial stuff.
Oh,
So their meetings and seeing visitors who come as guests, when they hear the rule of 72, their eyes just go backwards. And I've seen it. I've been to 67 presentations.
why
of
have you been
WFG.
so many? Did you?
Because people want me to become WFG, which it's like, I'm not that kind of person, but I go because I'm polite and I'm nice. I just go.
67 times you're nice?
63 to 67 in the last 4.5 years.
Girl,
You can
gotta
say
take-
you can say principle instead of rules.
I like that one.
Okay. Jason, take it for feedback. You don't have to change it if you need that word rule. Sometimes we just need it, but take the feedback from people that aren't in your industry. So guidelines is one, principles.
Doctrines.
What, Florence?
Doctrines.
Doctrine? Mm.
I like principle, what Florence came up with.
Principles?
Yeah, I can agree with and roll with principles.
Yeah, I like that.
Principles. So now say it with that new word then.
So 3 principles to money to create abundance in these challenging times. 3 principles to money to build a strong financial foundation. And 3 principles to money to create financial happiness.
They're all three good. Okay, so everybody vote. I think I like 1, 2. Okay. All right. Virginia, did you hear those? Okay, read them one more time for Virginia.
Okay, 3 principles to money to create abundance in these challenging times. 3 principles to money to build a strong financial foundation. And 3 principles to money to create financial happiness.
I like the first one because it's very timely.
Mm-hmm. So it's a unanimous. Great. All right, Jason, so write that. And again, remember, we're all keeping all 3 of them, but we're going to say our most popular talk is the first one because they're all great titles that all of you've developed.
Sweet.
All right.
Thank you, ladies.
So put that in there. So Kay just put something in there. Does anyone like this? A disappearing act, why Africa should be on your live or live list. I think the first one that you finished was the better one, but if anybody wants to comment, go ahead and comment. Okay, I mean, I like that one too, but I think the one about go to Africa before it disappears is really the strongest.
What are the updated changes then?
What?
What are the updated options for that one?
Well, just go and look in the chat box.
Oh.
It's right there. Why a disappearing act, why Africa should be on your live list. Again, it's a good one, but I think if you just stick with the original.
I like for the 5 reasons to take an Africa safari before it vanishes.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so let's continue. So good job, everyone. Good job. All right, so pat yourself on the back. Good job. Yeah. That's, again, that's how we start. We always start with a title because then you know where you're moving forward. So now you're going to take the title and you're going to put it on this form. So go ahead and write
Oh.
that now because that's where everything is coming from after that. So write it on that form. And then we're going to go to the next page. And I'm going to turn on my little toy so we can use that.
So we're moving to the next page.
We are going to go on to page 8. Page 8 is all about purpose.
Okay.
Purpose. When we talk about purpose, because it's like we have to know where we're going. We have the title now, right? Now we need, it's like the title is like our address, but now we got to get in the car and we got to know where exactly that we're going, right? So when we do this, we create a purpose statement, and the purpose statement will have everything that where we're going, and it will have our close. So we need to know our destination, where we're going to end up. Otherwise, how do we create the end of our speech? How do we know what to put in it?
Okay.
So that's what we're going to create right now. So let me go to my, oops. Let me go. To my document. All right, let me go to share my screen. Okay, everybody can see this?
Yeah.
All right.
Can you post the name of that thing, of that tablet on the chat? So we know how to look for it. I don't.
Right up there in the right-hand
Okay,
corner.
right
each
here,
one.
Virginia, all you have to do is go to Amazon and put in INSWAN. It's about $99. And there's a few different ones up there too.
INSWAN. Okay.
RV, I like how you enlarged that. That looks great.
Yeah, that looks much better.
And you can move it around like this, right? It starts like that, but if you move it around, you get those side things. So I'm going to try to figure out how to move it like this. Okay, so here's what we're going to do with a purpose statement. All right, so your purpose statement, think of it again as the direction we're going. So a purpose statement is, oh, maybe I'll move it that way. Purpose statement is simply what is our purpose for speaking. So when we speak, there's at least 6 purposes, the reason why we speak. So why, who can tell me what some of those purposes are?
Provide information,
What?
to provide information.
Right, right. So we speak to inform. Very good, Kay. We speak to inform. What is another reason?
Motivate.
Motivate. Very good. We speak to motivate.
Inspire.
Inspire. Very good. Inspire. What else?
Share knowledge.
Knowledge. So that would be teach,
Teach.
right? Teach or educate.
Mhm.
Okay, then
Entertain.
Entertain. How about entertain?
entertain. Absolutely. That's exactly right. Entertain. That's what Florence does. That's what you do, Renee. And then the last one is what? This is the one that will get you the money.
Sell.
Persuade.
Yes, persuade. Good, Florence.
That's a good one.
Persuade. Absolutely. So guess which one we should lead with in our speech?
Persuade.
That's right. Because we're always either selling our ideas or we're selling products and services or we're trying to influence others. So persuade is what we lead with. Now you can use any of these to get that job done that you feel necessary. You can do it, persuade by entertaining, teaching, inspiring, motivating, or informing. Now most business speeches, they lead with this inform, and that's why they're boring. Boring, most business presentations. So we want, now I usually teach. Teach is my secondary one. That's just ingrained in me. I don't know how to speak without teaching. something. But a lot of you, you know, you pick whatever your secondary you want it to be.
Is persuading like is similar to compelling?
Yes, or influencing. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so would we call them synonyms?
I don't know. Probably not exactly.
Okay.
Persuading is like getting people to do something. It's closer, I think, to motivating than anything else. All right, so persuade. Now, we are on page 9. So on page 9, you're going to write persuade underneath the purpose where it says write your purpose statement. Right? Now, the second one to this is audience. All right, so this is where we're going to pick your target market. Your target market. So who, now this is not a marketing class, so we're not going to go in detail about target markets. I'm assuming most of you know who your target market is. If you don't, think about the market that you want to best serve in terms of not ideal client, but I want you to pick your fantasy client. Who is that client that you would just love to work with? And for me, I mean, yes, they are, you know, my fantasy client really is like me, right? And most of it's probably like that, right? You know, we go out, we go anywhere from, you know, my youngest is 8 years old and my oldest I've ever taught is 82. But when I go out and speak, that's not my target that I go to. I'm not going to go to a grammar school, right? Unless their parents are there because they're not going to have the money. And I'm not going to go to, you know, an assisted living to speak either, unless of course they invite me and I'm giving back. But the places, the target I'm talking about is where you want to target to go to speak to get your clients. So where my clients are, because they're business owners and entrepreneurs, they are hanging out at networking groups such as Chambers, such as Rotary. They're really easy to find because they're business people, right? So even though a lot of coaches have trouble with this because they're thinking, well, you know, I want to serve, you know, an 8-year-old if they come to me, and I want to serve 80. You can. There's nothing that says you can't. Right, Virginia? Though you're going to get all kinds of different people coming to you. This is the target for where you want to go to speak. So if you want to speak to spiritual women over 50, then you need to define that so we know where to go and find those speaking engagements. Is everybody clear on that? On the target market we're picking, the target market that you want to go to speak to. All right, Jason, clear?
We're clear.
Perfect. Crystal, right?
Crystal.
All right. So write down, and we're going to go around the room, and you're going to share with everybody what your target market is that you're going to go to speak to. A lot of you, like Renee already said, women over 50. And Fran said women over 50. So that's there. But maybe it's what other kind of women over 50? Is it women over 50 that are well and healthy? Women over 50 that desire a love? You know, there's a lot of women that have never, ever been married, and they have no intention. You know, they like life right what it is. So think of what your fantasy audience would be. All right, so I'm going to stop the share for a minute, and we're going to go around the room. All right, so Virginia, would you like to start?
Sure. Well, it's an easy answer. Who would be my ideal audience? People who are spiritual. People who understand the kind of work that I do and the benefits from it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are they men or women?
Mostly women.
Okay.
Mostly women, and they're anywhere from their 20s to their 50s. And I've had a few men. I occasionally have male clients. But yeah, that's basically who they are. And it's a lot of times it's people who are at crossroads, and I know you don't like the word blocked, but they're experiencing some blockages, some emotional blockages, and they need some clarity and purpose. So those who are basically my clients.
Well, and blockages is fine to use. We just say not good to use in a title. So
Right. No, I
say
understand.
it in your marketing message.
You're right. Yeah.
All right, Fran, you had a question?
You mean Florence? Oh,
I'm sorry. Yeah, Fran has to go. She told me she had to go. So
yeah. I was just going to say, you said you wanted to speak to spiritual people. You have to be very careful because, like a lot of Christian people don't want to hear the type of spirituality that you're talking
Right.
about.
That's why I said spiritual people, excluding people who are avid churchgoers, who go to church a lot, who don't really look at things the way I look at them.
Right.
So this is why I'm being very precise spiritual.
Mhm.
yeah,
So I'm excluding everybody else who is not spiritual. I've had people who are my clients who are in the middle. They go to church, but they're kind of in the middle and think that there is more than the here and now. And then there's people who go on a regularly to church, who don't want anybody else to know that they've come to see me, but they still feel that they need something more. A lot of people think that I don't believe in God, which is incorrect because I do. I have a Catholic background and also have a Christian background. But it's just I've been directed by God to help people through a spiritual path.
Right.
perfect, beautiful. All right, so well done. And again, it's when you say women, now we can go, okay, there's tons of women groups out there, right? We know how to find those speaking engagements. There's all kinds, EE Women Network, right? Executive Women International. I mean, there are tons of women's groups, but men's groups, there are very few all men groups, right, Jason? Do you know any all men groups?
No, too.
Several religious circles have them all the time.
Right. But outside of that business, I
Yeah.
don't know of any all men business groups, you know, but women, there's tons of them.
Mhm.
So that's easy to find, Virginia. So good job.
Yeah,
All
thank
right,
you.
now, Fran, are you gone? I think she's gone. Probably should have got her first. Okay, she's going to get some tests done. She'll be back. Okay, let's go to Florence.
All right. I have sort of a wide audience here. Basically, women 50 and over. However, I would like to speak to male groups because they are so ignored, and because of their masculinity, you know, sometimes they think they're going to live forever. So I would really like to speak to the men and let them know that, okay, we women are going to live and we need a man to be with us, you know, so to make it kind of fun for them and speak to perhaps some male groups, chambers, churches, temples, because I go up to the Jewish temple up here, I go there and I sing there, although I'm Christian, the NAACP, and these types of groups. I think because I'm a performer, my audience is wider because when they hear, you know, Ophe or the Fifth Dimension's coming, they get a different perspective. I think it opens me up to a wider audience. And whereas maybe some men would not want to hear a woman speaking because of my profession, it might pique their interest.
It might, but again, when we speak to audiences, we always want to go to the audiences that we want to give further, you know, of ourselves, coaching.
But I do because they're, like I said, I go to the nursing homes and yes, I see women over 50, but I also see the men who are sorely ignored.
Yeah. Okay.
And my message is for seniors.
Got it. Then that's the ideal market for you, seniors. And they're easy to find. There's a lot of us out there.
Right. I'm also open to speaking to younger people to tell them to prepare for their senior years and to share with them the fact that when I was younger, I was blessed to be healthy. I mean, I could eat anything and never gain a pound. I had a lot of energy. But when I became aware of, even though I may have been small does not necessarily mean healthy. You know, you could be a beautiful small corpse. You know, so I also would like to speak to younger people in their 20s and let them know that, you know, God has given them a body and to take care of it so that when they get older, they won't have to just start from scratch there. They will have prepared for their second act.
I agree. Can't agree with you more. All right. Very cool. All right. So let's go to Kay.
Okay. Well, my audience is women. I mean, I don't exclude men, but 90% of the men that travel will say, I'll go if my wife wants to go. So I'm actually targeting women. Doesn't really matter the age to me. I've had them as young as 12 and as old as 87. So.
But it's like women who like to travel, women who love to see the world. Yeah.
No, actually, well, yes and no, but you know, a lot of the people I take are first timers. They haven't traveled, but they've always wanted to do something like this. So it's not that they travel all the time, because most of them, if they travel all the time, they've usually been on an African safari.
Got it.
So it's usually first timers, and they range in age from 24 up to, you know, 80 something. So, and then they bring their friends, whatever the age bracket is.
Now, where do people fly out of to Africa? Where do you have us go?
Los Angeles to Amsterdam, Amsterdam to Kilimanjaro, which is Tanzania.
Got it. Now, is the flight included in your package?
No, because I never know what that flight is going to be. I know about, but you know.
Have you used Air Afrique?
I'm sorry?
Have you used Air Afrique?
They don't fly from Los Angeles. And they
Right,
don't.
because I was going to say don't, because I did.
They don't fly to Tanzania anyway.
Yeah, I flew from New York.
Yeah, yeah. So, so yes, I'm looking for women of any age, really, any ethnicity. Most of my clients, or my guests, are white women, but I don't exclude anybody. You know, I've had Indian, I've had everybody. You know, so it's like, whatever you are, it doesn't matter, just come.
Just bring the champagne.
Yeah. I'll supply the champagne.
Okay, great. That's good. All right, Renee.
Okay, so I have a name for my, I would call it my angel avatar. And in the computers where people do gaming and things like that, they create a cartoon. It's called an avatar. So I'm not a gamer. I just like Miss Pac-Man. So I just wanted to mention that. My avatar, my perfect avatar, her name is Rhonda, and I definitely work with men as well. But it's men and women who are motivated. Most of them are corporate executives, CEOs, and entrepreneurs between the ages of 45 and 65 who want to find everlasting love. Most of them have been married before. I do have, as a matter of fact, 3 women in the last 2 years over 50 who were still virgin. And I know it's, and they were executives. They were from 2 was Northern California in the computer industry, and another one was a lawyer. They're not bad looking women. I mean, it's not like they're nuns, but they were hurt when they were children, or not so much physically, but mentally abused or hurt, or they saw their parents argue, or something triggered them. So I've helped them get over these hurdles and help them find love, but within themselves. Most of it is connecting with themselves and with God. The women I have talked to who are still virgin are Christian, but they're not deep. They're just more like going to church and they go through the motions, but they never really connected with God and connecting with themselves. And that's what I help them do. So I just wanted to, that's just a side note, but that's what I do. I help men and women. Majority, I would say 60 to 70% of my clientele are women. When I see people on the cruises, most of them are couples that are already established. And because I'm also an ordained minister, I do the renewal of vows, which is really fun. But I do a kind of a surfacey seminar, meaning surface. I don't go into any deep dives, but it's only like hints and tips of a romantic evening and things like that. there are many couples, because I offer this on a cruise as well, a half an hour to a 45-minute free bonus seminar or free bonus coaching for them on the ship. So they love that. That's a big hook. And then they usually become clients afterwards. Arvi, do you have any questions?
No, that's complete and clear. Good job.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Very good job.
And I have a big thing I want to mention.
What?
I got connected with the chief of police. I can't tell you what city or state because it's confidential. She found her love at last, and she was 53. She had never been married before, and she was chief of police. So she connected me with 2 Secret Service guys and 3 retired CIA, and these were men. And it's like, I got goosebumps, because the reason why I'm excited about it and I love working with them is because there's a trust. And with something like this, love expert woo thing, the fact that they trust me and I'm very confidential, and what I give them is they can't tell me what's the problem, and I listen, I go in deeper, ask a lot of questions, and then I give them a task to do, and then they get a result quicker than we anticipated. So I work with results, not as a therapist where we talk and at the end of the hour there's a breakthrough. It's like, the hour is done. I talk as long as they need to, and it's always about the service, and it's not selling. It's about how can I service? How can I give you more? And then they answer the questions, and they usually sell themselves. So I am complete. Thank you so much, RB.
Beautiful.
Thank you everyone for listening.
Good job.
Thank
All
you.
right, let's go to Jason.
All right, so the first thing I listed was women and men over 25, preferably married with children, although I'm open to being the women and men being single as well. From an occupational standpoint, do they know that they're living from paycheck to paycheck? And are they aware, based on that, it's kind of like, what is their emotional state? Do they know that the cost of livings are going to go up after this pandemic, and knowing that their current jobs that they're returning to are not going to keep up with those increased living costs, and what's their position about that? So that's my target audience specifically. Do you have any feedback on that?
That's pretty complete, but you said 25 and up. Is that for your college, the college loan piece, or?
It is, no, the 3 rules to money, the 3 rules to money is a different speech.
Okay.
It does, because I've started with, I already have a signature talk for the
College.
for the student loan campaign presentation. But I may need to, I was kind of thinking that, for this course, for this weekend, that I was dealing with the second phase of that. So once I get, let's say, a student or family, talking about how to acquire student loan grants and, grants and scholarships and free financial aid, what's the next step for that student after they graduate? What's the world that they're going to be walking into? So I thought that I would direct this speech towards that, to where they learn, knowing that when a college student graduates, even though they may have less money out of the pocket, what kind of world are they stepping into? What are they prepared? Are they prepared? So I happen to know that, if a student is working as like a barista or a server, they don't, and then yet they have this degree in engineering. They're not going to get that degree, that job at Google or some engineering firm right away. There's going to be some gap. So in that gap, what are they doing or learning about money that can really sustain them until they find the career that they're looking for? That's what this speech was all about. So that's why I said 25. Does that make sense?
Can I say something? Okay, in listening to your target audience, so are you what happens after college? Are you also including in your speech? And I think it's very important because, and in fact, I think that a lot of high schools should be teaching kids about money and investing money and all that stuff, even before they go to college. So what about educating them before they're even in college, starting in high school?
Good idea.
Well, that's good, but here, remember, Jason is in the business of making money, and so he will, the target market, this is about how to make money and get your message out to the world, but have a business. So Jason has to speak to people who have got some money so they can invest in his financial plan. High school students probably are not ready to do that. Although, Jason, you could do a speech like that to give back. Once, you know, once you've done the speech several times to, you know, help people. But again, Jason is.
Okay, so are you including before college and after college? I mean, while they're in college and after college?
I have to include the groups that also have the money. I have an interest about, you know, educating students, but the students that I've even targeted in the first phase need the parents in order to make their dreams work. You know, I've visited a ton of you know, college technical and education programs talking to high school students about the scholarship programs and the ways in which how to acquire free financial aid, what it takes to qualify.
Right.
But that information that I gave to them must be passed on to the parents. They are in no position financially or even having a voice whatsoever to enroll into the program. Yes, the programs that they do enroll into require their involvement for college preparation and well as learning what schools they want to attend to. But where the money's going to come from to invest in those programs are going to be the parents and those adults that have the income. So that is that's the reason why I have this, you know, the target the way it is. When I do,
but a lot of times they don't understand about the benefits of saving, and they need to start saving. Was my point. Start saving at an early age.
You're absolutely you're correct about that. It's just that they may be motivated and they may want to be motivated to take action. I've seen that happen, but they also know the final word is rested with their parents. They're just if they're not earning income, they don't have a voice for themselves. And what I'm finding is a disappointment right now are the number of students who have not had conversations with their parents about, you know, higher education and where that money's going to come from.
Or money conversation.
Exactly, the money conversation.
So good discussion, but let's keep going. And
so, what do you think about that audience that I listed, Arby? Is it complete or does it need some work?
We'll say it one more time.
So when I looked at women and men over 25, because I'm thinking about for this particular speech I'm developing, it's kind of directed towards the student after they graduate. Or even in let's say in their or their junior and senior year. I'm thinking about the college student. So as they're working as a server, barista, then after they graduate, they'll be between, let's say, 23 to 25. Maybe some might be married, but I said I'm open to preferably married with children. If not, you know, single is great. But I'm looking at that that occupational standpoint when they're living from paycheck to paycheck. That's what I was really focusing on. And where
and they probably are living paycheck to paycheck if they just got out of college.
Right.
You know, so it's a good time to catch them and have them start to save and invest in their future. So I think it's a great target market as long as they get how important it is to invest, because sometimes when you're young like that, if you're in your 20s, you know, it's all you could do to spend everything you have to, you know, go from paycheck to paycheck. Where if the 30s, that's more the gathering years. That's when people are starting to invest. They're starting to buy other properties if they have the money. You know, it's called the gathering years. You know, you gather 30s and 40s. So you know, I mean, it's a great target as long as they know that they're not too young to invest. So that'll come out with your speech.
Got it.
And
Okay.
again, we have to pivot. If it doesn't work, then you know, abandon that target market. See, the problem with people, they keep hitting their head against the wall trying to make it work. If it doesn't work in a little while, abandon it and go to a target market that will work.
Okay.
Right? One of my coaches in the very, very beginning told me, because I came out of the CPA world, that I should target CPAs. Made sense, right? Made perfect sense. But when I would target them and attorneys, then they would make, you know, I would drive to their locations, Century City, Los Angeles. They would make me wait in their waiting room. Then they would see me. I felt like I was right back in corporate America again, being a second-class citizen by being a short, petite woman, right? Didn't matter how big, you know, how wonderful my Toomey briefcase was and all that stuff, and how high my heels were. They treated me like crap, right?
Right.
So I decided I don't care how much money these people have. I don't want to work with them. And I did have a few as clients. And then they would be late for their appointments. If then we had to do it on the phone. We didn't have Zoom, but they would be late. They would be this. They would cancel. Attorneys notorious for canceling. Drive clear to, you know, West City, because I used to go to clients then. I don't anymore. But again, I was a consultant in corporate, so that's what we did. We drove to clients, except I didn't get paid for the drive. So I decided, you know, I didn't care how experienced I was in this field. I got out of corporate America for a reason, because I didn't want to be with these people anymore.
Got it.
Right? So you have to serve who your heart serves, who you're comfortable with, who you love to work with. Like all of you, I love working with all of you, and many of you have been working with me for years. You're my love client, right? You love me, I love you. That's the clients I want. And that's the clients you should go for, you know? I mean, we're talking technical, you know, target market, but really, who do you want to speak to? Who do you want to give your gifts to? Because you all have these amazing gifts. Who's worthy? And who do you want to give these gifts to?
I have a quick question. So now that we're talking about, that's a good question. Who do you want to give these gifts to? What if you're in a room where there's a mix of people? It happens to me all the time. The spiritual, the very religious, the not so religious. And that for me creates fear. Fear about, we were talking about earlier, judgment and all those other things that go along with that.
Okay, I would answer.
As much as I know who my ideal audience is, and those are amazing clients when they come to see me, and super, super special. When I speak in front of people, how do I go through the maze of fear when I have a combination of different beliefs in one room?
You know, Virginia, I think it's like putting on a show. Everybody's not going to like every song. No, really. Everybody's not going to like every song. So you go out there and you present songs that you know are good songs, that you feel good about, that you're comfortable with, that you're prepared, and they're received by those who want. Some pick this song, some pick that, you know, but you can't let them affect you. You want to affect them. And how you affect them is by being confident in that Virginia knows her stuff. She knows what she's doing, and she's offering it to you. And if you don't accept it, it's your loss.
Right. Okay.
Well
Thank you.
said. Well said. Yes, Renee.
I have a thing also for Virginia, a suggestion only. If you think of the word ego or EGO, you're edging God out. If you're in your ego, in your head, I'm worried about how I look, or I'm going to say the wrong thing, or this or that. You have to come like what Arvi always says, prepare, which I'm sure you're going to prepare. But also get out of your head. Just say, this is what I'm presenting, this and this and this information about spirituality. If they don't like it, don't be attached to their belief. Just be attached to, be committed, not attached, but committed to what RB says is prepare, prepare, prepare. And then you'll be a star. And then don't think of how you look. Just think of giving to them, giving to what they want to listen to. Or that's what they want to listen to. But giving from your heart, not worried about what they're thinking, their beliefs. Okay, so that's what I'm just sharing that.
Is that your puppy? We're gonna unmute you. Okay. All right. So I agree with both of them. Great advice. Remember, you have a message to share that only you can share to people that can only hear it from you. And there's somebody in that audience whose your message is going to save their life, save their soul, or save their business. And that's all you have to think about and worry about. And yes, 25% of all audiences will not like you. That's just fact. 25% are not going to like you no matter what you did. You could stand on your head. You could give them all $1 million and they're not going to like you, because that's how we're made. We're all made different. Right? And I know I have to get used to people not liking me. I'm doing some SCORE training now, and I just had somebody that wrote me a big old long note that's a principal in Irvine School that said, since when do governmental agencies bring up God? Right? Because I told a story, right? I told a story about my husband being a bum magnet. That offended him. It was a story. I was teaching storytelling, for heaven's sakes, right? And because I said bum and not maybe homeless gentleman, you know, I was like, that's his problem.
You can't please all the people all the time.
A little piece of me, Virginia, thought, well, forget it. I'm not teaching SCORE classes anymore. But then I thought, no, because so many other people, there's 400 people on that webinar. They're all going to lose out if I let that one, idiot stop me. So
And
don't.
some people aren't even listening. We had, after a show, a man came up to us and said, "Oh, it was a good show, but why didn't you sing Up, Up and Away?" which was one of our big hits. It was the first thing we sang. Where was he?
Yeah, exactly.
Can't please them all.
So don't worry about it. You do what you need to do, and that's to deliver that message. And the heck with everybody else, because there's people, and they could be Christian, Hindu, or whatever, that goes, you know what I've been doing didn't work. I'm going to try this, right? And that's what you're there for, is to heal people.
Okay.
To heal them and help them to move on in their life. And
Right.
you need to do that no matter what.
Right.
No matter what. Like Lisa Nichols' book, no matter what. Okay, you're muted. We can't hear your wonderful message. What?
I'm sorry. I said, I think that applies to any business, because I have the same in my business. There's people that, I want to do this or I want to do that. And, you've got to please, you try to please everybody, but basically you're trying to make sure that you're doing the best that you can to bring whatever it is that you need to bring to that experience, And if they don't like something, then it's really up to them. I don't really have that problem very much, but I've had it at least twice, and, I just had to figure out a way to work it out. But in the end, if they didn't want to be there, I told them, they can get a plane and they can go home early.
Right, exactly. But just know 25% won't like you no matter what you did.
Yeah.
And
Can't please
that's
everybody.
in life, that's in speeches, that's in
Yeah.
So, okay.
Right.
All right, let's go. Let's continue. So I'm going to share. Everybody went, right? Everybody's
Yes.
the target. I just want to double check, except for Fran, and we'll catch her later. So let's go back to our share. All right, and we'll continue with our formula. So we did target market. Now it's the value. Now, what do we put in the value? The value is your title of your talk. That's why we had to get so clear with what that title is. So right here, you write the title of your talk. The next one is action. So write the title, because we're going to spend some time talking about the action. So go ahead and write down your title. So you should have persuade your target market, as you just said it, is maybe just a little briefer, plus the title of your talk. Doesn't have to be a formal sentence, but it can be if you want to make it. Otherwise, it's really just decisions we're making.
So what are we writing on each line? One of them is the title, the other one is the audience.
Well, not on each line. Just look at the formula on page 9.
Okay.
You're gonna write like if you want it to be a statement, it could be my purpose is to persuade women business owners 50 and over on 5 ways that they can have all the abundance that they've ever desired, and blank, which is my close.
So we're supposed to pick out either inform, motivate, inspire, teach, entertain, or persuade?
Well, remember we said it was going to be persuade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how we get the business. That's how we create influence, how we change minds and create breakthroughs.
Okay.
So it's not always about the money. It's about maybe a change in heart. Maybe when you do yours, Virginia, they'll see maybe, it is another way, or it is, you've been called by God, that it isn't some, witch doctor type of whatever you're doing, that it is a calling, that it is a purpose, that it is a, and again, you're teaching them how to be on their purpose. So everybody needs to be on their heart's purpose. We all need that.
So we're writing a sentence about this.
Either a sentence, or you can just put the words down. So just
Okay.
right now, put your target market and the speech title. And then when you're done, just give me a little reaction so that I know you're done. Okay, that's good. Jason's done. Good. Kay's done. Good. Florence is done. Good. Good. So Virginia and Renee, are you good?
Yeah.
Done? Okay. Should be pretty easy. We just went through it. It's just a matter of writing it. And then, of course, when we're done, you're going to write it on your sheet. But we're not done with the last one. So the last one is the close. Now, we're going to do the close tomorrow, but we at least need to know the direction that you want to go in, because we're creating an entire speech. So we need to know where we're going to end up. You can't create the speech and then go, oh, I wanted to sell something, or, oh, I wanted to do something. We have to decide now. So the next step here is to decide on what action we're going to take. Now, what are the different actions and the different closes? They are listed on page 9, but for fun, I'll list them here. So number 1 is the business card raffle, right? The business card raffle. So that's when you have a gift, especially a great gift is books. People love books, but it's a gift without an attachment. In other words, a gift certificate for 20% off of your services is not a gift, and people will not want to get that. All right. So in this day, in the virtual world, it's changed a little bit. So we can't go and collect business cards, but what can we do instead to collect people's name and give them some sort of a gift? You can have a gift, right? An online gift and a link. So go and get your, 3 rules on financial freedom at this link. Go get your speaker checklist at this link. They go to the link, they opt in your database, and they get the free download. You've all done that to other things, for years. But now we use that as our close. Are you with me?
Yes.
It works beautifully. Now, will you get 100%? No, but it depends on how valuable they think it is, how well you sell it. So thinking of value, you always want to put a value on it. So value is worth $197. Once you do something like that, it increases the likelihood of them signing up for it. The higher it is, the higher the value increases the number of people that will go and grab the link. The other thing that increases, and we're going to do this step by step tomorrow. I'm just giving you a high level idea so you can make a decision on which one you want to choose to do tomorrow. But another way you can increase the likelihood is by telling them to do it now, right? You put the link in the chat box. Go do it now. Because if they wait, they won't do it. The longer they wait, the less likely it is to happen. They will forget. They will go on to the next thing. They will see the next speaker, whatever. So you do it and do it now and put in the link in the chat and go to the chat and sign up now. So if you don't have that kind of a link, it's really inexpensive for you to have some web designer create some sort of a link. Probably costs $50 and you'll have it forever. They can put it on your website or they can just do a fresh link somewhere. You don't want to just give them a giveaway for nothing, and it can't be really hard. Like those who want it, put your name in the chat. Too much trouble. The harder it is, the less likely they're going to do it. So you have to make it easy. So invest a couple bucks and get someone to do this for you. It is a website thing. Or if you have something like Keep and Infusionsoft, you can put links directly in there. All right? Okay, Infusionsoft links. All right, so that's number one. Number two is a free strategy session. A lot of you are already doing this. All right, / coaching session. I don't call them a coaching session because people show up much differently. They show up like, okay, I want to do my elevator speech. And that's not what this session is about, ladies and gentlemen. This is about, it's a marketing session for you to ask them questions to see how you can help them, and then to offer them one of your products and services, one of your coaching programs, or even a book or anything else. So create words that work for you. So maybe Virginia, instead of strategy, maybe you want discovery session or enlightenment session or purpose session. You can be as creative as you want with this.
Can you say meet someplace for lunch?
Well, you can, but that's going to take you more time. It's going to cost you some money, and you don't even know if you like that person or not, or can help you.
Right.
Or if they show up.
So the first initial meeting, I would keep it to 30 minutes. Some people do 15, 20. I find it's not enough time, but so keep it to 30 minutes. And within 15, you should be able to know if they're a likely candidate because of the questions that you ask.
Right.
Right? If someone doesn't in the first 30 minutes, and I've had people that tell me this, they'll say, well, I just want to let you know right up front, I don't have any money. So it's like, okay, then I keep it very short, very polite. I give them as much value as I can. But again, I call it strategy because we're going to work on your speaking strategy, which is speak what? Once a week, but you got to get trained. That's part of the strategy. So if they're not willing to do that, you want to keep it kind of short. You're not a charity case, and they aren't either. And you're not going to help them by pretending that you are. So it's best just to say, so, Kay, if they say, well, I can't afford to go to Africa, why are you going to spend time? And say, well, you know what? Then maybe we should table this conversation until the future, until you can, and we can talk realistically. Because things change in Africa, prices change, everything changes. Mm-hmm. That's what you're trying to find out, what their desire is, and if you can help them. And if they don't have any money, you can't help them, right? Okay, so again, you're not in business. You won't have a business if you give everything away. You could give away things. We all give away things. I give away a lot of, my time when I'm working with clients, but it's my choice. It's not their choice, right? When they came on, if you're staying on when they've already told you they're not going to work with you, then whose choice is it, right? You don't want to stay on because now it's their choice. So you make it your choice. All right, so strategy session, 30 minutes, and always say the value, all right? The value of 30 minutes, $300, right? Whatever your value of working with you. Now, a lot of people undervalue themselves. This doesn't have to be your actual exchange dollars for hours. This is what is the value of the time with you. Like Florence, you know, your value should be way up there because you're Florence LaRue, right? You're a celebrity. You have a lot of people nagging at you for your time and your energy.
Mhm.
So you don't want to just give it away. It's your value is probably $1,000 an hour just to get to talk to you.
Believe it or not, it's more because I got paid a little more than that for a 3-minute radio interview.
Well, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, but you want to take all your value of what you have,
Yeah.
package that.
So it doesn't have to, what you're saying is it doesn't necessarily have to be the actual dollar to dollar value of how much they would actually pay for your time.
That's correct. Because
Okay.
what is the value of you helping them unblock one tiny little thing that could open the floodgates for all the prosperity and all the, you know, joy and happiness that they could possibly have? That's worth thousands. And I'm not saying overinflated or people won't take it seriously, but always know most of you probably undervalue anyway. All right, so free strategy session. Now, number 3, right? Number 3 is a Q&A, right? Or inspiration. Q&A or inspiration. What do I mean by that? This is when you have a very short time to speak. And this works, both of them work fine in virtual. All right. If you're in a real life situation and you're speaking, then you can hand out forms. If you're not and we're in the virtual world, you do the same thing that you did up here. You put it in the chat, but ladies and gentlemen, you use your calendar link. Got it? You all know what a calendar link is to your calendar.
Yeah, I kind of missed that part where you were just saying because I was writing. I'm sorry.
Okay. When you do the 30-minute strategy session,
Uh-huh.
use your calendar link. Okay, let me demonstrate. So you're talking about it. I'm going to show you on my calendar link. All right, you can all see this. So this is, I'm using Calendly, right? So I'm gonna say that it's a 30-minute strategy session. I've had these previously set up. So I'm gonna copy the link.
I can't see anything you're doing. What are you doing?
I can't see anything, RB.
Oh, that's weird because I'm still on share. Well, that's okay.
I see this one. You
still see
You're
my,
right.
my
Yes.
eye. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, no worries. Let me stop the share. Okay, I got to share again. It probably stays on it. Okay. There we go. All right, now you should be able to see it.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
This is a program called Calendly. There's many of them out there. There's time.
Is that linked with Keep? RB?
No, but see, Keep has their own.
Yeah, I have this service. It's amazing.
You can use Keep. You don't need this.
Is that with Infusionsoft then? Is that your Calendly?
No, this is a separate program because because Infusionsoft, when I got it 200 years ago, did not have this calendar. They now have a calendar, but I haven't learned how to use it. So this is really easy, but Keep is much easier than the regular Infusionsoft. So you've got this already. If you don't have it, so you send it, you get a calendar link. Like I said, Time Trade, there's a million of them out there. This is just the one I chose to use because it's easy breezy. So I copy the link, right? Now I'm going to go to the chat. Okay, let me stop my share. Okay, now I'm going to go to the chat. I'm going to post it in the chat, all right? And it becomes a live link. Got it? It should become live. It should be live. All right. Does everybody see that?
No.
You have to go to the chat box.
Yeah, I see the chat box, but their calendar's not in there.
It's the link should be in there. Are you not seeing the link?
Okay, now I came
Oh,
on.
now I see it. Yeah.
I had to hit return. Okay. All right. That's how you do it. And then people can click on it. So just try it. All
You
of
can
you
click on it and schedule an appointment with you.
click on it and schedule an appointment.
And it takes you to the
Oh.
calendar.
Takes you to my calendar.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how easy it is in the virtual world.
Yeah.
You're going to be more apt to get people to sign up with a calendar link than by just telling them to email you or call you.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Invest a couple of bucks in getting some sort of a calendar. Automatic. Now this links to my Google Calendar, but it also will link to Outlook Calendar. Okay. All right. Make it easy breezy. All right. The next one. Let's go back to share screen. Back to here. All right. So now now inspiration. What do I mean by inspiration, Close? That if you don't have permission to give somebody a link, then you're just going to say this. If I've inspired you in any way, put it in the chat box, right? Or, that's again, if you don't have permission to send people to your website, to give them your email address or give them your phone number, then just tell them, let me know in the chat box. Because you can at least save the chat and then find those people on social media and reach out to them.
If I inspire you in any way, what's the rest of the?
If I've inspired you in any way, tell me in the chat box how I've inspired you. Those people, you will save the chat and then have it later and you can reach out to those people in social media. See, sometimes you don't have permission to take people's names and numbers. All right. Q&A is simple, same thing, but instead of inspiration, you just say, if you have any questions, put your questions in the chat box. You still save the chat because you know those people that have questions, you can follow up and say, do you have your questions answered? Is there any more I could do for you? Powerful. Some of the stuff I'm telling you is easier to do in the virtual world than it ever was in the live world. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, number 4,
Yeah.
a combo of the above, right? Any one of those. Now, we can't close twice, but you can do a combo. So I could do a combo of a raffle with a link with a free strategy session. All right? All I have to say is one word. Now, go and grab your free gift. And if you want a strategy session, just put an S in the chat box. Just respond with an S, right? Then you can send them the link later because you've got their email address. What you don't want to do is say, go here to grab my free gift and then go here to make a calendar. It's too many things and they won't do anything. One link, but you can say, just put an S. Go to the link, grab your free gift, and then put an S in the chat box for strategy session, or D for discovery, or whatever. You save the chat, and then you contact them because you now have their email address, and send them the calendar link then. Is that ingenious or what?
No doubt.
Yeah?
No doubt. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Breakthrough.
Absolutely.
When I do my $1 Million Speaker training, which you're all got a free ticket to, in the class, we say, when we get a great idea, we say millions, right, Jason?
Absolutely.
Right, Renee?
That's right.
Millions.
Millions.
And so today or this weekend, let's do the same thing. Let's practice. If you get a great breakthrough idea like this, it sounds so simple, but it's worth millions.
Millions.
Because
Millions.
most people think
Right on.
they can't do any of this in the virtual world. All right, so,
So this is all for virtual. What about when you're on stage then?
well, it's the same thing. So if I'm just modifying it to virtual because we're going to be speaking virtual probably for the next year, maybe longer. When it's a business card raffle, of course, you just collect business cards, right? You have your free
Ask the
gift.
person with the long hair to stand up and collect, you give them a bag and ask them to collect the business cards, right?
Yes, exactly. And that script is in your book. So we'll cover that. Yeah, we'll cover the difference tomorrow because you're going to do them. Now, I just want to give you the ideas so you can pick the one you want to do. For this,
Okay, and you just said the combo, so the combo is asking them to go to the link and grab their gift and then write an S if they're interested in the strategy session in the chat box.
yes, that's 1 and 2.
Okay,
Or you can do any combination, but only 2. So you could do 2 and 3,
okay.
right? Or you can do 1 and 3. Any combo, but only do 2. A combo means 2.
What's, right, no, of course. What's the difference between the Q&A and this free strategy session?
Well, Q&A is a script. If you have any questions, I want to hear them. So put the questions in the chat box.
Okay,
Those are the people, ladies and gentlemen, why is that important? Because the people that ask questions are your low-hanging fruit. Those are the people that are most interested. Excuse me. They're the most interested. They're the people that were paying attention. They're the people that are present. They're your next prospect.
right.
People that don't like you or don't care about you, they're not going to ask you questions,
It's true.
right? So those are those hot leads that you're pulling out of the room. All right, so combo.
I didn't know there was a feature to save the chat. How do you do that?
Say that, what was the question?
How do you save what's the information that's in the chat?
All right, do you see the little button? All right, let me stop the share. Okay, do you see the little button? You should see a file, and then you see you see 3 dots.
Yes.
Click on.
Oh, right. I got it. Save chat. Yeah. Wow. I didn't even know that was there.
Well, it's because normally I have it turned off.
So it saves it into your account?
It's under the setup.
Right. And when you click save chat, it saves it into your Zoom account, right?
It saves it to the files wherever your Zoom files go. The default is on your C drive.
Okay.
Okay.
Why don't you get some warm water, Arby?
Yeah, we're almost done. Thank you. It's just regular water, but me talking too fast out of my throat. All right, we're almost done and we're going to break for lunch. So let me go back to share. All right, combo. And then the next one is, of course, sell a product or service. All right. In this environment, this is the hardest one now to do, but it is not impossible. All right. It's not impossible. And you all are here because I did it. Right? You were all here because I sold this product. So it's not impossible, but it's a lot more challenging than on the stage with strangers. You know, all of you know me. But with strangers, it's a lot harder if you have a lot of new people on your webinar or at your virtual event. So it takes a lot more practice. But the way you do it is you do a steal of a deal. And that's what I did here. This class is normally $4,000, this information. It's normally 4 days. So if I cut it into 2 days, it's normally 2,000. I dropped it to 997. Right? And put in what? Bunch of bonuses, like the $1 million. So here's the key to selling on virtual stages. It has to be a really killer of a deal price, irresistible. So you might have to drop your price even more, and you have to increase the bonuses. So that increases the value. And that's the key to selling in this platform. On the real live platform, you don't have to do it as much. Got it? All right, we'll go over that in detail tomorrow. And then the number 6, which we don't have anybody, number 6 is actually raising funds for anybody that's a not-for-profit company. There is a key to doing that, again, from the platform. All right, so those are the 6. They're inside of the book, page 9. Now, what we're going to do right now before we go to lunch is we're going to select which one of these, and I'm going to stop my share. Which one of these? That's all you have to decide on. You don't need to know how to do it yet. You just tell me number 1, number 2, number 3, combo, whatever. You don't have to explain. There's nothing to explain yet because I don't want you worrying about it till tomorrow. You just tell me so we can complete our purpose statement. All right, so Jason, which one are you going to do today?
2.
2?
Free strategy.
Perfect. All right. Florence.
I think 2 also.
Okay, 2. That's a good one. That'll get you business. Excellent. Kate.
Number 3.
Number 3. Perfect. All right. Number Renee.
Yes, can I do a combination of 2 and 5?
No. If it's below the belt, no.
No? Okay. I would love to be of service and give something for free, a free strategy session.
Okay. Perfect. Because
Is that
otherwise,
what you're asking me?
it's like having 2 sales. They have to do 2.
Oh,
We only have them
okay.
do one thing.
Okay, so I'd rather give something to someone or 2 or 3 people.
Okay, I think a good strategy session is good because you can close them there on the strategy. And
Yes, and that's what I do. I do close. I'm so sorry, I misunderstood. So definitely for free, a free strategy session.
Right. Valued at like, $1,000 or whatever.
Yeah, for an hour, 2 hours. Thank you.
No, not 2 hours, 30 minutes.
Oh, 30 minutes. Okay.
You can stretch it to 45, but no, because you know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because then it becomes a coaching session that they didn't pay for.
Got
Right?
it.
You're
So
not
is it
gonna-
mostly discovery where I ask questions?
Yes, it's discovery where you're asking questions about their love life, but you're not going to give them the solution or the answers. The solution is to hire you for a 3-month coaching program
Yes.
or 6
Oh,
or whatever.
yeah, and I did cut it down from 1 year to 3 months, 6 months.
Good.
Yeah, it was a little too long. And they were finding more success sooner.
Yes. Good.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Perfect. All right. Virginia. Oh, Virginia's drinking something green. It looks wonderful.
The free discovery session.
Perfect. All right. Perfect.
Do we use always the word free or can we use complimentary?
You can use complimentary, whatever you want.
Okay.
I'm going to change mine to 1 because women, they don't have that kind of money.
What are you talking about?
Strategy,
Have what kind of money?
strategy session for 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's free though. You're just putting a value of your time.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I mean, like I said, don't make it so unbelievable.
Okay.
But because whatever you got paid, at the radio show, that was, a little different. But
Right.
still, like an hour with you, someone might spin that, right?
Okay.
Can I do 2 and 3?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want.
Yeah, 2 and 3. Okay.
Yes.
All right, perfect. All right, so make a note of that in your book on page 9, and then you're going to transfer that, and you're going to transfer it to your sheet. Now, this purpose statement is only for you. You don't say it. It's not part of your speech. It's only for you to know the direction you're headed in so that you don't get off course.
Where on page 9 do we put the discovery session? Write your purpose statement, action, and then free discovery session. Okay.
You bet. That's what you want, the action you want your audience to take. So
Okay.
you're going to put that action there. All right. So perfect. We're in a perfect place to break for lunch because when we come back, we're going to start with our attention grabber. We're starting right. See, we're right down. We're going to be moving down here. We're going to start with our attention grabber.
A quick question, number 5 and 6, do those normally, do you normally offer those as standalones or can you combine them with anything else?
Standalone, or it'll cost you.
Standalone.
That's right. Anything under the combo, they're standalone.
Okay,
Otherwise, people, you know, they're having to click too much. They're having to make too many decisions, and
Right.
it will hurt your sales.
right. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good question. All right, so it is 20 after. Now, I've tried this with 40 minutes and 45 minutes, and it didn't seem to work. So an hour seems to work best for lunch because you can use it to eat, to make something for yourself, to just look over the materials a little bit, to fine tune and rewrite whatever you've written this morning. So we are going to come back exactly, let's cut off 5 minutes of it so we're all ready to start at 1:15, right? 1:15, that gives you 55 minutes and then 5 minutes to come back into the room. Does
Our
that,
statement that we write it at the bottom of page 9?
yes, well, you've
Okay.
already written it, but I want you to rewrite it now on this form.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions before we break? So what you can do is you can mute, you can turn off your video. You don't have to, you know, exit if you don't want to. I will stop the recording and then we'll pick it up at 50.
We write it at the bottom of which form?
Page 9.
Not the, well, page 9 at the bottom, and then you put it on this form, the $1 million speaker system form.
Oh, were we supposed to be putting stuff on the worksheets, on these worksheets?
Yes, the title and now this, only those two things. So you can catch that up at lunch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we will be working on this as we go through.
Okay. The title and the purpose statement, right?
Yes. Now the form I sent you is a fillable form. So if you want to go on your computer and be filling it in on the computer, you can, right? But just make sure when you save it, that you save it under a new name so that you don't save your fillable form.
Oh, okay.
Fillable form be blank, just a little bit extra. Jason, you had your hand up. No, you're cool? Okay, good. All right, so 15 after, we'll see you at 15 after. All right?
Okay.
If you have any questions, just unmute yourself and talk to me. I'm not going to be here, I'm going to be out, or text me.
Okay. Thank you.
Something,
Perfect.
you just text me. I'll have my text number.
Okay.
That's probably the best way. Yeah. Okay, we'll see you in a little bit.
Right. Right.
Small. All right, so welcome back from lunch, everyone. And now we're talking about how to begin our speech with either enrolling questions, statistical statements, or statements of declaration. So we're going to take about 5 minutes now. You're going to select one. It is on page 12 if you need to refer to your manual. And so I'll just be quiet and let you do some work. So 5 minutes. All righty then. Okay, let's start. Who's ready? And I just wanted to say, Fran, welcome back. I'm sorry I didn't say that earlier, but welcome back. I hope everything went okay.
So
Oh,
far, so good.
good. Okay, good. Yes, the next break we'll review what you missed. You didn't miss too much, just a little bit of the purpose statement.
Okay, good.
So yeah, we'll go over that. All right, good job. All right, so Renee, let's start with you.
Okay, do you want to find love again in your next chapter? Did you know that in February of 2019, a recent study was done by Stanford University that 8 out of 10 students that graduated in 1974, 87% has lived longer in a committed relationship than rather than those who are still single or married for a shorter time.
Okay, so it's too long. This is
Okay.
really brief. It's to grab their attention, and it sounded like you used and combined two of them, one question and then some statistics. So it's either or. All right?
Okay, so how about this? Do you want to find love again in your next chapter? Or should I, yeah,
Okay, it's always best to say how many of you, because that
okay,
makes it personal to the audience. Instead of do you want, it's like, what are we supposed to do? We just go, well, yeah, or nod, right? We want to engage people physically.
oh, and then raise your hand,
Present. with
raise your
us.
hand, raise your hand. How many of you would like to find love again in your next chapter?
Okay, do we need in your next chapter? How
Next chapter meaning that they're over 50 and, you know, is that good or not good?
I would leave off the chapter. Just how many of you would like to find love again?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, so take that off.
And then build on that, because I don't know, next chapter sounds like I'm dead or something.
Okay, halfway in the grave, good. So I'll take that out.
And then build. So how many of you want to find love again? How many of you not only want to find love again, but you want the love of your life?
Okay,
Something like Florence, are you raising your hand because you want love again? Awesome.
yay!
Awesome.
Yeah, I would love to help you. Okay,
There you go.
there you go.
Okay, so try that. Try that.
Okay, how many of you would like to find love again,
Period.
period?
Do it again.
Okay, how many of you would love to find love again?
Perfect.
Okay, is that good? That's it.
That's
it.
one. The second one, how many of you not only want to find love again, you want, and then whatever the big,
Everlasting love. And not only find love again, but everlasting love.
okay, let's do it again and take the butt out of there.
Okay, got it. How
And-
many of you would like to find love again?
Good.
Not only find love again, but
How many of you-
everlasting love.
How many of you repeat the first sentence?
How many of you would like to find love again?
Okay, then repeat it again.
How many of you would like to find love again, but everlasting love?
Now, how many of you would not only find
Oh,
love,
not only. I said the but, sorry. yes.
and you
And
lasting?
Get your butt out.
find everlasting love.
Butt out.
Yes?
Let's try it again. Let's put it
Okay.
all together.
How many of you would like to find everlasting love?
No. How many of you want to find love again?
Oh, okay. How many of you again would like to find love again?
How many of you would like to find love again?
How many of you would like to find love again?
Perfect.
Not only find love again,
No, how many of you? Not
how many of you would like to find love again and everlasting love?
okay. Well, let's just do the second sentence.
Okay.
How many of you not only want to find love again, you want to find everlasting love? It's always harder to go first, ladies and gentlemen, right?
It's okay.
Right. It's
I'm
always
okay. I'm coachable. I'm coachable. I'm listening and I'm learning. Learning
I
and
love
learning.
it though. I love the phrase, yeah.
Yes. By the way, RB, you'll never hear me say the word I know that. I never say that. You know that, right? Yes.
I
Okay.
know
So
that.
you know that. I don't know that. Okay. And not only find love again,
You,
you can find everlasting love.
okay, let's try it. Let's put it all together.
Okay. How many of you would like to find love again? And not only find love again.
No, start over with the same sentence.
Okay, got it. How many of you would like to find love again? How many of you would like to find love again and not only find love, but everlasting love? Wait, I use the word but, sorry.
Almost close, almost, you're almost there.
And not only find love again,
You want it to be everlasting love.
want it to be everlasting love.
Right, try it again.
How many of you would like to find love again? How many of you would like to find love again?
Not only would like to find love again.
And not only find love again, but everlasting love.
You got the but in there. Almost,
Did I say that?
almost. One more time. Take the but out.
Yes. How many of you would like to find love again?
Perfect.
How many of you would like to find love again and not only find love again, your everlasting love?
Okay, not quite, because you put the sentence in twice on the second one. So listen really quickly. How many of you want to find love again? That one's perfect. How many of you not only want to find love again, see, I repeated it, you want everlasting, or you want it to be everlasting love.
Want
That's the big promise.
everlasting love. You want everlasting love.
Right. So try it one more time.
Okay. How many of you would like to find love again? How many of you would like to find love again? Not only find love again, everlasting love.
Okay, let's write down the second sentence.
Yeah, again. I'll do it again. Mhm.
Okay, let's write it down. Okay, I'm just going to do the second sentence. How many of you, and I like to abbreviate HMOU, so I'm not writing it out all the time.
HMAU.
OU, how many of you?
Okay.
Okay, just abbreviate. How many of you not only want to find love again, you want it to be everlasting.
You want
It to
it
be everlasting.
to be everlasting. Okay, got it. Everlasting.
Do it one more time.
How many of you not only want to find love again, you want it to be everlasting?
Yay!
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Right. It'll be more powerful, and now it's just a matter of practicing it.
Yes. Practice, practice, practice.
Syntax. Yeah. Okay, good. Florence, do you want to go next?
Okay. The first one is, I don't remember a day of having pain until I turned 75.
Okay. Say that one more time.
I don't remember having a day of pain until I turned 75.
Okay. So that's like a statement of declaration.
Mhm.
Okay. Perfect. All right.
I have two more. The next one is not too good, but
Okay.
I want to see what you think. 100% of everybody in this room will die.
True. Okay. What else you got?
And the other one is, I don't know the amount because I have to look them up, but I'll just say a percentage. 50% of the country's population is over 50 years old as compared to 70% in 2010. Like I said, the percentages I would have to look
And
up.
it's a little long for an attention grabber, but you certainly can include that somewhere in your presentation.
Mhm.
I would probably just stick with one. It's short. As long as you want people, as long as you want people to know about how old you are,
Oh,
if
I
you
don't
don't
care.
mind that, then you could just stand up there and say, I've never experienced pain until I was 75. I mean,
And
that's
there's a reason for me telling them my age because I want them to know that you can be healthy after 50.
right. And you're a living example of that. But you want to say that with that gusto, like I've never
Okay.
felt an ounce of pain until I was 75.
Okay.
Relax, and we do the next step. But yeah,
Mhm.
that'll work. Right, because that's a shocker. He's like, what?
It's true.
How old? You know? Shocker. All right, Kay.
Oh, you're on mute, Kay.
You're on mute, but it doesn't say muted, so that's weird.
Oh, I was. Okay. Did you know that one elephant in Africa is killed every 15 minutes? That's
Oh,
about 100 elephants are killed each day in Africa for their ivory.
Okay, let's, we don't need do you know, because when we don't know, we feel stupid.
Okay.
But just say it as a statement of declaration, right?
mhm.
100 elephants are killed every single day in Africa just for their ivory, right? You know, just boom. Try it again.
Okay. Do you want me to say killed every 15 minutes or do you want me to say?
Whichever. I was just paraphrasing.
Oh,
Whatever
okay,
you
okay.
want.
One elephant in Africa is killed every 15 minutes. That's 100 elephants per day.
That's good.
Amazing.
Mm.
Okay, say it one more time.
One elephant in Africa is killed every 15 minutes. That's about 100 elephants per day killed in Africa for their ivory.
Okay, so we don't need to say Africa twice. What if you said, let's just try it. You don't have to rewrite it yet. We're
Okay.
just working on it. But what if you said in Africa,
Yeah.
beginning,
Okay. I
in
have,
Africa, one elephant is killed every 15 minutes. That means 100 elephants a day, and it's just for their ivory.
okay.
You know, like boom.
Okay. In Africa, one elephant is killed every 15 minutes. That's 100 elephants a day just for their ivory.
Perfect. That was
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, beautiful. Wow, that's a great attention grabber. Good
Mhm.
job. Good job. All right, Jason. I'm just calling you how I see you on the screen. Jason.
He didn't hear you.
Jason, we can't hear you. I don't know why.
Muted.
Jason, we can't hear you. Ah, what happened?
You remuted.
Oh, okay, there we go.
There we go.
I'm actually, wow, I'm not at a standstill because I've got the, yeah, I'm at a standstill with my not my declaration statement, but with the, making a strong statement supported by statistics. I wrote down that rising costs of tuition are 79%, increase as an average of 79% a year. Then I wrote down something about the fact of the matter is that there's always, every year there's an increasing rising cost of tuitions, but our something toward the effect of our economic standards meeting that have not, or the way that we've been spending money has stayed the same. It's something to, I was trying to create a statement that, you know, for these 25-year-olds that shows, okay, here's what you've been up against, and yet here's the practices that have not changed that you've been doing all this time and nothing's changed. It's actually making life harder. And I haven't quite able to put it together yet.
Well, we just wanted to grab their attention so they're listening. Then we can tell them the rest of it about rising costs and all of that. So let's try the first one you did, said something about 79. What was that? 79%, something.
Yeah, rising costs of tuition increase an average of 79% a year.
Okay.
Wow.
That could get their attention. So how could you simplify that a little bit? So tuition has risen to now 79%, or 79% increase in tuition has happened over the last year or whatever, or, you know, so make it simpler, get rid of the other stuff. We could talk about the other stuff, but
Okay.
just stick to, because even Fran said, wow.
Yeah.
That's what we want our audience to do, is go, wow. That means they're listening. We want
Okay.
them to go, wow, when you talk about the 100 elephants. I had no idea. Wow. That's awful. I wish I could do something. You know, I need to join Save an Elephant Club or something. Heavens to Betsy, you know? Wow. So that's what we want. Or we
Okay.
want them to raise their hand and go, wow, yeah, I want that. So what
Okay.
could wow your 25-year-old? Tuition has risen, right? Something like that. Tuition will get their ear because they know they've got to either pay it or they've been paying it. What could you say? Now, Jason is really a very intellectual individual, and he's very eloquent with his words. And so he's really trying to make it difficult. So right
Okay.
now, we want to be simple. Pretend you're speaking to your 11-year-old nephew. Well, how would you say it to them? And that's for everybody. How would we say that, to dummy it down a little bit? I hate that term, but easy it down or something, so that people don't have to think too much in the beginning. Later on, you can show them all your brilliance in the meat. But keep this simple so they're not lost.
You don't want us to make suggestions, do you?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, depending on if your audience is a young audience, just say, stop blowing your money. You're going to run out. You're going to die. Really stop blowing your
Yeah,
money.
that's a statement of declaration.
He's trying to use the statistical.
I'd rather use a statistic.
Oh, yeah.
It's right there in front of you, Jason. It's right there. Just how would you make it simpler and shorter?
Look at
Okay.
the statistic of how many people retire broke.
Yeah, but he's talking to 25-year-old people.
Oh, yeah, they
That
wouldn't
would
care.
work. That's our generation, not his target.
Yeah.
I something that said, well, it said tuition costs have risen 79% a year. I followed it up with a question: How would you pay for that?
No, forget that for now. That's part
Okay.
of it. Yeah, just stick with that attention grabber. Tuition has risen 79%, is rising 79% a year. Right?
Okay.
And then I'll show you where you can put in how are you going to pay for that. But
Okay,
right
so I
now,
have
we just want to give them the
tuition.
facts.
Tuition is rising an average of 79% a year.
That's huge.
Okay.
Now, is that college tuition? I'm assuming.
Yes, I'm referring to that. Yes. So would I preface it by saying college tuition is rising an average of 79% a year?
Yes, I would. That's perfect. Just like you said it. That's perfect. Because again, you're speaking their language. And oftentimes I call classes that I have, here's the tuition. So just to be clear. All right. Very good, Jason.
Got it.
Just
Awesome.
simplify. All right, Fran, you're up.
I have two of them that I can't decide. One is, I'm tired of letting somebody else dictate my schedule and my income. That's one. Then the other one is, I like not looking at price tags because I want what I want and I want it now. Arby doesn't like those, I can tell by her face.
No, I like it. I'm just trying to figure out how we can use it, because the price tag thing, I don't, that could be anything. That could be shopping or whatever. The other one is probably more in tune with you helping women to start their own business. So say the other one again.
I'm tired of letting somebody else dictate my schedule and my income. I guess that's not much of a grabber.
No, but what if you turned it into the enrolling question? Like, how many of you are tired of, whatever you said, sick and tired of someone.
Letting somebody else dictate your schedule and your income.
Yeah.
And then the second part would be, and how many of you women? Okay, so okay.
Well, I would save the income for the second one.
Mhm.
I might say, how
Okay.
many of you are how many of you are sick and tired of someone, and I don't remember what you said, but someone controlling your day? How many of you are not only tired of someone dictating your day, but you're tired of them controlling your income?
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm tired of letting someone else dictate my schedule. Or how many of you are tired of letting someone else dictate your schedule?
That's it.
And how many of you
Not only you're tired of someone dictating your schedule, you're tired of them.
dictating your income?
Perfect. Let's
Yeah.
put it all together. See, that's much more interesting than her coming out and saying I. Now the I works when it's something like Florence could get away with it because she was saying a shocking number there.
Mhm.
But sometimes it's better to put it in a rolling question, because what you're doing is you're above all that now, Fran, because you've got your own business. You used to be tired of it, but you quit. You started your own business. Now you're teaching other people how to start their own business.
Correct.
So you
Okay.
want to make sure you're not put in the same boat
Yeah.
as your audience. You've got to be the mentor.
All right. Okay. So it would be, you want me to say it again?
Yes.
How many of you are tired of letting somebody else dictate your schedule? How many of you how many of you are not only tired of letting somebody else dictate your schedule, but also,
You're tired, you're tired of them controlling your income.
yeah.
What if she takes letting out of both statements?
What?
What if she takes the word letting?
Okay, try that.
Okay, I haven't written it down, so it's kind of
Okay,
hard.
write it down.
I'm tired. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Drop the letting, because that's that ing word.
How many of you
Oh,
are
how
tired? Write it down.
many of you are tired, maybe sick and tired of somebody else?
Or people controlling your schedule, or people dictating your schedule. You can just say people dictating your schedule. It
Your
could mean
schedule.
children, it could mean friends, it could mean anything.
Yeah, and then the second part, then you repeat it.
Right? How many of you are not only tired of people dictating your schedule, you're
You're tired of them dictating your income.
right. Or even you could say the word sick there. So how many of you are tired of people dictating your schedule? How many of you are not only tired of people dictating your schedule, you're sick at them controlling your income? Or tired, whichever way you want.
I like that.
Dictating is good because that means somebody's telling you what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking,
Same
yeah.
with controlling. Controlling's not good.
Yeah, I kind of like control. I'll try them both for a while.
Well, first one's dictate, the second one is control. Control your
Yeah. So how many of you are sick and tired of people dictating your schedule? And how many of you are sick and tired? No, repeat it. Sick and tired of people dictating your schedule, and you're sick of them dictating your income.
Yeah, I wouldn't say sick and tired together. The first one, how many of you are tired? Tired, and we can say it that way. How many of you are tired
Tired
of
of
people dictating
people-
your schedule? How many of you are
Okay.
not only tired of people dictating your schedule, you're sick of them controlling your income?
Let me write that.
Yeah, it's always better, ladies and gentlemen, if you kind of write it down as we're going, because it can get kind of confusing. But when you get it real clear and crystal clear, it's powerful. And that's what
Okay, so the second question is not only tired of them dictating your schedule, you're sick of them. I'm going to put controlling your income. Okay,
perfect.
so how many of you are tired of people dictating your schedule? Not only tired
And
of
how many? Say it
Oh.
again. Repeat the whole sentence.
that, and how
Put a not only.
many? And how many of you are not only tired of them dictating your schedule, you're sick of them controlling your income?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. All right, y'all going to get another chance at that. All right, let's go to Virginia. And we'll come back to you, Jason.
Okay, just real quick. We never went through our purpose statement, did we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did that before we took lunch.
Oh, we did?
Mhm.
But did we all share our purpose statement?
Oh, no, we don't need to share that.
Okay,
Remember, I said it's only for you. It's not even part of the speech.
okay.
We all shared what clothes we were going to do. So we all know what clothes we're going to do, but that's it. We don't need to say it. Mhm. It's just for you.
Okay, so I have three quick sentences, and then my little statement. So I don't know which one of these three should I use.
Okay,
The
let
first
us
one
lay
is, I'm
it on us.
Huh?
Lay it on us.
Okay, so the first one is I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck.
Okay, I like that.
Why am I here? Where do I go? The second one is a compass is used for direction to tell you where to go. North, west, north, south, west, east. Then the other one is I'm lost. Should I turn right, go left, go forward, or reverse? And then the bulk of it is how many of you would not only like to find clarity and purpose, but have a compass that will help you get there?
Okay, so I like the first one without the tag. So I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. That'll work, period.
Okay.
And then the last one with the how many of you. But we just have to reconstruct the sentence a little bit if you're going to use that one. Right.
Okay, so how would
The other two didn't have any, the middle two didn't have any impact. So which
So
one?
I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. How many of you would not only like to find clarity and purpose, but have a compass that will help you get there?
Okay, so we can't use them together. They're oranges and apples.
Oh,
Either you use I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck, period, or
okay.
you use how many of you. So if you use how many of you, which is a very good one. I love the compass because that's a visual.
Uh-huh.
So how many of you, let's work on that one. How many of you, and what did you say after that? How many of you?
How many of you would not only like to find clarity and purpose, but have a compass that will help you get there?
Perfect. So what is the first sentence? How many of you want clarity and purpose? We all want clarity and purpose. Okay, so say that again. How many of you want clarity and purpose?
How many of you want clarity and purpose?
Okay, that's number one. Number two is, how many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want a compass to guide you?
So how many of you would like clarity and purpose?
Right, that's one.
Okay.
Number two,
Uh-huh.
repeat number one. How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want the big promise, which is the
How many of you would like a compass? Well, how many of you would not only like
clarity and purpose, you want a, whatever you said before, a compass to guide you.
guide you? So how many of you would not only like clarity and purpose, but a compass to guide you?
Yes,
You want a compass to guide you.
that's beautiful.
So that's it?
Yes, but you're going to say them again and just, say them like you mean them and raise your hand so we
Okay.
can raise ours.
You want me to say it right now again?
Yes, please.
Okay, how many of you would not only like clarity, purpose, but a compass to guide?
No. That's the second one.
Oh,
How many of you want clarity and purpose? Write these down in your notebook so you can,
I don't understand why I have, they're kind of the same.
well, they're building. So the first one is, How many of you want clarity and purpose?
How many of you would like clarity and purpose?
Perfect. How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want a compass to guide you?
How many of you would not only like clarity and purpose, but a compass to guide you?
Yes, but stay away from the word but. You want, and we don't have to use but negates everything you said.
Okay, so how many of you not only what?
Okay, let's start at the beginning. How many of you want clarity and purpose?
Want,
How many of
want or would like?
I would say want, but if you would like, that.
No. How many of you want clarity and purpose?
How many, then the second question, how many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want a compass to guide you? I love that. That's a very powerful statement, right, Renee? Very powerful, right?
The audience. I'm pretending I'm the audience.
Yeah, but it's very powerful.
All right, so I'm ready. How many of you want clarity and purpose? How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, but
Oh, nobody.
you want a compass to guide you?
Yes, yay! Perfect, good job. That's it. Now, if you're on stage and you say but, don't worry about it. But we just want to kind of practice without the but, because, you know, in English language, everyone always says but negates what's ever written
Right.
before it. So just in case someone's got that psychological knowledge, we don't, you know, we just do the best we can, right? So if you say it, it's not the end of the world, but we want to practice today not saying it. Because if I let you practice saying it,
Grabbers, right?
yeah. All right, let's come back to Jason.
Okay.
So what did
Okay.
you decide?
So I've got, here's another one that okay, so here's the first, in polishing up the first one. College tuition is rising an average of 79% a year.
I love that.
Okay. The other one is I have California unemployment. That's okay. I'm gonna leave that alone. Let me just stick with the college tuition right now.
I think so too, because when you learn what the next step is, it'll be easy to transition.
Okay.
All right? Very easy. So,
Okay.
all right, so everybody's good, everybody's complete, everybody
Yeah.
loves their attention grabber.
Yeah.
Awesome, you all did a great job. All right, now, since you love it, now you're gonna put it on this form, right? What did I do with my form? But you know the form I'm talking about,
Mhm.
right? Yes, you're gonna
Yes.
put it, the final on the form. Final on the form. All right. Now we're moving. It's really get exciting. So here's how we roll today, right? All of you have started and you're learning my system. And even those, a few of you have been in the class before. There's actually 3 of you that have been in the 4-day before, but a long time ago. Just shows you got to keep learning and keep coming back. So congratulations to all of you. But you're all starting out with this clean slate, right? Clean, clean, clean. And what we're doing right now is we're outlining, don't miss this, we're outlining our speech. All right? And then what we're going to end up with in 2 days is our most colorful speech.
Very good.
Sweet.
All right? So you're all starting from scratch.
You outline when you were a little girl coloring books before you did the drawing, you filled it in. You always outline it first for the color.
You know what? I did sometimes, but most of the time I just colored it in and from the lines. Yeah. Who can remember that was so ancient ago?
I remember that.
Oh, good. Okay. So we're going to the next step and that we are on page 13. So the very next step, and we can always see it here, it says welcome. And the welcome is a welcome feeling, not welcome to this training or to this speech. No, it's having your audience feel welcome. Remember, we're in rapport. So when someone like Jason scares the bejeebies and says the rising, say your statement again, Jason.
College tuition is rising an average of 79% per year.
Right. So his welcome would be having them feel welcome. He would say, that's right. Or true, sad, but true. You're acknowledging the audience for either reacting, whether it's physically reacting, mentally, emotionally, whatever. So when Renee says, you can have the love of your life forever, she too can say, or because it's a question, how many of you want the love of your life forever? And people raise their hand. She could say something like, well, you can have it, or great, or fantastic, whatever your word is, right? Fantabulous. So it's a word or a couple of words that acknowledges them having some feelings about what you just said. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. So Florence is where she's saying that she can say, yeah, believe it or not, right? That's true. So just kind of try that on, jot a little something. Like I said, it shouldn't be more than a couple of words, 1 word or 2 words. Tops 3, believe it or not, or something like that. But it's just an acknowledgement for them having either raised their hand or shocked them. Okay? And then we're going to go around the room. All right. So Fran, we're going to start with you this time.
You just want the statement, the
Just the
welcome
statement. Mm-hmm.
Fabulous. You can have it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you know what? I'm thinking we better add the attention grabber too, in case some people forgot. All right, so add the attention grabber and then do the welcome.
How many of you are tired of people dictating your schedule? How many of you are not only tired of people dictating your schedule, you're sick of them controlling your income? Fabulous. You can have, oh no, that doesn't make sense. You can
So
have
it doesn't work, right? That's what I said.
Yeah.
But say something else. What's your natural reaction that you want to say after that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was too.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I was too. Or yeah, you should be. Or yeah, it doesn't have to be that way. So
I like that. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that way. I like both. Yeah, I was too, and it doesn't have to be that way.
Now I said the word yeah, but in speaking we want to say yes.
Okay.
We use that slang, but when we do speak, we want to be more formal.
Okay. Got it. Yes, I was too, and it doesn't have to be that way.
Okay, do the sentence because those examples, do the sentence again.
The grabber?
We need both of them.
The attention grabber? Okay, how many of you are tired of people dictating your schedule? How many of you are not only tired of people dictating your schedule, you're sick of them controlling your income? Yes, I was too, and it doesn't have to be that way.
Okay, perfect. It works.
Yeah.
It works. It's a lot more words, but it works. Okay, excellent. Good job. And your attention grabbers are really smooth now. So
yeah, they are smooth. I could skip the yes. I could just say I was too.
Okay, let's do that. Good, very good. All right. Okay.
In Africa, 1 elephant is killed every 15 minutes. That's about 100 elephants killed for just their ivory. Hard to believe.
Good. But you forgot a day, 100 elephants.
Oh, I did, yes.
So do it one more time.
Okay. In Africa, 1 elephant is killed every 15 minutes. That's about 100 elephants a day killed just for their ivory. Hard to believe.
But true.
But true.
Good. Very good.
Very good.
Good. All right, Florence.
Okay, I have it 2 different ways. The first one is, I don't remember having a day of pain until I turned 75. Believe it or not, it's true.
Good.
And the other one is, I don't remember having a day of pain until I turned 75. 75 pain-free years.
First one.
Okay.
First one. Yeah, very good. All right, Virginia, are you ready?
I'm mentally baffled right now. I was writing, trying to catch up with my statements. So what am I supposed to do?
Okay, just say your attention grabber again. We're doing a little welcome word. So
Okay.
just say the statement and then whatever comes natural afterwards.
Okay. How many of you want clarity and purpose? How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want a compass to guide you? And then they raise their hands and I say, that's amazing. Healing starts within. No?
What? No, get rid of that. No, the reaction is, great, you can have it.
That's it?
Yeah, it's just a little, remember, we're acknowledging their feeling. They're going, yes, I want it. And all you're going, great, you can have it.
That's it.
That's good.
That's simple. So say it again, or whatever your gut wants to say right after that. Great, fabulous, because you can have it all.
How many of you want clarity and purpose? How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want a compass to guide you?
Okay, what comes next for you?
That's amazing. You can have it all.
Perfect. Then that's what you say.
That's good.
Perfect. Well, you can adapt if you don't like that's amazing. You can say something else. Just, the focus isn't on this. The focus is the attention grabber. And this is just the recognition that your audience rose their hand or they got scared or something.
Okay.
It's just like if you told somebody and you're saying, don't worry, it's okay. I'm going to give you the solution,
Mm.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're talking to yourself. If you're saying, how many of you want this? How many of you want that? And you don't acknowledge your audience, then you haven't connected. We're connected.
Mhm.
Okay, good job.
Thank you.
Okay, Renee, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Okay. How many of you want to find love again? How many of you want to not only find love again, you want it to be everlasting?
Yes.
Spectacular.
You can have it.
You can have it. I have it. You can have it too. We can all have it. It's a win-win.
That's right. Excellent.
I do have it. I call him my husband from heaven. You know that, right, RB? I always refer to him
What?
as my husband from heaven.
Your husband's in heaven?
Her husband from
You're
heaven.
breaking up. You're breaking up. Oh, from heaven. Absolutely. You're frozen, Renee. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear that last little part. Okay. Jason, did you go? Refresh my memory.
Say that.
Not yet. Is Renee still going or?
Oh, she's frozen.
Uh-oh.
Are you? Okay, Renee, can you go again? Let's see.
I'll do it one more time from the top.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. How many of you want to find love again? How many of you not only want to find love again, you want it to be everlasting? Then I say, spectacular. And we can all have that.
Okay,
What did you say?
let's do it again. And do it
Okay.
like you would do it on stage.
Okay. How many of you want to find love again? How many of you not only want to find love again, but you want it to be everlasting? Spectacular.
Okay, I'm not convinced. Plus,
Okay.
you said but in there. So
Didn't say but.
what do you really want to say from Renee's heart to our heart? What do you want to say after that? You want some encouragement that yes, we can have that. We can get it again.
Yeah,
Most of
I found love. I want to give that to the audience, what I found. I found my everlasting love, as I call him, RV, my husband from heaven. I found it. I want you to find that too. I mean that from my heart. All the single women over 50 who think that there's no men out there, or there's not any good ones, or they're not a certain religion or spirituality, something that they're only the good ones are gone, or they're dead, or they're already married. There are.
What if she says, I found it and I'm going to share with you how you can find it also?
Oh, I love that, Florence. I love that.
Yeah, I
Harvey,
was
does
gonna-
that sound good?
Okay.
Sound great?
Okay, so I was going to say that yes, you can have just what you said, but in a shorter method.
Okay.
You know, so instead of saying, I found my husband from heaven, all that, just like what Florence said, I found it and you can find, and I'll show you how to find it, or you can find it too. You know, really
Okay,
from the heart.
Okay, I found it. You can find that too, period.
Or I'll share with you how you can find it too. But that's the thing. See, that spectacular just didn't fit you and what you were trying to say.
I thought that word spectacular was contrived.
Yeah, it
Right.
was.
Yes.
It
That's
didn't
why I
sound
called you.
genuine. It didn't sound genuine.
That's why I called you on it. You know,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. I
Okay.
mean, you have to use your word, your sentiment. All I'm saying is we have to acknowledge our audience.
Okay.
That we've given them something, promised them something, scared the life out of them, or did something. Okay, so do that one more time, Renee, the whole thing.
All right. How many of you want to find love again? How many of you not only want to find love again, but sorry. Okay, I'll do it real quick. How many of you want to find love again? How many of you not only want to find love again, you want to find everlasting love? I found it. You can do that too.
Oh, great. That's awesome.
But you might want to say something else too, like great, like something in there.
Oh, great. Okay, got it. Okay, great. So so what Francis said,
You can find it. Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Francis said, and then I come in and say, oh, great. Or something like that.
Or say it's possible.
It's
possible.
possible.
Yeah.
I did it.
I did it. You can too.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Thank you. Okay, I was thinking it's
Thank
possible.
you. Thank you, Kay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right, say it one more time.
Okay. How many of you want to find love again? How many of you not only want to find love again, you want it to be everlasting? I found it.
No, it's possible.
Oh,
It's possible.
it's
I
possible.
found it, and you
Okay.
can find it too.
Yes. Everlasting. It's possible. I found it. You can too.
Good. Good. Yay. Okay, let's go to Jason.
Okay, I've got about 3 options here. College tuition is rising an average of 79% per year. And I'm so happy I've graduated. 2 is,
That doesn't fit your audience.
I didn't think so. Okay.
It's for them. What is it for them? So go on. What's the
Okay,
next
so
option?
then how about this one then? College tuition is rising an average of 79% per year. We need a coupon discount. Okay,
Now try the third one.
okay. Wow, okay, well then my last one was about a Black Friday enrollment for, but I don't think that's gonna work.
No, what about this? Okay. Because it's not about a discount or anything. These are 20 college kids that either are still going to college, or they've gone to college and they have huge loans, or they're getting ready to go to college. So if you say 79%, you said college tuition has risen 79% over the last year, right? You're saying
Right.
a statement. So you say, yes, that's right. That's true. Sad, but true, right? And it's not going to stop.
Mm,
Something like that. It's
Oh,
not
right,
about
like
we need
that.
a discount. or a
To
coupon.
rise.
that's good. That gets your attention.
Yeah.
You're good, Arby.
Just experienced. He's been doing this for a long time.
Oh.
So let's try that.
Okay. Let me write it down. Okay, so college tuition is rising an average of 79% per year. Sad but true, and it's not going to stop.
Yeah,
Ooh, yeah.
great.
Yeah. Wow.
That's it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah.
That'll work.
And how simple it is, right? But it's conveys the message.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Harvey stayed in the flow with the sentence itself. So
Yeah.
I see where that's going.
You know, Jason, you're going to have a good audience too with parents of kids who are going to be going to college in the future. I mean, if I heard that and I had even a 3-year-old, I would go, oh my gosh, what are you talking about? Tell me more.
Better start now. Save.
Yeah. Sell the house.
Yeah.
80%. You know, and if you could find a number that's like 79.7 or something,
Yeah.
even be more staggering. So if you
Yeah.
find whatever the point is, or, you know, or something.
Yeah. I'm gonna look at that tonight some more. That sounds great.
Yeah, perfect. All right,
That's working.
good job. So
Thank you.
everybody's complete and happy with the first 2 steps.
Yeah.
All right, so make sure you're writing it in your outline. And then we're going to go to step number 3, which is very easy. Yes, Virginia, what do you need?
I'm not 100% happy with the way that the report flows. How many of you want clarity and purpose? How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want a compass to guide you? It seems like something's missing there before purpose, and then you want a compass to guide you. And we took away the but, and I get why, but I feel like I need something there.
Okay, what do you feel like you need? Because from our ears, it's absolutely perfect.
Mhm.
Okay, how many of you want clarity and purpose? I mean, clarity kind of classes up the purpose. If you just said how many of you want to live your life on purpose, that's
No,
not
no,
as
no.
exciting as clarity and purpose, number one. So we like that.
How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want a compass to guide you, but before the you, there's no conjunction, there's nothing to join.
You don't need it.
No? Should I say you also want a compass to guide you?
No, you can say, and you can, here, unmute yourself, Florence. You look like you have something to say.
No, I just said the comma, just keep going.
Yeah, it's comma. It's not a, a paper we're writing. But if you wanted something like that, just put the word and. And you want a compass to guide you. And emphasize the and instead of emphasizing the but. That's all.
All right.
But if you need the but, put in the but.
Get your butt out of the way.
That's a good one. Get your butt out of the way. But yeah, if you feel like you need it, and I know I've said it accidentally myself, but we're just in the first 3 seconds, just being really, really tight on what we say.
Okay.
All right. And does your welcome statement flow still?
Yeah. How many of you want clarity and purpose? How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, and you want a compass to guide you?
Right. And then you're welcome after that. You can have it, or you can get.
That's amazing. You can have it.
Okay, great.
I have one too.
Okay, good. I think compasses are important.
Mhm.
Because we weren't born with a plan book, right? We've done a lot of this stuff, by the seat of our pants. Life, I mean, especially when we're younger. If we didn't have mentors like our parents, if they weren't strong mentors. My parents were parents, they weren't mentors. They were just parents. Eat your vegetables, clean your room, they didn't set me up to be anything I wanted to be. Because they did what they learned. But they were good parents.
Yeah.
Parents go. But I know now of parents that actually are like mentors and mentoring their kids, through all kinds of stuff, So things have changed in parenting too. All right, so let's go back to page 13. We're on number 3. And this is easy because this is you saying thank you to your audience for being there. Now, most of the time, where do where in their speech do they thank their audience?
At the beginning.
No, they thank their audience at the end.
Oh, at the end.
Right? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Not both,
It's
beginning of the end? Beginning and the end?
no. We're going to appreciate them at the end, but we thank them in the beginning. Because if you're at the end of your statement, or your speech, I mean, and you say thank you at the end, what are they going to do? Right? And you're not done. People are trained like little seals. So we're not going to do that. But they know at the beginning that you're not ending, right? So we're going to, all right, one other thing I left out for the welcome. Sorry, because I didn't have my glasses on. When we're in the welcome, we're also going to share how long the speech is going to be. The reason is for your audience to relax, because they are thinking, oh my God, is she going to speak for an hour or what? So we're going to say, right? So Renee, what was yours again? Unmute yourself.
You want me to do that again?
No, just say the last,
I found it.
just say, okay. It's possible.
Okay.
All right. So
It's possible. I
possible
found it. You can too.
for the next 15 minutes. I'm
Okay.
going to share with you exactly how to find it. All right. So you are taking that, either the title of your talk or the essence of your talk, the promise, and you're going to give it to them.
Okay, what was that last part, Arby? I'm so sorry. For the next 15 minutes, I'm going to
Share with you how you can have it too, or how you can find it, or how you can get it, whatever your words are. All right. So Kay, so your last word,
Hard to believe, but true.
hard to believe, but true. And for the next 15 minutes or 30 minutes, we're developing our 30-minute. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you, either how to avoid it, how to stop it, or the devastation that's happening, or the cruelty that's happening. It depends. See, you want to get people to want to go to Africa. So we have to be careful that we're not developing the speech that gets them to donate
Right.
to elephant funds.
Right. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, so we have to be careful.
Right.
So maybe we take the twist of, we may not be able to stop it, but we need to go and see the elephants now.
Well, yeah, and because their visit does contribute to conservation. So
Perfect.
Yeah.
Then by coming to Africa, see them before they disappear, then you're contributing to, or whatever that is. But
Okay.
see, we have to make sure that we're taking our speech into the right direction for the ending that we want. We want to persuade them to go to Africa. We don't want to persuade them to donate to elephants. I mean, even though they may, that's okay, but that's not our purpose of this speech.
right.
Our purpose is to get you business. Okay, so just to be clear, so we're going to add that. So before we move on, I want you to add your welcome and then add the time of your speech. And what we're creating now is for the next 30 minutes. And for ease of use, you can always use the title. You can always use the title. If you look on page 13. So I might say, great, for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how you can speak up and cash in. That's the title of my talk. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to show you how to triple your income and double your time off. You don't have to use it. You can paraphrase, but if you get lost, use the title. So Renee, what is the title of yours?
the title of my speech.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is the one we did in the back, right? Right?
Yes, that's why, ladies and gentlemen, you have to have that outline filled in. So anytime I say, what's the title of your speech? It's right there and you can tell me.
Okay. The
Shouldn't
top
be-
3 secrets. Okay. The top 3 secrets you never thought, but the top 3 secrets for women over 50 to find virtual love.
Virtual love. I don't want virtual love.
In a virtual world.
No, I don't want virtual love.
No.
Oh, sorry, the wrong one. Sorry.
Say it again. Oh, hold on. I got to.
Okay. Is it in the chat room? And where's the chat room? It disappeared.
Just hover on participants and it'll come back.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So what is your title?
Hover over participants.
What is your title?
The 3 top secrets for women over 50 to find love in a virtual world.
Okay. You have to be careful because that title doesn't really go with your attention grabber and what you're going to talk about finding the love of your life.
Okay.
See, I would pick another one.
Okay, got it.
See, because see how we shift sometimes and we think we have a great title, but if that's not the direction you're going, you got to change that title. It's got to be congruent. So that's a talk about speaking virtually, which is or meeting somebody online. So if that's the case, then we've got to direct it that way. So how many people would love to go online and find the love of their life? You know, how many of you use dating services? How would you like to find the love of your life on one of those dating services? So see, that's a little bit different. So we have to stay congruent on the same road. Otherwise people, because we're going to use the title over and over again in our speech. We're going to plug it in there several times. All right. So just, we're going to be processing this tonight. You're going to be looking at everything you've created and make sure it's all congruent. All right, let's continue. All right. So we're going to do the welcome script with the time that you're going to speak. All right. So Jason, do yours.
College tuition is rising an average of 79% per year. Sad but true, and it's not going to stop. And for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share 3 principles to create abundance in these challenging times.
Beautiful. See how that fits together. The challenging times, now we're thinking not COVID, but we're thinking challenging times is the 79% increase. You see how that fits? Yes, that's what we want to do. That's the example. Good job, Jason. Good job. Okay, who wants to go next? Florence, do you want to go next?
Oh, okay. Just from the welcome.
Well, just do the whole thing, just to make sure we got it all together.
Oh, okay. Oh, dear. I don't remember experiencing a day of pain till I turned 75. Believe it or not, it's true.
Good.
In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how you can have the best dimension physically, mentally, and spiritually in your second act.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Goes together. Beautiful. Good job. All right. So Fran, you want to go next?
Yes. How many of you are tired of people dictating your schedule? How many of you are not only tired of people dictating your schedule, you're sick of them controlling your income? I was too, and it doesn't have to be that way. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how you can create a business that feeds your body, soul, and spirit.
Woo! Good. All right. Very good. Good job. All right. Virginia, are you ready?
Okay, so my title is 3 Ways to Unveil Your Purpose. I thought maybe I should add your purpose and clarity.
How about clarity and purpose?
Clarity. Okay, so 3 ways to unveil your clarity and purpose. That doesn't sound.
No, I would keep it with heart purpose. It'll still match. Just trust me. Keep your title the way it was. I think heart purpose is perfect. Now, don't over engineer.
Okay, very good. So
try the clarity and purpose.
okay, so 3 ways to unveil your heart purpose. How many of you want clarity and purpose? How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want, let me start again. 3, okay, I don't need to repeat the title again, right?
No, you're just going from your attention grabber.
Okay. How many of you want clarity and purpose? How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want a compass to guide you? That's amazing. You can have it. for the next 20 minutes, I will share with you 3 ways to unveil your heart purpose.
Perfect. And just emphasize heart, your heart's purpose.
Okay, your heart's purpose.
Yeah. Just really make it big.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
perfect. All right. Great. All right. Did everybody go?
No, not yet. Here.
Okay, Kay, go ahead.
I think mine's kind of long, but okay. In Africa, 1 elephant is killed every 15 minutes. That's about 100 elephants killed each day just for their ivory. I know, hard to believe, but true. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you information about the wildlife, how your visit helps conservation efforts, and the reasons you should visit Africa before it all disappears.
Good. That's good.
Excellent.
Okay, that works. Very good. And now we know what direction you're taking. So
Yeah.
very good. Good save there, Kay. Good save. All right.
Is this speech used like if you do a webinar, if you're doing a speech? I mean, can you use it? Can you use the system for any speech?
Yes, any
And
speech.
modify it
Yes.
for the time, whatever.
Right. So what we do, because of the system, if it's a little speech, right.
Mhm.
So think of it this way. When I was a little girl, my mom would make me bologna sandwiches
Me too.
on white bread, 1 piece of bologna. And anybody else on Wonder Bread? Anybody else had that? A little bit of mayo, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So now if my mom didn't put 1 piece of meat in there, I would have noticed it.
Yeah.
But I didn't notice that there wasn't 5 or 6 pieces of meat. If there wasn't 1, I would have noticed it. So that's how our speech is. When we have 30 minutes, we can put in 5 or 6 pieces of meat. But when we only have 10 minutes or 5 minutes, then as long as there's 1 piece, which means 1 education point, 1 principle, 1 nugget of information, then we're fine as an audience. So what we'll do is we're creating one this big, but then if your time is cut short, you're just going to take out some of the meat, but you're going to keep the rapport the same, just like what we're building now.
Mhm.
That's the beauty. So you have 5 pieces of meat, but we don't have time. We take out 2 or 3 of them, but it's the same speech.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Good. Millions.
Yes, indeed. Millions.
All right.
Indeed.
Beautiful. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a little break. Anybody ready for a break?
Yes.
Hey, sweet.
So we're going to take 15 minutes. So just walk around. Walk around, do whatever. It's 10 till 3. So come back promptly at 3:05. 3:05.
Before you take off, Arby, can I ask you a quick question?
Of course.
Okay, so on my attention grabber, how about if I add the word find? How many of you want to find clarity and purpose? How many of you not only want to find clarity and purpose, you want to find a compass to guide you? That's amazing. I found mine. Let's find yours.
I like it. I like it. I found mine. I like it.
Okay.
That works.
And then I can say, let's find yours.
Well, you're going to show them where theirs is. But you could say, let's find. Yeah, that's fine.
I found mine. That's
Let's
amazing.
find yours.
Arby, where can I find the chat? I see the chat and I see there's nobody wrote in it because earlier there was a bunch of writing in there. Everybody was writing everything. And
Still
the
there?
chat right
Still
now, it's just blank. So how do I find what everybody said in the
Okay.
chat?
Did you happen to exit out at all at lunch?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
Still there.
I see the chat. It's still there. Unless I close the meeting, it's not there. Now, if you ever end a meeting, then when you come back, it'll start over again. Even
Yeah.
though we've been meeting, if you had exited out and come back in, it would just start from that time. But you should have it. So let's see why. Are you hovering over participants?
Yeah, I hovered over participants. I
You
see
got
that.
participants up.
Yep.
And then you can go to the chat, which is under the more button. Oh, not that button. The
Okay,
chat is right there in chat next to the share screen.
Share screen. So I see everyone's name.
Okay, so now double click on chat.
Chat. Okay, double click on chat. Where's the chat?
Down below, the bar down below.
Okay, I see file and to everyone.
Okay, that's the chat. I'm talking about the regular bar, your Zoom bar at the bottom.
Okay, I'm at the Zoom bar at the bottom. Double click chat.
Yes.
Okay, I double clicked it and it still is blank. I mean, I still see everyone's name, but I don't see the conversation that was taking place before lunch.
So there's two squares and two
Yes,
screens.
2
One
squares.
is participant, one is the chat.
Yes.
So you should be able just to go to the chat and double click. The first time I go to chat, it's blank and I just see the names. When
Yeah.
I double click on it, I click on it a second time, then the chat room comes up.
Yeah, I see everyone's names, and now it's one square with everyone's names.
Okay, now go to the chat and click one more time.
Okay, I did that, and it still is like blank. I saw a conversation before lunch. Everyone said their titles and all that, and now it's still blank. So why is that?
Interesting, because it's not for any of us.
No.
Well, I don't know. Play with it a little bit.
Okay.
I need to go to the tinkle room.
Okay.
But play with it for a little bit and I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish my writing. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we are back from break and now we're going to continue with our outline here. So number 3, we're on page 13 and we're going to add a thank you. We're not going to practice that right now because that's a thank you that needs to be from you, sincerely from you. So when you're when we're in front of an audience, whether it's virtual or not, we just want to take a moment and thank our audience. And we could say the word thank you here because we're not at the end of our presentation. And just take a moment and thank them as genuinely as you can in the moment for being there. We want to stay away from saying words like, thank you for coming to hear my speech or hear me speak, because we're in rapport. When we're in rapport, we don't make it about us. It's about thanking the audience for their time, their energy, their support, whatever it might be. You know how to do this. So just as genuine as you can. So I like to thank people for their time because it's my audience is business world. So you want to thank people how your audience would want to be thanked. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So we're going to do that in just a moment. You're going to write that down, but you're going to write down the second step. We're going to put them both together. And the next step, number 4, and then we're going to spend the rest of the afternoon on our professional story. So summary of what you're going to cover. Now, this does not mean I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. No, we don't do that. That's an old model. But what I like to put in there is, again, the title once again, to dangle it, the carrot in front of your audience. So it'll go something like this. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you so much for your time and your energy for being here. Now, before I share with you how you can double your income and triple your time off, would it be okay if I shared a little bit about myself? Right? We're leading into our story. So again, we go all these transitions from step to step should be transparent. So
why do we have to ask for permission to share a story?
Because you're in rapport.
Oh. Okay.
And because we want permission so people don't cut us off and go, I'm not going to listen. She's talking about herself. No, we just simply ask. There's different ways to ask. So you can say, would it be okay? That's what I do. Or do I have your permission to share a little bit about myself?
What are they saying?
How would you?
It says no.
Well, if you don't want to ask permission, Virginia, then
no, what I'm saying is, what if someone says no?
No, they're not going to say no, because here's what you're going to do. You've already been loving on them. You're going to go, now, before I share with you, dangle, 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 how you can make all the money in the world and find your love at last, right? This is what they want. Would it be okay if I shared a little bit about myself and how I got here? I say, would it be okay if I shared how I became a master speaker trainer?
Okay.
And then I do this, and this is what I recommend you do. That gets your audience to go like this. Now they're all in. They're all in. You could talk about yourself to the moon. Yeah, right? Comes down. And Florence, since yours is entire testimony and journey, maybe yours is, would it be okay if I shared my journey?
Mm-hmm.
You know, my 50-year journey with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, Florence, what was the title of your talk, though?
Geez, your best dimension is in your second act.
That's right. So before I share with you your best dimension in your second act, would it be okay if I shared a little bit about my journey and how I entered into my second act? So you can paraphrase the title. It just gives you a basis to move forward. It's the promise. Is that clear, Virginia?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are going to take it just from the thank you through these next steps right before we actually tell our story. So we just want to ask permission because we are in rapport and it gets the audience engaged. And we're all about getting audiences engaged, especially in rapport. All right. So we are going to start. I'm going to start with Jason because Jason has done this before. So Jason, take us from the thank you clear through to right before you tell your story.
Oh, okay. Wow. Hang on. Okay. The thank you is not the thank you at the end. This is the.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so I'll just simply say, all right, so let me start from the welcome and let me see if that can help through.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Yeah, because you'll need transition words in between some of these to connect them. So like you might say, after you're welcome, great, you know, for the next few minutes, I'm going to blah, blah. But before I do that, would it be, you know, I just want to take a moment and thank you, right? So there are transitions in there. Okay.
Yes,
go ahead,
that's
Jason.
right. All right, so college tuition is rising an average of 79% per year. Sad, but true. And it's not going to stop. And for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share 3 principles to create abundance in these challenging times.
Good.
I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for joining me on this day and being a part of this day with me. And so before I go into the 3 principles to create abundance in these challenging times, would it be okay that I share my personal story with you? Something.
Yes. Now you might want to say, professional story so they don't think it's just something too personal.
Yeah, hang on. I had something initially.
Or just say story or journey.
Yeah, I will probably share something like before I share with you the 3 principles on how to create abundance in these challenging times. Would it be okay that would be okay to share with you my story on how I started in this industry, how I started my focus and attention towards creating abundance in these challenging times. Something that I'm trying to rewrite something different, but I originally said I'd like to share with you my story on how I started with Transamerica and the reason that I'm here. Would that be okay with you?
I would ask permission first, and I wouldn't name a company.
Okay.
I would just name your profession.
Okay, got it.
Because now people are going to be thinking, oh, Transamerican.
That's right.
He's with World Financial Group. And then they could go off on a tangent and not listen.
Okay, so it would be, that's right.
How you became somehow the professional, or how you got your own abundance, or how
I know. Okay, I know where we're getting at. Hang on, let's see here.
You're setting yourself up as the expert right here, because your story earns you the right to be talking about yourself and teaching them, and it's giving you the credibility that they need to listen to you before you get into the meat, or they're not going to believe you.
I used to say, okay. So.
All right.
I wanted to say,
Good job. We'll come back to you. Do it
Yeah.
again. It's always harder being first. All right. Who wants to go next? Who's ready? Okay, Kay. We'll do
Okay.
Kay, and then we'll do Florence, and then Virginia, and then Renee when she gets back in the room.
Okay, I'm going to start with a thank you.
Might as well start at the beginning like Jason did to make sure it all
Oh,
flows.
Okay, so I start, okay, in Africa, one elephant is killed every 15 minutes. That's about 100 elephants killed per day just for their ivory. Hard to believe, but true. Before, oh, I'm sorry. I lost track.
That's why we put it all on our form.
I know I have it on my form, but I'm not looking at the right paper. Okay. Okay, so hard to believe, but true. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you information about the wildlife, how your visit helps conservation efforts, and the reasons you should visit Africa before it all but disappears.
Okay, so I don't like that information part because now it sounds like information. Maybe change the word to something more exciting, like the magic, the the mystic, something, the wonders. Oh, the wonders, that's good.
The wonders.
The wonders, so it's something more compelling and persuasive. Yeah, and
Okay,
information.
okay.
I could get information from a pamphlet.
Yeah, but okay. So I'm going
Try
to
that
share with
again.
you the wonders of the African wildlife,
Love it.
how your visit helps conservation efforts, and the reasons you should visit Africa before it all disappears.
Very good.
Better? Okay. I wanted to take a moment now to thank everyone for taking the time out of your busy day to share your time and energy with me. Special thanks and appreciation to whoever
Right, the host.
for inviting and giving me the opportunity to share with you today.
Beautiful. Okay, good job. That means you did read the material. When
Okay.
you're in a situation that someone invited you to speak, you want to acknowledge them and give them kudos. They're the leader of that organization. So leaders, they like acknowledgement. But more importantly, when you're acknowledging the leader of the group, you've acknowledged everybody because everybody loves their leader for the most part, or they wouldn't be part of that networking group or that chamber or whatever. If you're in your own room, you don't thank the host, obviously. But if you're in somebody else's room, you always thank the host. But you thank the host second after the audience, and you never thank the help, the support. So in other words, you wouldn't go and I want to thank the president and blah, blah, blah. And then I want to thank Secretary Jane Doe. You wouldn't do that. That's a slap in the face to the leader.
Did I do it right? So I thank the audience and then I thank the host.
Yes.
Okay. And then before I share the wonders of Africa with you, would you mind if I shared my professional story and my journey of how this African American female found herself in Africa, owning and operating a safari company?
Okay, so we don't want to say, would you mind? Because that means we're going to say, no, we don't mind. You want something where people are always saying yes.
Okay.
In sales, you get them to say yes, not no.
Okay.
So reword that so they say yes.
Okay. So not would you mind, but you're asking permission, right? You can't say I'd like to share.
No.
You're asking for permission, right?
Would it be okay? Would it be all right?
Okay.
Keep it simple.
Okay. Okay. Would it be okay with you if I shared my professional story and journey of how this African American female found herself in Africa, owning and operating a safari company? Is that better?
Better, but I don't know that you need all that bottom part because you're going to have that in your story.
Okay.
Right? So it gets lost. It's too long.
If
So
I
would it be
share my
okay if I just shared a little bit about how I,
Okay.
started either the company or how I fell in love with Africa, something like that. How I first fell in love with Africa. Because you're going to tell your story, which is going to lead up to you own and operate.
Okay. All right. Go for it. Somebody else go. I'm rewording.
Yeah, just cut down on those words. Just
Okay.
keep it for your story. They're good words, but we're going to keep them in the story. Okay, Renee, are you with us? There you go. Renee, are you with us? Renee, everybody go like this to Renee.
She's
I was frozen.
Oh, okay, you were frozen. I guess your internet's kind of going in and out a little bit. Okay,
I was frozen.
yeah. Okay, do you
RV, are
want to
you
go?
there?
Yes,
You
can you
hear
hear?
me?
Yes. Yes,
I was frozen,
yeah.
and now I'm defrosted.
And now what?
She was
Sorry about
defrosted.
that.
Okay, we can't hear you. Okay, now she's frozen again. Now you're frozen
I'm
again.
back again.
You're back.
Frozen. I keep thinking of a frozen margarita.
A little later.
Yes.
Okay, do you want to go next before you freeze up again?
So I'll have another person go in front of me. Are we doing the thank yous?
We're doing the whole thing through the thank
Oh,
you, through permission of the story. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
The top secrets for women over 30 who want to attract their perfect love in a virtual world. How many of you want to find love again?
Freezing.
Am I breathing?
We're freezing.
Talk.
Well, it's possible. I found it, and you can too. For the next 30 minutes, I'll share with you the top 3 secrets in the virtual world of online dating.
Okay.
I want to thank. Can you hear me?
Yes, keep going. Keep going.
I'm frozen.
Well, not to
Yeah.
us, you're not frozen. You're not frozen. You're good. Oh, you can't hear us?
RB, can you hear me?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay. So then I share. Thank you, Florence LaRue, for inviting me to your Christian Women's Bible group, and thank you for allowing me to share my experiences and my information of my new book.
Okay, so don't do that. Don't add all that book stuff. Then you're selling.
Right.
You're selling
Okay.
yourself.
So
No,
just
it's just
thank you
thank
so
you
much.
for allowing me to come and share or
Okay.
speak. Just keep it simple. Otherwise,
you-
it's not about the host. You're making it about you. Save all
So
that
don't say
stuff for
name?
your story.
Got it. Do I share? Do I say their name? Thank you,
Yes.
so and so for. So I should say thank you, Florence LaRue, for allowing me to share my information. Or
I would
experiences.
no, because then you make it about you. Thank you, Florence LaRue, for inviting me here to speak.
Okay.
Keep it
Thank you,
simple.
Florence LaRue, for inviting me to speak. Period.
Yeah, let's give her a big hand.
Thank you.
Right. And whenever we say the name, we always say first and last name.
Yes, I did say Florence LaRue.
You did.
Yes,
So we
yes.
use proper English. Yes.
Correct.
Very
Now,
good.
do we say Miss or Ms. or Mr.?
No, we,
That's kind of too formal, right? It's kind of like old fashioned.
yeah, we don't do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were in another country that did speaking, right? If you were speaking in another country, like maybe England or something where they're a little more formal with their
Yeah.
language, then absolutely you would.
Got it.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Fran. Fran looks like she's ready.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Millions. Millions. All right, Fran. You're muted. I'm sorry.
Millions.
Millions.
Millions, RV.
There we go.
There we
Yes.
go.
How many of you are tired of people dictating your schedule? How many of you are not only tired of people dictating your schedule, you're sick of them controlling your income? I was too, and it doesn't have to be that way. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you 3 secrets to create a business that feeds your body, soul, and spirit. From my heart, I sincerely thank you for your time and energy being here. Before I share the three secrets to create, should I repeat all of that again? The three secrets to create a business, or just three secrets?
You can paraphrase it. Yeah, just 3 secrets. Before I share with you those 3 secrets, yeah.
Would it be okay if I share my journey into entrepreneurship as a business owner?
Yeah. And that's it. That's it for now.
Yeah.
All right. Now, when we do it, you're going to say thank you afterwards, right? We always say thank and please, and right. So would it be okay if I shared a little bit about my journey on how I became the master speaker trainer that I am today? Thank you.
Oh, thank you, and nod your
Right.
head.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Virginia, are you ready?
Hi. Oh, okay. So
From the top.
do I read my title first?
No, we don't read the title. We don't read the purpose statement. That's for you.
All right. Okay, so I might have to do it more than once because I changed it a little bit. Okay, so how many of you want to find clarity and purpose? How many of you want not only to find clarity and purpose, you, oh God.
You're doing fine. Give yourself a break. You're doing great.
You're doing good.
How many of you
Great.
want to find clarity and purpose? How many of you not only want to find clarity and purpose, and also a compass to guide you? And then they say, that's amazing. I found mine. You can find yours. For the next 20 minutes, I'm going to share with you 3 ways to unveil your heart's purpose. And then I say, thank you for, let's say, thank you, Robbie Mater, for this opportunity, and thank you all of you for being here today. Before I go into sharing 3 ways to unveil your heart's purpose, would it be okay if I share my story on how I embarked on my spiritual journey to help others find their purpose and clarity?
Okay, so let's go step by step. You got a little bit of tweaking to do.
Okay.
Okay, so in between, the first thing is in between the first sentences, and listen up, everybody. This is always for everybody. You need to pause and let us raise our hand. So you're doing like 2 run-on sentence. So how many of you want to have clarity and purpose?
Okay.
Stop, breathe, look around your audience, see who's raising the hand. And all of us, remember, we need to support the speaker and act as if it's the real world or this real time. Raise your hand. And then the second question, you're raising the other hand. How many of you not only want clarity and purpose, you want, or all, you don't need that word also in there, but if you want to put it in, you also want a compass to guide you or whatever, right? Okay. Compass is good because to me, a compass is like that. It's like that plan. It's like that silver bullet. It's like that magic lamp. It's like everything magical we've ever thought of, right? And we don't get any of that. God doesn't want us to have it, for one thing, but we still want it. God, if we could just see the future, if we could just be guided, right? If we could just be guided and know we're on the right path. That's what everybody wants. We want to be on the right path. All right. So that's the first thing. The other thing is, and for everybody, when you say thank you, remember we thank our audience first. Then we thank the host.
Oh, the audience first.
Yeah, audience first and then the host. Okay? But very good. Otherwise, we're going to take that step by step. So do it again, a little slower. Let us have a chance to raise our hand. Right. And then look around too. Get used to looking around, you know.
All right.
You're doing great. Are you feeling a little nervous or are you comfortable?
No, I'm okay because now I've spent several hours with you guys. I'm okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
How many of you want to find clarity and purpose? How many of you not only want to find clarity and purpose, you want a compass to guide you? That's amazing. You can have it. I found mine. You can find yours. For the next 20 minutes, I'm going to share with you 3 ways to unveil your heart's purpose.
Good.
I would like to thank all of you for being here today, and thank you, Robbie Motter, for this opportunity to speak and share my story. Before I go into 3 ways to unveil your heart's purpose, would it be okay if I share my story on how I embarked on my spiritual journey to help others find purpose and clarity?
Yeah, perfect. Much better. Much better, much clearer.
Okay.
Okay, so good job.
Thank
Now,
you.
you might want to just add a little bit more of the thank you. And I want to thank you for being here and really just kind of stop and be with your audience. I really want to thank you for being here.
Okay.
Also, I would like to thank Robbie Motter for inviting me.
Okay. Okay.
Now, see, she's doing this real speech. It's coming up in August. Oh,
Yeah.
but you said it might be postponed.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to find out what.
Yeah, I think they should go virtual. I don't think they should postpone it. I think they should just go virtual because they're going to postpone it for a long time.
Is
You
that
think
August the 9th with Robbie?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I'm supposed to be there too, so.
I'm supposed to be there too because
Yeah, that's right. So they've
I'm one
already
of the
changed the date once, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's been changed again. So
yeah.
I'll find out and let you guys know tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. All right, good job. Who's next?
Okay.
Lawrence? Okay.
I don't remember experiencing a day without pain until I turned 75. Oh yeah, believe it or not, it's true. In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you how you can have the best dimension physically, mentally, and spiritually in your second act. Thank you for, I know many of you came from quite far away, so I thank you for the time and energy you took to be here. Also, please join me in thanking Mrs. Alice Smith for inviting me to speak. Now, before I share with you how you can make your second act your best dimension, I'm going to take you on a very brief journey from my first act to grace in my second act.
Okay. Good. Very good. Very smooth. And that's how it should be after you've listened to the coaching from other people, as just, all right? So very good. All right. So is everybody complete or Jason, do we need to come back to you?
Okay, I think, yeah, I'm going to just run this one more time. College tuition is rising an average of 79% per year. Sad but true, and it's not going to stop. And for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share 3 principles to create abundance in these challenging times. Thank you all for the time you set aside to join us this afternoon. And I'd also like to thank R.V. Robinson for hosting this event and extending me an invitation to join you today. Before you discover the 3 principles to create abundance in these challenging times, I'd like to share with you my story on how I started teaching people how to live free with no worries about college education or bills. Would that be okay with you?
Yes. Yes. And then not.
And then not. Okay.
All right. And it can be subtle. I'm like exaggerating today, but it can just be like a little subtle nod. And they'll do it. It's the most amazing thing. And when you get your audience to do all that stuff, that's what really reduces fear, right? Because you've got, they're reacting. So you're making a difference. All right. So now we're going to.
Arvi, can I ask you a question? If you're doing a webinar and you want to incorporate all of this, are you actually writing this information on a slide or what?
No, you're not. So what I do is, as you've seen on my slides, I'll either have like a picture of corporate America to just remind me this is time for my story if you need it, or I have the one where it just has a list. Like I'll tell my story and then I'll say, and I've given over 5,000 speeches all over the world, then I might do some bullet points to people that have already heard my personal story, like all of you.
Okay.
I don't always tell, when I'm doing my webinars for SCORE, I'm a volunteer for SCORE, and they don't want to hear my whole story, right? They could care less. But for people that you want to do business with, right? Because those people for SCORE, they can't get a hold of me. I can't represent myself at all. The other day, somebody asked me, where do I get my book? I couldn't even say.
Right.
And I had to tell them, I can't even say. You know, but hopefully they're smart enough to go Amazon, right? Or look me up on Facebook. But I get in trouble. One time I said something like,
Can't promote yourself.
somebody asked me what my company name was, and I said RV Robinson International. I got in trouble for that. I got spoken to for that.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I'm representing SCORE when I'm in there. And they're,
Oh, right. It's government.
yeah. So
So-
therefore, in that situation, I don't go into my personal story because I'm not trying to win them over for business. I'll just kind of keep it brief.
So Michelle and Patty asked me to do a webinar, and I know it's about 30 or 40 minutes. And so it's like you're talking about yourself and your business and all of these other things. So I was just wondering if when you're doing slides, you know, because I actually give them the slides. So I was just actually wondering what to put on the slides, or do I just do the bullet points and then I have my own notes?
Yeah, no bullet points for stories.
No, not for the story, not for the story.
But what you'll do is you'll put up a picture.
Mm-hmm.
you
Okay.
know? Maybe it's a
That
picture
would
of
be my
Africa.
reminder.
When I know your story,
Mhm.
then I could better recommend what you put up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
don't want it to be
I need that because I didn't know what to put up for my story, actually.
Well, if nothing else, you can put my story, just the words "my story," or "here's my journey," or "here's a snippet of my journey," or something.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a quick request of Virginia, and if this is okay with you too, RV, I would love to borrow your word unveil. I love the idea if I could say, before I unveil those 3 secrets. I think that would be cool, other than talk about.
It's in the dictionary. I don't know the word. Of course.
I'm just kind of
Well, she's
plagiarizing here.
asking you for permission to use your word.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. All right, so we're all complete on that. What we're going to do now is I'm going to teach you a little bit about stories, and then you're going to be breaking up into groups and sharing your story. So if we're on page 14, so the professional story that you're going to do next is the story that earns you the right to be speaking about what you're talking about, right? It earns you the right. So when you're in business, if your talk's going to sell something, it earns you the right to do that. In Florence's case, her whole speech is a story, but she still has to earn the right for us to listen. All right? So, so that's what it does. So we always want to start with a time and a place to get people comfortable with, okay, it's a story. They're not going to sell me. It's just a story. So, okay, because think about, how do fairy tales start?
Once upon a time.
In a village long, far, far away, right? Once upon a time in a village far, far away. So it's a time and a place, or a place and a time. You can intermix it. So when I tell my story, I talk about back in the 80s, I was in corporate America, or I was in corporate America back in the 80s. So people know exactly when it is. It doesn't have to be 1981, just it was in the 80s. 80s is different than now. And it's relevant because I say that's when microcomputers first came on the scene. And my job was to teach business owners how to automate their accounting systems. It was a revolutionary time, right? There's 1 or 2 accounting systems then. This was pre-QuickBooks, right? Makes a difference. First computers had no hard disk. They were dual floppies. I could go as far as I wanted to with it. But it gives people a perspective of where, because if Florence is talking about singing now or singing back in the 60s, it's all relative. So we have to know, is this story starting in the 60s, or is it just something that revelation that you're coming up with now? I mean, it makes a huge difference because of what was going on, the climate. All right. So benefits of stories are all written here. They open the hearts of your listeners. They act as invisible selling. They suspend time, they paint a picture, on and on and on. They build rapport. Now, there's lots of different stories. We're today going to work on just our professional story. Some people call it a personal story. I used to call it personal story until one day one of my clients said, I'm not going to tell people my personal stuff. My personal stuff is personal, right?
Oh,
And that's not what we mean by personal story. Anyway, I meant professional. So I changed the verbiage to professional. Because some people, and also I changed it because some people were going back into their past life, like they're not literally past life, but child life, right? And talking about maybe they were abused or neglected, or maybe they this. Unless it has to do with your audience and your topic now, we don't go back there. We've all got some skeletons once in a while, and unless they're relevant. And I've heard people do that. They're like, well, I was in an abusive relationship, but now they're selling how to get sponsors on your stage. I'm like, what? It doesn't make sense. So only bring into your story what is relevant to what it is you're trying to persuade people to do. And you have to heal, no matter what that is, you've got to heal here, outside, right? Before you step on stage and share the story. So a lot of people, none of you, but a lot of people will use their platform to heal. Wrong. How do I know? Because they're crying uncontrollably. That tells me they have not healed. Doesn't mean that you can't get choked up a little bit. We all can do that, and that gets your audience to cry. That's what we want. We want their reaction. So when we're choking up and we're holding it back and being brave, man, the waterworks will happen to your audience. But if it's the opposite and we can't control the waterworks, then they're going to feel sorry for us. They're going to be embarrassed for us. So we never want to go there. If you can't control it, eliminate it. Also, be careful what you share in your story because people can't unhear it. Once you said it, it's done. So I recommend, like some of my clients that have been in jail, right? They've been in jail when they're young or whatever, doing stupid things. This is not a confession. This is a professional story. So unless you want people now to imagine you in jail, because some people can't separate time, then don't tell them. Or one of my clients one time said she had 2 mastectomies. Do you want people going around looking at you every day thinking you have no boobs? Right? You don't have to share all. Right? Some people just carry it too far. It's not a confessional. It's a professional story that sets you up so that people want to do business with you. So it's fine to say I'm a 2-time cancer survivor, but you don't have to say you've got them lopped off. Do you see the difference?
Yeah.
Because that's all people will remember.
Right.
Because it's traumatic for them to hear that. And we're not here to give trauma to anybody. Right? I heard this one story this guy shared. I'll never forget it, and I can't forget it, can't unsee it. But he's a speaker, very not real famous like Les Brown or Lisa Nichols, but he's another tier. And he shared this story about his brother thinking he was gay. Did something with some young boy, and his brother came in on him and said, "You're gay," and ran out of the house, right? Now, he wasn't doing anything. It's not that he wasn't doing anything, but just that part of the story, I can't unvisualize it. It doesn't help him. Didn't help him for what he's doing today. It's of no consequence. But he had some story mentor that wanted him to go deep. And that's fine for therapy, but doesn't mean you have to share it.
right.
So I'm just warning you, be careful. Again, whether people care if you're gay or not, that has nothing to do with it. It has to do in my mind's eye. That's all I see. And I would not hire him. My own personal preference. Right? I mean, we do kind of some of the same things, so I wouldn't hire him anyway. But all I'm saying is you don't want other people thinking that. Because there are people that have different prejudices and different backgrounds, and they could not do something just because of something you said. So be careful. That's why we practice our story. We orchestrate it. When I share my story, it's like, I wasn't always, I mean, I didn't plan on being a speaker. It happened by accident. Right? And then I talk about how my boss came to me and said, go out and speak. I did. I failed miserably. Woman came up to me, I said, okay, after every sentence. That's when I got it, that just because I could flap my jaw didn't make me a speaker. And I decided in that defining moment that I was going to respect public speaking and go and get trained. Right? That's the kind of thing. It has to do with what you're doing now. Now, in Florence's case, again, a continued journey is fine, but just be very careful what you pick and choose that you want the world to know, right? It's okay to be transparent. I'm transparent to my clients. Meaning how I act now is how I act on stage and with you personally. That's okay to be transparent, but there's things about me that you'll never know, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Because they're my things.
Right.
Right? And same about you.
Yeah.
I will tell you what I want you to know. I ran 2 marathons at the age of 52.
Right.
Something like that. But so be careful.
Arby?
Yes.
Aha.
What are you doing?
My magnifying glass.
Why can you not see us?
You said there are things about you that we don't know.
That's right. Think about all of us, stupid things I was a kid. We don't have to bring them up. Okay.
I found out the date for the author conference. It's September 11th.
9/11. Oh, that's a great day.
That's different than mine. Mine is
9/11.
it's not the authors. Okay.
Okay, so 9/11. Thank you for that. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
9/11. Okay, that's okay. Okay, authors conference. Thank you. And they're trying to do it. They're trying to do it live, aren't they?
Pardon?
They're
Yes.
trying to do it live.
Yeah.
We could probably do it live, but everybody will have to be 6 inches.
No, it's just going to be tough.
It's not going to be any fun.
Fran, you get my message?
Yeah, you'd have to wear masks also, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not
I
going to
think they should have it virtual.
I'm not going to speak through a mask.
Okay. So having said all that, okay, just some guidelines to help you out. There's some different types of stories in there. We're just going to cover the professional one right now. If you turn to page 15, you're going to see, and Jason, this is something new since you have taken the class, you too, Renee, and that is my story staircase formula. So not only does it have place and a time, but it's like place and a time, a little story grabber. It's not your attention grabber. It's a little story grabber, right? Building a strong character, which is—
Excuse me, what's the difference in a story grabber and an attention grabber?
Okay, so story grabber. Excuse me.
What number are we in, number 5, or where are we?
We're on page 15. All right, so story grabber would be something like this. Back in the 80s, I worked in corporate America. Let me see, back in the 80s, what do I say? I came out of corporate America back in the 80s. This is when microcomputers first came out on the scene. That's like a grabber, right? We're here in the 21st century, and I'm talking about microcomputers first came on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
That grabs people's attention. What? You're talking about speaking, and now you're talking about computers? What? What? Right? So something like that that'll grab them. All right, we'll work on it, don't worry. And then building your character. What do I say? I say I set up financial accounting systems for small to mid-sized companies. I'm building my character. I worked for an international CPA firm by the name of Deloitte. Anybody hear of them?
Yes.
They're part of the Big 8, right? They were Big 8, they're the Final 4, something like that. So I'm building the character of me because that's quite impressive to come out of college and work for such a big firm. Right? Huge, huge. All right. So my grades went up. Remember, I was telling you, who was I telling earlier that I got more C's? Maybe that was on another call. Oh, that was on a networking group I was in yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. 'Cause I was a type A personality. We liked to play and party in high school, right? So I had to work really twice as hard in college, literally. I taped all the classes. I listened to the recorder. I wrote copious notes. I had to really, really work twice as hard as anybody else because I had to develop the learning that I missed in high school because I was playing. See? Interesting, right? I've never done that again. I've always stayed focused. All right, create your one day. Okay, so what is the one day? One day, this is the game changer. This is what switches. One day, my boss came to me and said, Arvi, I want you to get out there and start speaking and telling people we offer this service. That's one of my one days. I have a second one day. One day, a woman came up to me and said, honey, I hate to tell you this. And I said, what? And she said, do you know that you say that after every sentence you say okay? Right? So that shifted. One day you're walking along and something happened and boom. And one day, boom, and you go this direction. That happens in all of our life.
Yeah.
All of our life. Right? Jason has a big one day, and you're going to get to hear his story. Right? Changed his life forever. All of our one days change our lives, change our direction. You have one too, Renee? Yeah.
I have a huge life-changing 2 moments.
Okay, good. So
In
you
the
have 2 one day.
Tunnel.
Right.
Yes.
But make sure your one days have to do with what you're talking about, which is the love, forever love, right? You're not talking about health, so it can't be something about health unless that health got you in line with your love at last, right? Renee and Jim have such a cute
Basically, the
about their first date. It's just adorable. And to hear Jim say it is adorable, right? Renee?
yes,
Yeah, he's just,
yes,
I just love to listen to him tell your story. Okay, so
yes.
one day, whatever that defining moment was, and it's in there, and then the overcoming the opposition. So when that woman said to me, you say, okay, after every sentence, what did I do? Okay, I got trained. I respected, I switched, and I said, okay, that's never going to happen to me again. Right? Now, see, part of my story in there that I used to put in and I left out because one of my mentors said, leave it out, is I said afterwards, after she told me that, I went home and cried. Right? And then he told me, you know what, that doesn't serve you. Leave that out. And I'm like, oh, okay. I was just trying to demonstrate because I was so young back then. I mean, it was hurtful, but it's not, I didn't need it. You know, just again, people can't differentiate time. So they're like thinking I'm crying now at this age.
Okay.
You see? They can't differentiate time when you're telling the story because they're in the story. If you tell it right, they're going along the journey with you. They're in it. All right, let's go. The last one then is the resolution. So what was my resolution? I got trained. The more training I got, the better my clients got, the better my income got, the better my everything got, right? And so today, I teach business owners how to use public speaking to grow their business. So you take people full circle down to what you're doing today at this moment. So today I'm teaching college students how they can, you know, whatever, you know, how they can get to college now before the rates raise any further, or tuition any further. Yes, Florence.
Now, I have a question. Would this be 2 parts? For instance, let's say I'm telling my story about how I got here. Then I'm going to tell them, the audience, how they can get to their second act. So do I use the same formula for 2 times?
No, because You're going to tell your brief story. Okay. So if you're going to tell people how to get to their second act, then your whole speech is not your story. However, you're going to weave in bits and parts of it throughout the whole thing to demonstrate how people can get it. So in other words, you might have 3 steps. You might have think young, speak young, exercise, whatever they are.
Right.
And you can weave in some of your story in those 3 points to drive the point home. But you yourself right now are going to tell your basic 5-minute story. That's all this is, on how you became so healthy, or how you've defied pain up until 75, or what you're feeling, kind of pain you're feeling now, or how you're dealing with the pain now, right? So it won't be, I mean, but even having said that, see, this isn't right now a story about you joining the 5th dimension and your journey as a dimension, right? Or as lead singer. So this is a much different story.
Right.
However, we need to weave in that you're part of the 5th dimension because everybody's expecting it.
Right.
You know, so throughout my career as a lead singer, I mean, we were on the road a lot. We were up and down stairs a lot, on stages a lot, and I never felt any pain. Even though I'm still with a group, once I reached 75, that's when it all happened.
Okay.
And then it's that story. All of us have many stories. And whatever your speech is, you need the story that fits the speech. So when I talk about networking, I have a speech about networking. I talk a little bit about how I became a speaker, but then I mostly talk about leading other networking groups.
Okay.
You know, why do I, you know, what makes me the expert on networking groups? Because I've led 1 million of them, right? I've led a prestigious networking group that in corporate America that was $800 a year to join. Now they're up to $1,500 to join. It was all suits and all professionals. It wasn't B2B. It was people that had clients serving clients. Now I'm a leader of a Christian business networking group, right? Plus I had my Christian speakers and business group for many years. So I'm an expert at leading groups. So you have to bring that out, whatever you're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
So enough said on that. You're not going to write out your story right now. I'm going to break into groups, and you're going to be in the group for 15 minutes. And this is exactly what you're going to do. You're going to pick an A and you're going to pick a B. A is going to be the first one to tell the story. B is going to be the timer. And you're going to time that person 5 minutes. And when 5 minutes are up, you're done. And you're going to turn it over and let B tell their story, and A will do the timing. At the end, you're not going to do any coaching, but what you're going to do with the last 5 minutes, or probably about 4 minutes, is you're going to come up with any questions. So let's say you're with Florence and you're not sure what year it was. You can ask questions for clarification. So Florence, what year was that you were talking about in your story? Or how old were you? Or how big were you? Or how painful were you? But no coaching whatsoever, because I haven't had a chance to hear it. Got it?
Got it.
Got it.
Okay, so I'm gonna let Zoom break you up into groups so it's automatic. I will come in each group and just listen a little bit as we go through this next 15 minutes. So don't be surprised.
So the story we'll tell will be the story we've been working on.
The story that earns you the right to do this speech that you're going to do. Got it? So Jason's story is going to be about his finances and his 3 rules. Renee's going to be talking about how to she found her love, everlasting love. Virginia's going to talk about clarity and purpose, how she found her own clarity and purpose, right? Kay's going to talk about her first journey to Africa. and how she got there. See, this earns you the right, but it's like a rags to riches. It's a mess to success, right? Maybe she never planned on going to Africa. And then all of a sudden something happened and she decided to go, and then she fell in love with it. And then she decided to take her first tour. And then now she's been there 40 times or whatever it is.
You write my story.
Well, you're going to elaborate a little bit more and make sure it's colorful, full of vivid words. Now, this is not going to be perfect. Some of you are going to mumble and bumble and trumble and whatever. It's okay. Remember, A is going to go first. B, you are quiet and just listening. And then you're going to switch. And then A is going to be quiet and you're just listening. And then at the end, the last 5 minutes, that's when each of you get to take turns asking some questions. So you might have a pen and pencil or a pen paper in front of you just to kind of jot down anything you're not clear of, because they might get clarity later. We don't know. And like I said, I'm going to pop in and listen to all of you. So no coaching.
Can we take a break before we do this? I'm like,
Wait just a minute. What? I'm sorry. What, Renee? Renee had her hand up first.
Are you timing us, or who's timing us?
I'm going to time the whole 15 minutes, but in each room, you're going to have a timer that's going to time, right? So when A is speaking, B is the timer. When B is speaking, A is the timer. And you're going to time 5 minutes each. Got it? Okay, Virginia, what question did you have?
I'm like getting sick right now.
Uh-oh, is it that fear kicking in?
Yeah.
Get some water.
Take a couple deep breaths. Okay, why don't we do it this way, just for this once?
Can we take a break before we do this? I mean, like, so you want us to share our story?
Can we do it live for Virginia? One for
Yeah,
live.
that's what I was thinking. Yes.
RB.
Yeah, why don't we do this? Let's take a break, right? And Virginia recoup. And then when we come back, you and I will just do this live. Just you and I mean, everyone will look, but you'll just tell your story to me.
Okay.
Okay?
What happens to everybody else?
Well, they're going to listen.
Okay.
If that's okay with you. Otherwise, I can go in our own room.
It's just that I haven't really had time to think about what to say and how to say it. I feel like I'm jumping into the pool and the pool is empty and I'm not prepared.
Okay.
Well, don't feel bad. None of us have had the time to prepare, and we're not judging. It's just make it a fun thing.
Coming from love,
That's right.
passion.
That's right. But let's honor Virginia for a minute and just let's take a quick
Good, I can use some water.
15-minute break. I know 15 minutes sound long, but it goes so fast.
Is it margaritas yet?
What?
Frozen?
Chicken soup.
Chicken soup. All right. So it's 4:05. So come back at 4:20 on the dot.
Virginia, have you had anything to eat?
Sounds good.
Have I eaten?
Have you eaten anything?
Yeah, I did.
I think you might need a little protein.
Yeah, because I just saw her drinking green drink.
Well, this is my coffee, and then this is water with lemon and mint.
No, you need a little protein to give you some energy.
Yeah, go get a little protein. You're not a vegetarian, are you?
No.
You have some cheese or some meat or something like
Yeah,
that?
I have some cheese.
15 minutes, RB, 15?
Yeah, you need a little protein.
Okay.
20 after. We'll come back. But yeah, Virginia, go get yourself a little something. And walk around, everyone. Get some exercise in there.
Arvi, the part where we did the script thank you part, and then we said, thank you for taking the time to be here, etc. And then we say, before I go into sharing 3 ways to unveil your heart's purpose. That's part of the summary, isn't it? Oh, did she leave?
Yes. Yes.
So I wrote that part on the wrong page. I wrote it on page 13 instead of 14.
Okay, yeah. That's why we want to put it all on our little handy dandy thing.
Right.
Okay, the story though, we're not gonna write out, even though I gave you room to write it out. See, you should be writing, everybody should be writing on this page by now. And we're just getting ready for this. I left room for outlining, in case you wanted to outline, like, I want to start in year 2000 or whatever. Just a little few
Okay.
notes for yourself.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So that's
Okay, Virginia, you go and get some
Okay. All right.
nourishment, walk around, breathe a little bit, and I'll see you right back here when we get back.
Thanks.
that's what a lot of these people were lacking is hope. They were ill and they didn't think there was any hope for them. Their muscles had atrophied from lying in the bed all the time. As a matter of fact, I tell the seniors they have to learn the new social media so that they can do Zoom and do whatever they choose to do, but they can't depend upon it, because if they lie there and just use the computer all the time, they're not using their muscles. So I encourage them to exercise in bed, just move their hands. A lot of them have arthritis, but they can open and close their fists and just pretend they're playing the piano. There are things they can do to keep those muscles moving. Then there's the mental part. They have to know that they may be there in the bed, but they're not alone, that they are loved. There are people that care about them. Of course, the nurses can't give them the individual attention, because many times they have so many people that they're helping. So I try to also encourage the families. Call your mother or your grandmother, visit them, and encourage them. So encourage them to improve their health mentally, spiritually, and physically.
Okay, that's it. Okay, good job. All right, so a little bit, we went into the meat. It felt like you started to go into the meat of the presentation.
Oh, yeah.
By talking about what you do for them, which I love, and in the meat we can even stretch it out in more detail. But for this story about you, it started out perfect, where you had the ailment, and then you got the surgery, and then you started going to these places and seeing all this stuff, so that now today you decided that you want to work with seniors and help them be healthier spiritually, mental, and whatever. And then just stop right there.
Oh.
Okay. And all this stuff goes into the middle, the things that you do to help them.
Oh, I see.
But I love, take it clear through, like, even you fighting back the tears. That was perfect example of what I'm talking about. When you cry, how many of you ladies and gentlemen wanted to cry when she's fighting back the tears? Exactly. It happens like autopilot. So it's okay to cry as long as you're showing that you're fighting back the tears, that, you're composing yourself. You don't want to let your, the waterworks go. Then otherwise we'll feel sorry for you instead of cry for you. You want your audience to cry for you.
Right.
Got it? All right. So love all that. Take it clear through to where you're in these homes and you saw nothing. Some people don't care. That blank walls are blank. And then we wrap it up. So today you do, you go into senior. You just want to help them. You want to sing for them. You want to and help them how to grow spiritually, physically healthy. Then when we get in the meat, you could tell us how you do it.
Oh, okay.
Very good. Good job. Woohoo! All right. Good job. All right. Who wants to go next? Raise your hand.
I'm good to go. It's good. Did you want to check in with Virginia to see if she's ready? But if
no, you go.
Okay.
You're ready. I know you're ready. I saw you perked up. You sat up.
Yeah.
Do you really know how much your existence really matters? I learned at an early age that life holds no promises as to what will come your way. On July 10th, 1993, I had fallen asleep behind the wheel, and 2 days later, I woke up to find myself in a hospital with an overwhelming lack of understanding as to what had happened to me and how did I get here. I learned that my car flipped over 3 times. I had broken my left leg in 2 places. And I saw my mother staring atop of me with a look on her face as though she received the midnight phone call. Despite all the surgical efforts, the surgeons informed me I was down to only 2 options: lose my leg or lose my life. Now, some of you here today might be thinking, well, that's easy. Choose life, of course. Yet for me, the decision wasn't that simple. The first choice I made was to lose my life than to lose my leg, for I couldn't see how life continues for me not having both legs. And I was very adamant in my decision until a private conversation I had with my mother changed everything. Through a mother's love for God, it was made clear to me that the same love that hugged and cuddled me as a child is the same love that cares and wanted what was best for me now. I had no idea I was that significant, nor considered the emotional consequences my decision would have on others. And a week after my accident, I chose life and became dismembered with confidence. Now, the dream of returning to my mother's arms was soon met by financial nightmares in the wake of my amputation. I returned back to college and to work just 9 weeks after my accident with my life in complete financial gridlock. I had no assets, low savings, and no financial plan. Whatever contributions my parents were making toward my medical expenses were now allocated toward their divorce proceedings. Nearly $100,000 worth of debt in the form of physical and occupational therapy and payments for services not covered by my insurance became the financial prosthesis I'd walk with for the next 7 years. And learning how to walk again now involved co-payments and deductibles. I was a long way from those days of childhood pranks and scraped knees. I was literally on my own and in desperate need of new solutions and a plan. Fortunately, by June 2000, my academic persistence paid off. Between using my unemployment income and several scholarships, I self-financed my education and graduated summa cum laude.
Wow.
Yet despite experiencing one of the greatest days of my life, I'd become my own financial liability. I received my bachelor's degree in one hand and 2 days later, filed medical bankruptcy with the other. Now, I don't want ever for this to remotely happen to you, not being able to save as a result of becoming enslaved to debt, or not having decisions toward long-term wealth be affected by consequences rather than a simple, achievable plan governed by your own values. And that is why today I teach students, middle-class and affluent families, to discover new possibilities and prosperous strategies so they can live a life of real happiness with no worries about college education or bills. Thank you.
Wow, excellent.
Well, Jason's been with me for a long time and he's worked on that story. So, and it's just fabulous. I bring him up on stage every year for speaking Way Wealth, every year for $1 million to share his story.
Praise God.
Yeah, very good. Very good. All right, excellent. He's just an eloquent speaker. I love how you say, graduated with your bachelor's in one hand and then, the medical bankruptcy in the other. I love how, and you, without saying it in detail, the accident really caused your mom and dad's divorce, didn't it?
Yeah.
And that happens a lot sometimes, probably more than we know, when there's tragedy in a family and somebody gets, hurt, or a death of a child. A lot of it causes divorce. It's really hard to get through a heavy tragedy. But he said it without having to say it. Did you catch it?
Right. Yeah.
The way he said it subtly,
Yeah.
and then we got it. And so I love that. Love that. Very good, Jason. What do you think? What do you think about it?
I love it all the time. It's the story's fortifying, and I'm always open, always receiving something that may be missing. I felt now as I keep examining the story that there's this uncertainty that about life that I found a challenge that I wasn't dealing with too well, and I thought I wanted to expand on that. But right now, after I've timed out everything, I don't seem to have the room for it. But I find it, when it comes to dealing with uncertainty, that's another area that I wanted to relate to my audience with, especially in financial challenging times, that level of uncertainty. So I wanted to see how my example in the accident can use that. So that's the only little tweaking I would see if needed. But otherwise, I'm very good with it.
Yeah. One thing I think you could tweak a little bit is the level of the story and emotional level is pretty even keel throughout. You're kind of like, you're eloquently telling the story, but it's pretty even keel. At some point toward the end, it would be helpful to uplift. So like today, like you got over that. That was tragic, but you got to give us hope. Right?
Yeah.
And today, I am financially free and I'm helping other people be financially free. You know, you rose up out of the gutter. You rose up from the dead or whatever. You rose up out of bankruptcy. You know, so today I don't have, you know, and you can even say, you know, today you're financially, you don't have to say financially free, because that's, what does that mean? But today you're financially stable, you know, or today you're financially, you know, heading toward abundance, or, you know, something to give your people encouragement, because there's people that are going to hear that story, of course, that are not only going to be touched by it, but they're going to think, my God, if he can get through that, you know, my problems are small compared to that.
Right, right.
I mean, $100,000 in debt, I mean, that's huge. That makes my little 20,000 not look so bad, right? So it helps people. So just toward the end, just think of how you can uplift, and maybe it's just a verbal, because right now you're pretty, you know, even tone throughout.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just a vocal uplift and not a word uplift. So think about that for next time. We want to be left on a high.
I think you just spotted what I found, what I've been trying to look at, what's missing. When I've asked the question, what's missing in this, I think you just revealed what it was, and I'm gonna work on that tonight.
Okay.
I think that'll make a huge difference, and even touch on the uncertainty that I was feeling about life itself. And if I can provide hope, which is really, that can even stimulate more people into action.
Right.
You know, towards that. So that's a great, very good point. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. And one of the things he didn't mention, because one of the things, you know, that where I went with the story when he originally said it, is like, what were you, you know, drunk driving? I mean, right? So he was on his way to film school. So you might even want to add that. He was on his way to film school, but you worked all day or something, and you were tired, and he was trying to get to a certain place by a certain time, because he was accepted at film school. I mean, that's a lot of different story than, oh my God, were you drinking and driving or partying? I thought maybe he was partying and then trying to go, you know, I mean, after all, he's in college, right? So you might want to work those couple of words back in, that you were going to film school, but you know, you were tired and you fell asleep at the wheel.
That'll also put another message, you know, not to drive when you're tired, because so many accidents do happen when people, their reflexes aren't as fast as they're tired.
Right.
Very important components to mention. And the irony is I had that in a draft, and since time was of the essence, I wound up taking that out. I was really trying to get to, we were focusing on the real hardcore emotional nuggets at the time, then as opposed to the details. But now I see the relevance of that as well. Yeah. Particularly as we move from this physical world to the virtual world, the story needs to be have a little more detail in it.
Right. It's we want to give enough detail so that people don't make up something that's not true in their mind, but we don't want to give them so much detail that they get lost in all the minutia either. Right? Yeah. So it's just right. That's the art of storytelling. But you know what, man, even if you didn't add that, it's just so good. So
I like it. It needs a little fresh coat of paint on it, some little tweaking here. So those two things that you mentioned, I think will do wonders for him. I'm gonna get to work on that tonight.
Okay.
Thank you everyone for sharing that.
Good. All right. Great. So we have Dr. Renee and Virginia. Which one do you want to go next? We're right on time. We're like at 8 after. So
there you go.
Who wants to go?
I'll go. I'll go, RV. If Virginia wants to go last, because she's probably doing a lot of thinking, and it just, if it's helpful for her, I'll go now. Is that okay, Virginia? RV, I mean, or whatever.
Yes.
Whichever. Okay. All right. So, so when I was little, my father said from the time I was 5 years old on that a man is not a plan. And I didn't know what that means because I was always playing with my Barbies. A man is not a plan. And I didn't know what that means. And he always said to me, you need to take care of yourself because you never know what's going to happen later on. And I didn't know what that meant because my sister and I were very sheltered. So from the time I was 5, 6 years old, he gave me a book and he said, I want you to read this book every year and give me a full report before your birthday. So this book was called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill.
Whoa.
And I saw it, and I just saw all these words, and I knew the alphabet very well. I knew how to read, but it was more like Dr. Seuss, The Cat in the Hat, and things like that. When I saw this book, I was surprised and shocked. And I always like to go to this favorite restaurant of ours on La Cienega in Los Angeles called Laurie's Prime Rib. So he knew that was our favorite restaurant. We would always go there for our birthdays. But he said, before you would go for your birthday, you have to give me a full report. And I said, I don't know these words. He said, this is why you have a dictionary. You have to look up the words. So from that whole year, so from 5 years old to 6 years old, I was reading this book, learned it, read it like 2 or 3 times, but each word I had to look up. And then at my 6th birthday, I kind of wrote whatever I wrote to give a full report. The next year was I'm 6 years old, and he said, here's your second book. The second book is How to Win Friends and Influence People. Another big book with lots of words. And it's like, I know I was always a student and always learned a lot really quickly. So I love to read. So I looked up the words. And then he said, next birthday, my 8th birthday, he said, you need to write a report. And then, so that means 2 books, Think and Grow Rich and How to Win Friends and Influence People. The third book on my 8th birthday was Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse. Now we were not Buddhists, but he said, this is the study of cause and effect and karma. I didn't know what those words were, and the word cause and effect, I had no idea. But as I read the book and the study of Buddha, it just showed how when you give to others, it's the right action and correct exchange of giving love and compassion and empathy to other people. Now, I'm only 7 years old, 8 years old, still play with my Barbies and coloring in my books with outlining the drawings. So every year for the next several years till I was 16, I would do all these 3 books, give a full report. At 12 years old, I was in Laguna Beach with a sorority called the Job's Daughters, and one of the girls had a beach house with her parents. And we're all 12 years old. We got into the ocean. There was an undercurrent. I was drawn into the ocean, and I drowned, and I saw the tunnel. I was taken back. I had a lifeguard obviously rescue me, and I saw that, and I saw people who had passed away, and I saw cartoons and things rolling really fast. I didn't understand the significance of that. At 16 years old, I'm driving with my father in a brand new car that he had gotten me, and was on his way to his office to type out a real estate agreement. He was a real estate broker, both my parents were. And as we're coming back, this is on a main street on Sunset Boulevard, there was a 4-car collision. A car hit my side, another car hit us full blown, another car hit my father's side. And in the car accident, it was drunk drivers from a homecoming. So it was groups of young kids in their cars, and I was in the middle of the intersection spinning around. My left leg got caught and mangled in the engine. My head went through the windshield. And as we were put into the ambulance, my father said, honey, we'll be okay. We'll go for lunch or dinner later, or I'll take you out and I'm going to get a cup of coffee. He said, I love you. And I said, I love you. And then it just blacked out. 9.5 months later, I wake up. I was in a coma. I looked at my face and my head was bandaged. I had no hair, just a mohawk because my head was ripped open, and this big scar on my face, and my leg was in traction. And first thing that came out of my mouth was, where's my dad? And I'm hungry. And I just thought it just happened a few days ago. Said, what happened? And the doctor said, you know, your leg is mangled. We have metal in it. Most likely you won't be able to walk again. I said, but I have to. I'm on the track team. I ski. I play tennis. I'm very active. I run. I hike. And he said, most likely you won't be able to do that. And I said, well, where's my dad? Can I go see him? He said, your father passed away. And I was my daddy's little girl because he was grooming me to be something more than what was my environment. And when I got out of the hospital, I'm like 17 years old, and my mother blamed me for the accident, even though I had nothing to do with the accident. So my friends of mine put some money together to put me in a 1-bedroom, $150 a month little bachelor apartment in the Hollywood area, and it was very scary. And for me to go up and down the stairs, I had to go down this flight of steps on my butt, come back up. I had to go downstairs to get therapy, come back up. And I would do this at early in the morning, and the rest of the day I'd be at home trying to make money for myself doing telemarketing, because the area that I was in had a lot of bikers and gangs. So I couldn't leave in the afternoon because it took me so long to get home. Fast forward, I got my real estate license and got my broker's license when I turned 21. And I sold my first house. It was a listing that I had gotten, and some doctors had met me, a group of doctors, and they said, you know, we're looking to buy an apartment building. Would you like to be our broker? I said, yes. So the building was a few $1 million. I'm kind of going quick to get through this. The commission that I had gotten was going to be a big commission. And I said, you know, here I am, a single girl. I have one little apartment that I had moved to from Hollywood to Brentwood. And I said, could I invest the rest of my commission and maybe be a limited partner and maybe assist you with property management? They said, not only do we want you to help us with property management, but help us find another building. This was 8 doctors. And from then on, they introduced me to other groups of doctors. So by the time I turned 26, I was buying and selling apartment buildings and shopping centers. By the time I turned 26, I made my first $1 million. I didn't like what I was doing because it didn't resonate with me, and something was missing. And I knew at that time when that happened, because God was talking to me, because I was throwing up blood and I was hemorrhaging blood on a regular basis because of the stress. And I said, this isn't worth it. I don't feel good. It doesn't resonate. Something in me is not being creative, and it was pushing my left brain, and I'm definitely more of a right brain person. It was wonderful because I was with people who I really liked being with, but the real estate itself I didn't like. So I decided to go into another vocation. In the meantime, from the time I was 27 to in my 30s, I was engaged 9 times to very wealthy men. And I always heard in the back of my mind how my mother would always argue with my dad, and my dad would be quiet. And I always remember those arguments, and I didn't like it. And I think that's why I always bailed right before we got to the altar, because I didn't want to repeat that same environment of negativity. I got work on myself. I took care of myself. And I was, my 10th engagement, I was engaged to Jim. Some friends of mine put me online. After my 9th engagement, I bailed on that one. So they put me online, and within from April of 2000 to September, I had almost 3,000 people, men, ask me to go out. And I went out with 87. I picked 26, and out of 26, I did a way of deleting the different suitors, and I decided to marry Jim. And as I have gone through my life, I've always known that God is on my side, and he was my life coach. And I always hung on to his arm or his hand, and Jesus in the other hand. And that is what has happened. And I started helping my friends. And then my husband said, why don't you write a book on what you've learned? And that's why I wrote the first book. And now I'm working on my 7th book, and finding your love at last, and doing things on a more virtual level.
Okay, all righty.
There's a lot more to fill in, but it was going over on the time.
Okay.
I'm watching it. There's a lot of editing, RV.
All right, so let's talk about that. So I'm sorry about all that stuff that happened to you.
Yeah.
And when you were younger, but that has nothing to do with finding your love. Okay?
Oh, yes. I forgot that part. After I broke up with the 9th person, I knew that I had more of a purpose on this earth, and it wasn't just to be in real estate or sell apartment buildings. And my purpose was to help people. And
okay, but let's stop for a second. Okay,
Okay.
we got all that. All right, but in the beginning, when you're talking about the accident, about you being in a coma, about everything, about the books, about all of that, we need to get rid of that. It's too much.
Okay.
And it does not directly relate to finding your love at last. Now, the first part that you started out with was my dad always said, guy is not a plan, that works.
Yeah.
But him giving you the books and going to dinner and having the report and the words not being, and you have to look them up, nothing. Let's get rid of that. That's another story for another speech. So I'm glad you shared it, because I didn't know that all about you. So that was wonderful. I didn't know about your accident. I'm so sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear about your dad. And so sorry your mom blamed you. But that, again, doesn't have anything, when I'm listening to it and I want to know how to find my forever love, I'm like thinking, well, when are you going to tell me about my forever love?
No, absolutely.
So
Well, I think I was
get
trying
rid
to
of
get-
that.
I was
Get
trying
rid
to
of,
link,
okay,
Arby, you're right. I was trying to link and I lost the link, but you're absolutely right. The link, what the purpose was on this earth, and it wasn't to sell apartment buildings. It was to do exactly what I'm doing, which resonates with me, of helping people. And I didn't link it, and you're absolutely right.
yeah. Well, it was just too much to link because it was more didactic of what happened to you in your life. It
Yes.
does not help people to go, okay, you're a love and relationship coach. And
Yeah.
you found your love and you can help me find mine. That's all we want this story to do. So even taking out all the telemarketer, Hollywood, you itching down the stairs and back up, where all that story would be from the accident. I mean, if you were talking to women about, you can do it, don't give up. Maybe you're talking to a lot of survivors of either violence or other accidents or women with brain traumas. That would be a perfect story of how you overcame adversity, physical adversity, right? That's a fabulous story, but it's not a story that relates or takes us to finding our love. Now, where it starts though, you did have it at the end. So starting with the love, okay, so once you were, okay, so your dad said a man was not a plan. And throughout your life, you had a lot of people that were interested probably because you're so beautiful inside and out that it was never a problem getting a man or a date or a boyfriend.
Oh, that was easy. That's easy all day long.
Right. That's easy. Okay. All right. So as a matter of fact, when I was 27 and in my 30s, I was engaged 9 times. You don't even have to talk about the real estate stuff with it. You earned your first million by 26 because that's not this story. The story is how you found the love of your life. And you're showing, remember I said mess to success right? Rags to riches. Well, your rags in this story was that you got engaged 9 times. Who does that? And then I would recommend you tell the story that you told me. One of the last times I was engaged and I was going to get married in 2 weeks. We already had the hall in Brentwood. My fiance gave me a pink Bentley with a pink slip, all ready to go. I had my dress, I had my flowers, I had everything. And then one night he said this to me, "Why are you bringing that damn dog?" And that was whoop, red flag, sister, right?
Yeah.
That's the story. Right? And then start telling us about, I love when you went into, then I started, my friends got me to get online. I had 3,000 whatever. I picked 87, down to 26 and down to 1. I love all that because that's what happens to people. And then I want you to tell the story about Jim.
Oh, that's a good one.
I picked Jim. And Jim and we decided, I mentioned that I wanted to go to a wonderful buffet. You see, because also on the side, I'm a chef. So I wanted a good food. I expected really good food.
Yeah.
So I went in there and he, I don't know, he tells a story so cute. He always says that when Renee came in, he hears this little high heels walking across because she walks really fast, right? And he hears this little, But anyway, that story of your first date and how it was love everlasting. And you can even show that family picture if you have a PowerPoint, if you're doing it online, about how he loves dogs, right? And you've got 3, 4, 5 dogs, 4 dogs?
5.
5
Yeah.
dogs.
He never had a dog in his life.
And but he loved you.
Pets. He never had a pet in his life. So.
Well, I'm glad you got him to, he was holding 3 of them. So that's the story all about that true love. So and that'll be about the right amount of time also.
Okay.
So let's take it back up. You're going to do it again, just from the part of a little bit about your dad said wasn't a plan. So you grew up not really, looking, but you always had a lot of suitors and, whatever.
Okay.
Okay. So try that.
Okay. So start from the top quick. I'll do this fast.
Start from where I said. I mean, you're not going to do all that stuff in the middle. You're just going to say, my dad always told me a man was not a plan. That's a good setup.
Okay,
And
good.
then go a little bit into, you know, finding a guy was not a problem for me.
Got it. Okay.
You know, I mean, because we could see you. We know it wasn't a problem for you.
So,
Right? So it's not boasting. It's fact.
okay. Good afternoon, RB. Thank you for having me on your stage. Okay. And thank you all for being here, for your time and energy.
You're not going to say any of that.
I'm
No,
not?
no. I didn't mean from the top of your speech. I'm sorry. The top of the story.
Okay.
Is
My
it
father-
okay if I share a little bit about myself? Yes. Boom.
All right. Is it okay if I share a little bit about myself?
Mhm.
When I was little, my father said a man is not a plan. And that's how I grew up, with that belief and that philosophy. As I grew up, I turned 16. We were in a terrible car accident.
No, forget the car accident.
Okay.
Has nothing to
I
do
can
with
say
it.
My father passed away. Can I say that? Don't even say that. Got it. Okay.
Nothing.
Okay.
Well, if you feel like you need to mention it because he said that, then you could say years later when I was 16, he died of a tragic car accident. But again, why? Keep him up here as a positive icon in your life.
Got it. Okay. When I was younger, my father always said, a man is not a plan. So all through my youth, I always had that and all the books that he told me to read. During the time I was in my young teens, I had left home at 16 and started my different businesses as an entrepreneur. As I'm growing into my womanhood, a lot of the lessons that I learned when I was younger that my father taught me was always top of mind about being successful, and a man is not a plan. If I want to be anything, I have to count on myself and encourage myself and just know that God is always with me. At the
Perfect.
time, I didn't know what the word life, I didn't know what my life coach was, but I always had God on my right hand and Jesus in the other hand, and always praying and counting on myself to do it on my own. And so after I was in real estate for a while, I decided to get out of real estate and just be on my own. So in my 20s and 30s, in the late 20s and 30s, I was engaged 9 times. I'm doing this really fast because Jean-Luc is crying because he's hungry. Sorry.
Oh,
That's him crying. He's 14 years old. He cries now.
Or can you lift him up? Can you put him on your lap?
No, he's at my office door. It's okay. Is that I want to get up because I want to have time for you in Virginia. So I'm going to do this super fast. So in my 30s, I was engaged 9 times to very, very wealthy men. And my father always also said that never take gifts from somebody who you're not going to marry. So a lot of these guys who I was engaged to always gave me beautiful gifts. The last one was he gave me a beautiful brand new Bentley. And I thought, oh, it's like one of my girlfriends. He said, oh, he's probably not going to give you the pink slip. He gave me the pink slip plus the keys and a bunch of other things. When I said that this is not going to work out 2 weeks before we're supposed to walk down the altar and 250 people were invited.
No, tell him
back.
why. No.
Oh,
Tell him why.
okay. The reason
The
why.
red flag.
Yes. Oh, yes. The reason why I broke up with him 2 weeks before the wedding is because we were out to dinner at a beautiful restaurant and I had brought my little dog in her little bag, who was also very quiet. And he said, why do you have to bring the effing dog? And I said, well, she's been with me forever. And she was with me before we even met. And just that one term, I said to myself, if he's like this now, 2 weeks before the wedding, what more being a husband? What more if we were to have children? He would probably turn and be another person who I don't know. And this is another side, a dark side that I don't want to see and I don't want to be around because I didn't want to be controlled or told what to do. I broke up with him, gave him back the car with the pink slip, the fur coats, the jewelry, all the things, beautiful things that he gave me because it's not right to keep anything. It's also the karma attached to that. So I decided to do work on myself and some friends. And so the work I did on myself was getting close to God, getting coaching one-on-one. And I was determined to see I'm the center of the 9 people. And what am I doing to attract the wrong people each time? Because I broke up with each guy I was engaged to. So my friends put me online. Almost 3,000 people from in a 6 month period asked me to go out. I went out with 87. Went out with 27 of them 3 or 4 times, then narrowed it down to a few more, 8 or 9. And then I got the lottery when I met Jim. And Jim was everything that I wanted, plus he was very much like my dad, but he's a little bit more boisterous. My father was more quiet natured. And also with Jim, we had a lot in common, not just in commonality of the same positive thinking books and the fact that we like the same food and smooth jazz and on and on and on, but also our values and beliefs matched. And that is why I feel that I won the lottery when I married him. We've been together 20 years. I'm so excited. And to this day, we're exactly the same as we first met. So as after I got married, a lot of the girls, I had 11 bridesmaids, they kept saying, can you help me find a husband? Can you help me find a husband? It's not so much as finding a husband or a boyfriend. It's finding the person that you, not just compatible, but at a deeper level, on a more visceral level. And that's what I help people do. And to this day, the girlfriends that I had connected to and all the people I've helped in the past years are still married. And that's after like 11 years. So that's after my coaching and helping them go on a deeper level, not just hooking up online. It's much deeper. And that is what I do. I help people find their love at last.
Yay!
Okay,
Ooh,
thank you.
much better. How many of you think that's much better? Yeah?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh, Jason,
Much better.
even Jason was even clapping. So that's a good thing. And he's a guy.
Yay. Okay. So you'll like develop it a little bit. And I know you had to say it a little faster today, but
Yeah.
just, take your time with it and really feel it.
Yeah.
What you're saying.
Real quickly, RB, the reason why I do this is because what Jason's parents went through, the arguing, and then they get divorced, or like my parents, whatever the reason was, there's trauma with and tribulations with all relationships. It's how you move together in the relationship that, yes, we can stick together. We have this beautiful boy named Jason. He's alive. Let's stick together and we'll figure out a way to pay these bills or whatever. And they could have, if there's a deeper level, I mean, with a lot of people, my whole purpose is to end divorce, to get married and on a deeper level, not just for peer pressure or somebody's pregnant or whatever. I tell everybody, don't get pregnant. And so that's the younger generation when I speak to universities. But for older people, I say, stay with the person who you love and find that little inkling, ignite that fire that you once had. So that's what I share on stage, and I encourage everyone to stay together. So okay, I'm complete.
Absolutely, and that'll be part of the meat. It doesn't need to be, everything doesn't need to be in the story.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's too big. We can't
bite
process.
it.
We can't bite it. We can't process.
Then it's a big deli sandwich.
Yeah. All right, great. All right, Virginia, you're up. We're going to close out the day with your story.
Right? Okay. So I'll just start with the intro, the summary from before the step. So before I go into sharing 3 ways, no.
That's right. Would it be okay if I shared a little bit about myself? That's all we're saying.
Right. Before I go into sharing 3 ways to unveil your heart's purpose, would it be okay for me to share my story and how I embarked on my spiritual journey to help others find their purpose and clarity?
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. As my husband and I grew apart, this transition took me deeper into my spiritual journey, and discovering that my gifts and talents as a healer guided me towards opening my business to be of service and help others on their journey. I went through a lot of emotions. I was scared despite the fact of applying for the divorce. And as long as my husband was there, I felt safe. When he passed, I felt lost, and it forced me to lean on my own spiritual life, which helped me tremendously to get through the tough times and reinforce how powerful and empowering getting back to me and my inner game. I was getting strength from a higher source, and it gave me the strength so that I could keep going. And then it turns out that my husband left our affairs not in order. and I was left cleaning up the mess, I was reminded of the importance.
You're doing fine. Why don't you just talk to us instead of reading? Just tell me what happened. It's just you and me right now, Virginia. Just tell me what happened.
Okay. I was reminded of the importance of forgiveness. Today, I look back and ask myself, when is a wife's job ever done? Because after he passed away, he was still lingering in the house, and I was hearing the sound of crystal, and there was no earthquake, there was nothing. The crystal's inside a china cabinet. So I had to, and so I'm saying, when is a wife's job ever done? Because after he passed away, I still had to help him cross over because his guilt wasn't letting him cross over. So when people die, there are different things that prevent them from crossing over. One of them is unfinished business. The other one is that they don't know, sometimes they don't realize that they have passed. Deep attachments. And in his case, it was his guilt and his unfinished business and attachment. It was almost all three of them, or all four of them. So I wanted to help others who are suffering and feeling
So did you help him, Virginia, to cross over?
no, I couldn't do it.
Oh, you couldn't? Why?
I had to get someone else to help me because I went through, after he passed away, I went through a stage of denial that he had done what he had done. And because of the kind of work that I do, I asked him to please stop doing what he was doing, and he didn't listen.
Was it stop doing what he's doing when he was alive or when he was
alive?
Okay, so he was doing something that he okay.
Yeah, and I had warned him, I had asked him to stop, and he didn't.
Okay.
So the day that the coroner's office lady came to my house, I still have that image in my mind that she had long, thin blonde hair, and she was wearing black, thick shoes and a thin striped gray suit and golden reading glasses, and holding a Ziploc bag with all his belongings inside, his cell phone, his keys, and his wallet. And I looked at her and I thought to myself, well, either he's dead or he got into a fight with someone, which would have been out of his character. So she came in and she told me everything that happened. So I couldn't help him cross over because I was too angry. It took me several months to come to that point where I needed him to help to cross over. The dog in my house was coming into the bedroom and yelping at things that weren't really there, and I knew what was going on. So I helped him cross over, and with someone who does kind of the same kind of work that I do. And so I realized that I wanted to help others who were suffering or feeling stuck and help. So I launched my, one of the businesses that I launched was my copywriting and editing business to help other women get their authentic voice out in the world. Because like you always say, Arvi, if we do a disservice to ourselves and to others, if we don't share our stories to the world, it could always save a life. It could always help someone else. So looking back, I can now see that I armed myself with the tools that empowered me from a higher source, and that I would need to lean on down the road. This journey is full of so many lessons, and I'm passionate about being of service to others, so they are being heard and seen by sharing their unique message with the world, so that they don't feel stuck, rather they feel empowered. And that's what I have so far.
Okay, very good so far. Very good so far. Okay, so we just have to clean it up a little bit. Because when we tell a story, we want to kind of tell it as it's going along. And there's times where you kind of were telling it and then you kind of went backwards where you were. And then
Yeah, well, I mean, I can share it to you again. And
okay, so hang on.
yeah.
Okay, so just breathe for a minute and just be there and just congratulate yourself that you shared your story and your inner secrets, your inner vulnerability with all of us. So just be there with it for a moment. And did she do a good job? I mean, it was very fluent, even though we're going to fix it and stuff, but that's probably the very first time you ever shared your story. Is that true?
Yes.
And you did a beautiful job. All right. So I commend you for that. I mean, you just had a big breakthrough. So we're just going to do a couple of little changes. All right. So there's a couple things that I'm not clear about. So it sounds like you guys were going to get a divorce and then he died. Is that it?
He died 3 months before the divorce became final.
Okay. So we need to kind of clarify that a little bit because it was like, whoa, what happened? Okay. So, okay. So maybe something like this, just moving the pieces around a little bit. So your husband was doing something that you didn't want him to do. Now, whatever that is, what we're getting is it was probably something illegal.
No.
Okay. Well, how many of you got that it was something illegal that he was doing? Okay. See, that's what happens sometimes when we don't say enough of the truth.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I for this reason, I wanted to not put that in there.
Okay. Then don't put it in at all. Either tell us or we're left to our own conclusion, which is worse. Now I'll be vulnerable for a minute and share a story that happened to me. And I learned this firsthand. All right. I was in high school and I was born with, I got pneumonia at 6 months old and it affected my hearing. And I couldn't hear, mostly through grade school. So I would play and I would talk because I didn't know what was going on. Finally, when I'm 13 years old, they finally discovered it. Can you imagine going through school, not being able to hear? My mom just thought I wasn't listening because she would say something. I'd go, huh? Finally, 13, they gave me a hearing test and found out I really couldn't hear. So I had ear surgery. I had an ear surgery, which they put in the stapledectomy, right? So, and I still can't hear the best, even after all that, but still it's better than it was. So I had a stapledectomy at 13 and one ear. And then I had another stapledectomy years later when I was kind of in high school, right? No, I think I had them both done. And then I had to clean out some tissue or whatever. Well, when I was in high school, I was so embarrassed that I couldn't hear and that I was going in for surgery that I just told people, one of them being my boyfriend at the time, that I was going in for tests. Well, guess what he started telling people? That I was having an abortion.
Oh.
I never even had sex till I was married at 19.
Oh,
But
my.
that's when I learned you better tell the truth because people will make up something worse and
Right.
spread it around.
Right.
It would have been easier if I just said I was going in for ear surgery. Will you support me when I get out? But that broke up our relationship. How awful of someone to think that. I mean, I was just appalled. I would have never thought that. So when we tell our story, just think of that. I mean, people are going to make out the worst stuff.
Can I read it? You're right. Absolutely right. Can I read it again and just?
Well, not until I finish my coaching.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay. What was that, Jason? All right.
It's just amen, yeah, let's finish that.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what we want to do there. Either leave it out or tell us more of the truth so we don't conclude something worse. So
I think that the part where I say that that I had asked him not to do certain things.
that's the part I'm talking about.
Yeah, that I just put that in there now, but it's really not in my speech.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's leave it out for now. All right. So it might start out like something about my husband and I were getting a divorce. We were 3 months before the divorce was final, and he died. Now, can you tell us what he died of?
Heart attack.
Okay, he died of, he had a massive heart attack and died. A lot of people have heart attacks. That's not uncommon. Same with Kay and her friend, walked in the door, had a massive heart attack and collapsed, right? I was outside doing something and I didn't even see it. I had to jump over her just to call 911, right? Okay. So now he had a massive heart attack and he died. And now this is where your story can really be interesting. But he wasn't gone. I could hear the shaking of the crystal in the armoire or whatever, in the cabinet. The dog would often yelp in the bedroom when no one was there. And in that moment, I realized that he hadn't crossed over. So I started thinking, well, why didn't he cross over? And then you could tell your story about he had guilt and he had this and he had that. And when you have that in this lifetime, it's very difficult for you to cross over. Yet I was so close to the relationship that I couldn't help him to cross over. So I got some help from another spiritual leader, guide, shaman, whatever you want to call them. And together we were able to move him over to the other side. And my life was better or whatever. And so since that time, I want to help other people who have trouble crossing over to cross over. I also want to help other women and men who have these blocks that are keeping them from living the life that they should be living. You know, and then more of whatever, you know, you do.
I can't write fast enough.
This is all recorded, so you'll be able to listen to the recording.
That is perfect, and I just can't.
That's okay. It's just ideas. So let's, and because again, just like on Jason's story, we want you to leave us up. Like, okay, we need to try you out. Everybody's got blockages. They keep them from making the money they should be making. You know, some people call it mindset. You're calling it blockages or spiritual energy. It's all the same thing. God made everything, right? We just use different terminology and different methods. But nothing is created here on earth that wasn't created up there first, right? My system, he created it and gave it to me, right? Computers, they were up there first. All right, so let's try it again, Virginia, with just some of those ideas, and then you'll have tonight to process it.
Okay. I don't know where to fit this right on the spot like this.
Okay, what year was it that you what year did this happen? We start with a time and a place. Don't forget your story staircase. Time and a place. 2000, 2001, what time?
2015.
Okay.
2015, and I was living in Marietta.
2015, I was 3 months from my divorce being final. And then boom. And then you can talk about your husband not putting in the affairs in order and all of that. I mean, because they should have been, and it's kind of ironic that 3 months before the divorce was final, but he still hadn't gotten your affairs in order. They were not going to be in order, you know, if you were divorced, right?
Right.
Or maybe it was just his affairs, like he didn't have a will or he didn't have a living trust, right?
It was.
Okay, so I know it's painful.
Yeah.
And that's okay. We're with you. We're supporting you. We're loving you. Everybody send her real loving, positive energy right now so she can come through this and even get better, right? Positive, loving energy and prayers and light. Okay, do you feel all that, Virginia?
Yeah, no, thank you guys.
All right, so go ahead and continue. Or start again. 2015.
Okay, but I'm gonna start before he died and then go into this.
Okay, that's fine.
So as my husband and I grew apart, the transition, this transition took me deeper into my spiritual journey and helped me discover that my gifts and talents as a healer guided me towards opening my business to be of service and help others on their journey.
Okay, now in the 2015,
Okay, in 2015,
3 months before our divorce was final,
2015, 3 months before our divorce, before our divorce was final, he died of a heart attack and left me with a lot of unfinished business.
Good, perfect.
And
Left you with unfinished business, but it was worse than that.
But it was worse than that. He left, he wasn't really gone completely.
Right.
Crossed over.
And at night you could hear the chandelier shaking or whatever.
I could hear the crystal shaking inside the china cabinet and the dog yelping in my bedroom.
And no one was there.
And he was looking at the curtains as if there was something there, but there really wasn't anything there other than the spirit of my husband.
Perfect. Beautiful.
I went through a lot of emotions. I was scared despite the fact of applying for the divorce. And when he was alive, as long as he was there, I felt safe. When he passed, I felt lost, and it forced me to lean on my own inner spiritual life, which helped me tremendously to get through the tough times and reinforce how powerful and empowering getting back to me and my inner game was. I was getting strength from a higher source, and it gave me hope, it gave me faith to continue going for myself and for my daughter. And then it turns out he left our affairs not in order and basically left me cleaning up the mess.
Left you what? Oh, to clean up the mess. Okay, perfect. Got it.
Reminded of the importance of forgiveness. Today, I look back and ask myself, when is a wife's job ever done? So I had to call another healer to help him cross over. As he was stuck, it's almost as if he was stuck in time, and his guilt and his attachment to us prevented him from crossing over.
Okay, good.
I wanted to help others who were suffering or feeling stuck, and so I launched my copy editing and.
Wait, stop. Wait, copy editing and getting unstuck are two different things. No, this is when you launched your spiritual business.
Okay.
Copy editing is, now that's not spiritual. That brings us all back down to nuts and bolts. So
I launched my business to help other women who have experienced similar what?
Well, other women and people, women that are stuck and people that are stuck in this life that can't cross over. Right?
That's not what I do.
Oh, you don't?
I don't help people cross over.
Oh, you don't? Okay, I thought you did because you said you couldn't help your husband cross over.
No, I couldn't help him. It was just too personal. That's why I needed someone else's help.
Okay, but you don't help people cross over?
No, I do not do that.
Okay, I got that impression. Did anybody else get that impression?
They asked me, and that's never happened for anybody who has come over to see me to help someone cross over. I've never done it. For someone that I don't know, I can do it, but that's not the core of what I do.
Okay, that's not the business that you want.
No.
Because once you say it out there, people are going to come for it.
Right.
Okay, so make sure in the early story in the early part of your story, you're not giving the impression that you help people cross over. Because did you see, Virginia, everybody's hand that went up when I said, how many of you thought that she helped people cross over?
Yeah,
right?
well,
Everybody said it.
no, that's not what I.
Right,
but-
so if that's not the impression we want to give, we need to tweak the
Okay,
language
so
a little bit.
Here's where I'm stuck right now in this whole thing, because I've worked on 2 speeches. I didn't tell you about it, but I have 2 speeches for different rooms. I have this speech, which is for authors, copy editing, writing, editing services, etc. And then I have another speech that relates my experience with what happened with my husband and I and my spiritual journey, and that focuses on the Akashic records. But the thing is that I cannot use that speech in the room, for instance, that I'm going to be in September, because that is not the right room for that speech. So I'm trying to hopefully use this speech about editing services and how I'm helping other women get their message out there.
What's the title of your talk again?
Business, huh?
What's the title of your talk? If you ever get lost, what's the title of your talk?
This is
Helping people find clarity and purpose. All right?
yeah. But
So that's the talk you're doing now. Is that the talk you're going to do in September?
so I can do the talk about, I can give you the speech right now. I have it right here of the spiritual business, but I cannot mention the Akashic records. I'm leaving that out.
Okay. So just want to be clear with everybody. Remember I said earlier, you have that signature talk, and then sometimes I talk about networking, and now my story becomes about how I've been a network leader. So that's what we want to do. We don't want to mush stuff together. If you're going to go a different direction, that's a new story, right? To
Yeah.
support it and earn you the right. So we can't miss here the spiritual journey and copywriting. It just doesn't go together. If you want to talk about how you found your voice and how you help other women find their voice through writing and their message, then your story has to be how you found your own voice. It's not about your ex or dead husband or him crossing over.
I'm confused. I don't know.
Okay. Your speech right now, as you started it, is finding purpose and clarity. Finding your heart purpose. That's what you're talking about now. So tell me the story about you finding your heart purpose.
Okay.
That's the story that supports the speech.
Here's the other one then.
So how did you find your heart purpose?
Okay. Do you want me to read to you the other speech?
I don't want the speech. I want you to tell me the story of what earns you the right to tell people that you can help them find their heart purpose.
Okay, so this is like totally different.
Okay?
One night, I was working for an advertising agency back,
Okay?
in 2013
Okay?
in Huntington Beach. And I was actually living there while my daughter and my husband were here in Marietta. So I lived there during the week, and on the weekends I would come home, because otherwise I couldn't have held that job for as long as I did. It was too much with the driving. So on my way home, I got off the freeway and I drove north on Winchester Road in Temecula, and I had the radio on, and they were talking about the Akashic records, and it piqued my interest. And so the next thing I knew, that night when I got home, I Googled Akashic Records, and a month later or so, I told my husband I'm flying to South America to go on a retreat. And then the next thing I knew, I was flying to Asia to go on another retreat. So I traveled through Asia for about a month. I learned that I've done this kind of work before, and that I've helped other people in other past lives. And I also so during the retreats, I got certified on how to do the Akashic Records readings. And so this helped me in my journey and strengthened my spiritual journey as I was dealing with all this other stuff with my husband, and after I applied for a divorce. So it kind of set the grounds for me to move forward in my spiritual journey before he even passed away. So it was as if I knew what was going to happen, and preparing myself for what things to come. So once he passed away, one day I was talking to a friend, and she encouraged me to open a business to help others who have gone through similar situations and similar emotions and similar trauma like I had gone through. So this is what led me to open up 7 Mystic Rings, and I've been helping other people ever since. And when other people tell me that what I've done for them has changed their lives, it means a lot.
Good. That's a better story. How many people think that's a better story? Yeah. Now, again, it's wonderful. That's wonderful. Okay, so it's really very clear. So 2013, now, but I just have a question. You said that you commuted from Huntington Beach to Marietta, which we get that because this is Los Angeles. We don't have to say to keep the job. It's just because, you commuted. You had to commute, you came home on the weekend. Okay, we got that. So now, but how did all of a sudden you get to go on all these retreats? How did you have time to, just my question, how did you have time to go away on all these?
The first retreat I went to, I did it when I was on vacation from my job. And then the other one, by the time I did the other one, I had already quit my job.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. So I just raised a question. So the first chance you got when you were on vacation, you went to this retreat. And you can even talk a little bit more about what you learned there. And all of a sudden, you were developing spiritually. Right? And then you went on another one, and then all the wonderful things. Now you said something about the kosh or whatever. I don't have a clue what that is.
Right. So here's the problem. I cannot use this, what I just shared with you, for my speech in September. I cannot use this. Because
okay. Then, okay.
People will be wondering what she's talking about. And this is the fear. This is why I took out the spiritual journey, everything about the Akashic Records from my speech, because it's not the right room and people are not going to understand what I'm talking about. And in some people, it creates fear. So I don't want to do that.
Okay, so all right, so we're at a crossroad here. All right, what is the title of your speech that you're giving in September? Is it different from what we're doing now?
I don't have a title.
Huh?
I don't have a title.
Okay. Well, we got to have a title. So even in September, you have to have a title. And I think the title that you have now, Virginia, is perfect for a mixed group of authors and women. I don't think you have to change your title. You might have to change your story, though.
Okay, so okay. Can I read the first speech again? Because you're telling me that, that my spiritual stuff doesn't have anything to do with the writing and editing services.
Right, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So you're telling us you can't even talk about the spiritual stuff. So if we want to talk about editing and stuff, all right, then that is, we just tie it into this. All right. If your title is how to reach your purpose and clarity, all right, then
Maybe I need to change
hang on. Okay, when I'm in a zone, right, I'm getting intuitive messages. And when people interrupt me, they stop.
Okay.
Right? So when you see me kind of in the zone, I'm not always in the zone. All right. So let me try to get it back. All right. So if you're talking about getting your purpose, heart's purpose, that's our title. And I think that's a title that's great for you in September. Everybody wants that. Then when you talk about your journey, instead of talking about your spiritual journey, you're going to talk about your business journey and how you got on purpose. So example, all right, I wasn't always as clear as I am today. As a matter of fact, back in 2013, I was a crazy mess after my divorce, and then my husband died, and I was a crazy mess, and I didn't know what my purpose was. So I started going on these retreats. I don't have to call them spiritual retreats. I started going on these retreats and going and learning new things and new methods that, I went to Egypt, I went to Asia, I went to India, whatever. You don't have to say they're spiritual. I learned I was in search of my own purpose. And as I went through my career, I started to do copywriting so that I could help people with their message and their purpose. And then I started doing this, and that wasn't right. And it wasn't until I actually found coaching that I realized I could really help women have clarity and purpose and get their message out to the world, right? So I just weaved it in, but I weaved it into where it made sense. Where you started the first story very gloomy with the death of your husband and him being in the room with you and getting rid of him and passing over, which that doesn't fit finding your heart's purpose. And then the other story doesn't exactly fit if you can't say it. So you need to develop a new story. Does that make sense? Stay with, you help women find their heart purpose. How did you find yours, Virginia? That's the story you need to tell. We only have one basic story, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have a bunch of them. All we do is have one that we're going to weave, maybe a little different words for different purposes. But our basic story is our story.
So the story that I have here, then I need to redo the whole thing?
No, I want you, yes, because they're both, you're telling me you can't say those things. If you can't say those things in September, then there's a lot of places you can't say them. So what
I'm saying by I can't is that not everybody's going to be spiritual, and it creates fears. Hear me out for a second. I know when I go to different networking groups, the energy is different in all these groups. And I noticed that when I'm in a room where the audience matches with what I do, it's a different feeling for me altogether. When it isn't, it creates fear. And it not only creates fear on me, it creates, they're kind of like wondering what is she talking about? It creates fear on them. So their fear is transferred to me because they are not, and I hate to say this, but a lot of people are ignorant and don't understand what exactly I do and how I do it. So there, if I in September, if I bring up the Akashic records,
I'm not suggesting that you bring it up. I'm with you. I am exactly with you. Do not bring that up.
For a spiritual conference, that would be perfect.
Fine.
Not a spiritual conference. We're talking about authors.
So don't bring that up. That's why I said I didn't even know what it was. You need to come up with another story, and the story has to be how you found your heart purpose, because that's what you're telling people that you're going to teach them. So I'm asking you, Virginia, Tell
Yeah.
me the story of how you found your heart purpose. Not all the story about your husband, but how did Virginia? And if it's Virginia found her heart purpose by going on all these retreats, fine. We don't have to say they're spiritual retreats. There's lots of different education out there. You worked on yourself. You started learning about how purpose works or whatever. So tell me that story, just your story, you and me. Tell me how you got onto life's purpose.
It's not very interesting.
We're going to make it interesting.
Um,
People want interesting.
all right.
Okay, come on. We're almost done, and then we're going to let you all go. So thank you,
I-
everybody, for your love and support. We are going a little bit over, but we'll just get Virginia through this over this hump. So tonight she can be processing. You're doing fine, Virginia.
I just don't know how to. Okay, so basically I have to create a new speech right now.
Not a new speech. You've already started your speech. You're going to create a new story that fits your speech. And if you're telling me that you already created your September speech, then yes, I'm going to say we're going to use parts of it, but you're putting it now into a system that makes sense.
No, I understand.
So we're not throwing out the whole speech. I haven't even heard it yet.
I mean, was basically
We're
it.
just going to change your story because you're telling all of us that you can't use those two stories
I
because they're
don't.
too spiritual.
I don't know how to start. I'm like drained right now. I don't know how to start it.
All right. So we will end and let you process, but here's how you start it. Remember on page, I know, because I've been beating you up pretty good. So, all right, you're on page. So I want you to take a break and get some dinner. But on page 15 is the structure for the story. Then as soon as this is over, I will make sure all of you have a copy so you can fast forward to your stories. Now, the way you start is a place and time, right?
Yeah.
2015 or 2013, I was lost. That's our attention grabber, our story grabber. I was lost. I was married, but my husband and I were whatever you called it. You coming apart. You know, my daughter was a teenager and giving us some trouble. And I just felt a yearning that I needed to do something more than just be a, whatever you were at the time, housewife, whatever, advertisement, person, whatever. You knew there was more to life, and this wasn't it. This wasn't your heart purpose. And so then you got an opportunity to go to Asia or Egypt or wherever you went on a retreat. You went, you loved it, you learned so much, you felt alive. And then you went on another one, and then another one, and then another one, until you finally found your heart purpose. And your heart purpose was to help other women find their heart purpose. Done. That's the story. You can add some to it, but that's the basic story. Okay, Virginia?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to let everybody go. And Virginia, if you want to stay on a little bit longer and do some more work, we can do that. I'll be here for you.
Yeah.
Right?
I need to.
You need to go?
No, I need to get this clear in my head. I won't be able to get any sleep tonight. I'm kind of frustrated now. Because I thought I had it, and
Virginia, you're the one that you can use any one of those stories, but you're the one that said you can't use them. I'm not saying you can't use them. You're saying you can't use them.
no, I realize that, and because of the type of room it is.
Then change the story. It's
I don't know how to change it.
Okay, okay, pay attention.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it again. I'm doing your story for you. In 2013, I was lost. I didn't have any purpose. I was getting ready for a divorce. My teenage daughter left the house. I had nothing. I lost myself. And I didn't know how to get it back. I didn't have my heart. I wasn't living my heart purpose. And then one day, I got an opportunity to go on a retreat to Asia, wherever you went. It was wonderful. It was eye-opening. I felt alive for the first time in 30 years. Then I went on another one. And then I went on another one, right? However many you went, tell us where you went. Tell us a little bit about what happened. And then you found your heart purpose. And your heart purpose, you realized, was to help other women find their heart purpose, to find clarity and heart purpose and passion and purpose. And so I left my job at the agency and I started my own coaching company where today I help women find their true
I have a coaching company.
heart purpose. It's an example,
Okay, sorry.
just an example. Okay, what is your company now then, if it's not a coaching company that you help people find their heart purpose? What is it?
It's 7 Mystic Rings.
It's a what?
7 Mystic Rings.
Well, that's the name of your company, but
Mhm.
isn't it a coaching company? Don't you coach people to remove blockages?
Yeah, I guess you could use the word coach. I hate the word coach because it's like so overused and
Okay.
everybody's a coach nowadays.
Okay, then use a training company,
Not a
mentoring, guide, whatever word you want to use. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm going to let everybody go. Now, Virginia, if you want to stay, you stay. Otherwise, I'm going to go as well and get regrouped and eat dinner with my husband and feed my puppies. All right. But I just want to say to all of you, you did such an amazing job today. Such a great job. You're here 100% present and supportive and loving and kind and gentle. So I just want to thank all of you for all of that today. And good job. And just I'd prefer you not, do too much work tonight. Just give yourselves the night off. Let the brain process, because it will, while you're asleep, not while you're awake, but just say, okay, brain, I want you to process everything that happened today. And in the morning, I'm going to feel bright, refreshed, and ready to go. Because tomorrow we're going to do the meat. That's the meat of the sandwich, and we're going to do the close. So again, good job, everyone. Give yourself the night off.
Good night. Rest well, everybody.
See you at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. Mwah. Good night,
Have a
everybody.
blessed evening.
Good night.
Okay, might be a little easier without all the eyes on you. Virginia, you don't overthink it. You're going to be fine. It's just a little piece. So let's talk about the September, since this is what we're doing for September. Does the title work for September? Does the title that you selected work?
3, what was it? 3
ways to get clarity and purpose. Three ways to get on clarity and purpose, whatever that was.
Yes, 3 ways. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Hold on.
I have to tinkle, Virginia. I'll be right back. No can do, baby. No can do. No can do. No can do. Okay. Whew. Okay, I'm back if you're back. Okay. All right, I'm going to pause. I'm recording, so I'm going to pause. Let me see. Okay, I can pause right up here.